of nature. I learned to love before I died. I was naked then, I'm naked now. And my nakedness is my sole account. I'm unfaithfulness, I'm a clown. But I tried my best, yes I tried.
Hello, guys. Yeah, welcome to another Evil Mojo podcast. Little fireside chat to talk to you guys about the lore. I'm Cam. I am the senior UI UX designer here at Evil Mojo, and this is.
Hi, I'm Jacob. I'm one of the animators on Evil Mojo on Paladins, and I do lore stuff.
Ooh.
And then we've got, of course.
Yes, my name is Kevin. I go by Nico. Otherwise, I am one of the game designers on Paladins. Behind some of your favorite characters like Corvus. That's it, just Corvus.
Just Corvus. And then last but not least.
Are you sure?
Yes.
Okay. I'm Matt. I'm one of the character artists at Evil Mojo. I'm responsible for skins, some champs, and character-related assets. So,
Such as Corvus.
such as Corvus, Vora, and Ray.
Excellent.
Well, Matt, why don't you get us into some lore basics?
Some lore basics.
know.
Take it back to the basics. Okay. But yeah, I know what probably a lot of you are asking. What does lore like? What does lore
Hola
have to do with
chicos,
the game?
Yerma, Iván.
What is lore within?
Ahí voy,
context
es
of,
que
like,
casi
a
me acabo de
first shooter,
levantar,
first
chicos.
person shooter like
Denme
Paladin?
un segundo para acomodar todo y acomodarme a
That's a
mí.
good question. And it's,
De
frankly,
todas
I think
maneras,
one that,
lo de Palis va a
constantly
iniciar ya muy
considered,
tarde, chicos, pero bueno,
at
aquí vamos a
Evil
andar un
Mojo.
ratito a ver qué.
But yeah, you know, despite it being an unconventional kind of platform for a kind of living, active, moving story,
¿Qué onda,
It's-
André?
you know, it's kind of what we aim for. You know, with it's a story that kind of changes over time. The Iago arc itself kind of took place over. It wasn't just like 6 days, but ended up spanning the course of like months, if not like a year. And you know, plenty happens off screen, like just because Grok isn't on like center. Just because Grok isn't doing things like in the front, like doesn't mean that Grok isn't going around being a blue orc.
I mean, Croc is always on my mind. I don't know about you. But
Yeah.
it's not easy being green or blue.
Or blue.
Blue or purple.
There's a lot that happens with like a constantly moving storyline, which is sort of unique to what we do. Is we don't just have like a snapshot in time or like this event ends tomorrow and then now it's an entirely new thing. We actually have
Están
like, this
preguntando
running
por qué
thing
Palis está
where
muriendo.
characters can enter the story.
Están
and
hablando un
leave the story.
poquito
And
de lore,
sometimes
chicos.
I'll
Eso a
be-
mí es lo
you
que
go like, why can I play this character if they don't really exist in the realm anymore?
Yeah.
Well,
menos
It's not gonna
me...
take
yeah, we're not going to get rid of your
Ay.
favorite character. or anything.
Perdón.
Exactly.
How many times has Victor died now?
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
It's not necessarily a matter of like just because they're not
Necesito
like, story
modificar
relevant
unas
at the moment
cosas,
does
a
not
ver
mean
cómo
that
le
they're
hago.
not relevant to the world of Paladins. Each champion is essentially a unique, shining, like hero within the context of the overall Paladin story, and you don't necessarily need all of them being the main character. And in a lot of cases, some of them shine more in a supporting role or as like kind of this flavor or mood, kind of gallivanting around.
Mhm.
I think people ask a lot about Rom, like what happened to Rom.
A ver, déjenme pongo mis
Tiberius
cosas
happened to
para
Rom,
que
and then Rom went away, and we actually have like, okay, this
no
has
me
been
vayas a
happening, that's
dictar
been
el
happening, but,
copyright o
like,
algo así.
no one's talked about Rom in the realm, so like we don't see it
Lo
on
que
camera.
pongo la
but
cámara.
We're back here just like, okay, so what he's actually doing right now, he's doing this, he's doing that.
Yeah,
I think that's a lot of that, like, the character's not gone,
yeah.
but they're just not relevant to the story right now, like what you said.
They're
Yeah.
also providing kind of like a foil almost for other characters, even if they're not active in the story. You still, you still have that flavor of, okay, if Corvus suddenly becomes active in the story again.
Bueno, déjenme lo hago
you
de
know,
una
you
vez,
still have that
chicos.
rum
Están
flavor, like,
hablando
okay, is it
de,
rum or what's
Right.
happening, or Tiberius if becomes active in the story again.
de
like,
cosas
okay,
de
so what's
lore y
going
eso.
on? Is Rom still in the
Déjenme
background, kind of like highlighting or bringing up
modifico
that,
unas cosas.
that front story.
You know,
Yeah.
you know they're related.
Right.
Well, like even when we brought in Ray this year, we got to
Como
go
un título
back
que
to
está
House
mal.
Echo, right?
Right.
Just
Aquí le ponemos pala y
and
se-
look
aquí
for it,
ven cómo
right?
se
You
hace
really
una
kind of go back and explore that,
transmisión.
even though, like, they weren't involved
Eh,
with Corvus or Rom.
Right.
Right.
So yeah, not all the characters get like
necesito guardarla.
a definitive spotlight in the story. Not everyone gets a proper send off. Like Atlas isn't going to be like, well, I've done my job, and
Yeah.
Like disappears in
then
He's
the
not supposed to
then
go.
Terminus ascends into the heavens.
Yeah.
Like, my job here's done.
Ahí vamos, chicos, ahí vamos.
That's a feature.
But
long time.
Nada más les digo, están hablando de pura cosa bastante
You wanna talk about
sencilla.
how we do lore or how we come up with the lore?
Yeah. We talk a lot.
Yeah.
We talk like
talk.
this.
Yeah, exactly. With our hands.
gonna talk
I-
like break out the herbs and spices. This is how we do it.
Grind them up.
There's a bell. Lore time.
Yeah, pretty much.
Ding.
I mean, years ago, it wasn't quite as organized. We didn't really have a group for, I think maybe like, 2.5 years ago, we internally formed a group because we were the ones that were always just like whenever something would come up, be like, ooh, what's the lore for this? And everyone was like, I don't know. And we're like, well, what if it's this? And they're like,
You'd
Okay.
say like, oh, well, what's the lore? And some crinkly old man in a robe would be like, come with me. And,
I'll show you the
Yeah.
lore.
and I was like, this was written by one guy. And it's just like, oh.
In the annals, you should see some of the dark things we
Déjenme
found.
les
in the-
pongo eso de mientras es que
in the
están
past
modificando
lore.
algo más.
The unspoken.
the unspoken
tones.
truths. Yeah.
I'm unfortunately that crinkly old man now because I know all the old lore. I keep up to the old lore and like what's going on.
Well, in
the
fairness to
community
you,
and the wiki.
your skincare routine has gotten much better. It's not nearly as...
Do not quote the old lore at me. I was there when it was written.
I can do the voice. That's what matters. But yeah, like I think I guess 2.5 years ago that was when the Shattered Desert was coming. I think Atlas.
Yeah, it was. I think it was shortly after Corvus.
I think
Atlas
Corvus
into
was
IO,
kind of the...
Or Corvus was on the way, or
Yeah,
something.
Corvus was, I think, the first time I think that lore was kind of like given
Yes.
like to like a core group within.
Yeah, and it was essentially like, hey, y'all like the lore a lot. Come up with the flow, the deliverable, stuff like that.
Ya llegó el
Make your own
virus.
meetings and create that arc. And I think a lot of what we've been doing over the past couple of years is making it feel cohesive and making it all feel like is wrapped in a bow, rather than just having champ release. They're really important. They disappear, like we were saying earlier. It's champ release. Who are they related to? What do they care about? And even when they move on, even if they don't get the biggest send off, you put Tiberius in a room with an object and imagine what he would do. Put him in a white room with a birthday cake, and he'll be like, "Is this for me?" or something like that. And you can do it with any
Thank you for
character.
the cake.
Yeah, and that's like a character with personality depth. I think that's a lot of what we're pushing, as well as just connecting characters to each other and the world.
Yeah.
Because lore really serves the game. Like, lore doesn't come first in the sense of like the order of creating stuff. We often come up with concepts, archetypes. We'll have like a rough idea. Maybe this character is an elf. Maybe this character is from
Right.
House Ico or something
Big
like
shooty
that.
gun.
Right.
And that informs their character, but then like how does that tie into other stuff?
Yeah, and that'll change a lot in the process.
It's a lot of like we have a skeleton, and then it's a lot about connecting like the tissue and the tendons and building muscle and
The flesh.
Yeah.
fleshing it
The
out.
flesh of the champion.
Yeah,
Yeah.
a lot of it's like, what do we think, all the players would engage with the most, and then we
Right.
kind of just
Yeah.
jump from there and try to, again, flesh them out.
And then there's some, I think we mentioned this in previous sections, but there's some times, like Corvus, where there are things that grew into something greater than just the idea. I think, the knife guy, right?
Right.
Knifeu.
Knifeu grew into what Corvus became.
Right.
And so that can be really fun as well, because that provides a huge amount of engagement with people, or people are like, oh, I saw
Right.
like Barrel Chad Champ when,
Give us Barrel
Barrel
Chad. Give me
Chad.
Barrel Chad.
If you all lift your hands up, give your energy to Barrel Chad.
Take my energy.
One day,
One day we'll get Barrel Chad.
I'll do
Yeah.
my part.
Yeah, and there's also a lot of times a lot of lore that doesn't even make it out, especially in
Oh,
their
yeah.
trailers. Like we look at Sati, right? And we were thinking, Ying and Sky, we hadn't really had an elf or visited that
Sí, Yerma,
in a
¿cómo
long
ves?
time.
Mm-hmm.
So
Ya
we were like,
acabé.
well, dark elves are cool. Kind of where she started. Thunder, I believe that's where Thunder started, right?
Yeah, I think that was the internal name for a little bit.
We had
Pero les
kind
digo,
of like
están
this
ahorita
cool
hablando
gunslinger
cosas de
archetype
lore
that we
así
were
bien
floating
sin
around, and then-
sentido,
I
o
mean,
sea...
even before that, I think, there was this idea of like, oh yeah, dark elf, like that is a cool, like, aspect of fantasy that we haven't really looked at in like the realm. So,
Right.
and then things just kind of slowly fall into place, and
Yeah, like so that we were like dark elf, and then someone's like bounty hunter, and then it just slowly grew into Sati. Just this really like gun ho. Everything has to be the best. Let's be all glitzy glammy, right? And then like also like though. Like we had to think about some of her past relationships and her connections, right? Like
How she would link to what exists already. Yeah.
yeah, like with Sky, right? So
Right.
we brought in Sky. Again, we couldn't really go into her story in her trailer because
Right. Limited
like
time.
30
Limited-
seconds.
Están hablando de Bora,
Yeah,
que
we'll talk
cuando
about
la
it a little
hicieron
bit later,
tuvieron
but yeah, the
que
trailer, like there's so much that we
que
want
pensar
to show,
en-
talk about,
en
and
cómo
then
unir
you
la
have to
lore
pare it
que
down
ya
to something that's
existe, que no sé
palatable.
qué, o
all
sea...
the stuff that
Creo
that
que
we
lo
wanted
chido
to do
inicia
with,
ya
like,
hasta
Corvus,
las...
like, pitching
En bastantes
Right.
horas,
Before
chicos.
this,
2,
like,
3 de la
grand-
tarde, ¿vale? O sea...
like lore heavy things
Grand
like
battle.
no. There's like not one explosion, redo it.
And then going back to visiting more races, like with Ray, we wanted to do another like Kimomimi, like visit the Lepori, right, again. So that's what started Ray out.
Sí, hasta las 2 de la tarde empieza
we
lo
just kind of wanted to do another
de la temporada 5.
another Lepori, and then when we started with, the base archetype, we basically she was an elemental mage for a
¿Escuchan
little,
bien el audio?
very brief moment, right?
Yes, there was some talk of like, okay, is she going to use wind magic for
Como quieren
this,
que le suba
water
un
magic
poquito.
for this, and then was she even? I don't even know if she was Lepori for the whole time. Like there was
I don't
this, at
think
some
so.
point.
So,
I think initially it fell into the groove of like, okay, mage.
Right,
And
that was her
then-
name for
and then,
a bit.
Yeah, and then from there, Thunder and like our other concept artists were playing around with things, just like, oh, what if she was like Io, sort of this, as you said,
like the Kimomimi, I can't even say that
I
word, right?
mean, you're
Kimono
braver than
Mimi.
me because I wasn't even going to attempt it.
Kimono Mimi.
Kimomimi.
Kimono
Kimono
Mimi,
Mimi.
yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, just like gradually over time, it just kind of snowballs, and
Yeah. And then with her, we're like, well, she developed into a rabbit girl, and then we were like, well, is she Lepori?
Right, that was a big question.
That was
for
a
while.
very big question for us. It's like, we've already got Moji, but Moji
Right.
looks nothing like where
Right.
Ray's
no,
design ended up.
no.
And there was kind of that question of, do we have another rabbit race? Where would she have come from? Is she from another
Yep.
continent or something like that?
And so, lots of discussions like, are they a different race? And I think we just came down to the basic idea that, well, they're magic.
Right.
Like,
Yeah.
It depends on the lunar cycle under which they were born.
Oh no!
Yeah,
Don't ask me about my mom and dad.
But yeah, like, so the whole idea, I think, with Ray was Ray just has enough magic. She can choose whatever form she likes to take.
Yeah.
Moji does too, and Moji decides that she likes looking like she does.
Yeah, I think that comes back to the consistency of, will this make sense? Because if it didn't make sense, then people would just reject it, be like, that's dumb. That can't possibly work that way. But if we go, yeah, Moji is super powerful. She does transformation. It's not even far-fetched that Ray can do that. Ray has this perfect style magic. Moji has this chaotic style magic. Ray wants to take this form because also like the House Ico thing, where like this mage works for House Ico.
Yeah.
Yep.
Why wouldn't she take a form that she would find suitable for her position? And Moji,
and Moji turns you into a biscuit.
Yeah.
Moji turns you into a biscuit. Moji would probably turn into a biscuit before she turned into a human. Turn herself into a biscuit.
Yeah,
Also, how is Ray supposed to, read the books with the tiny little
exactly.
I know they don't make
Four-fingered
those books
paws.
for tiny Laportes.
I think a lot of Ray was really interesting because we are falling into the sense of we knew she was a mage. We eventually said, okay, Lepori, we can make sense. There was some push back and forth trying to make sense of that. But then when we started to grab onto like, okay, we got the rough lore, we got the character, and saying, okay, she works for House Psycho. She has this personality. She's bubbly.
Yeah.
We want to bring out the rabbit aspect, bring out the spellcaster, but also like she has very perfect arcane. We called her like Leon. If Leon was a queen bee, then Ray was like the queen bee's best friend. She's like the bestie, and that brought out her personality. But like,
A ver, chicos, todavía no activo la cámara porque casi me acabo de levantar, ¿vale? Denme unos segundos.
Yeah, that really fractally thing. Because at one point it could have been wind.
Yeah.
Or it could have just been a floating bunny like Janos kind of does with his star signs. And then for animation, I did the skip thing. That was one where we're like, I don't know if this is going to work, but it's a skip, so it's kind of Ray.
Denme unos segunditos, chicos. Mientras ahí está, les digo, están hablando puro sin sentido, honestamente.
That's the character. But we didn't go into it thinking, yeah, the mage is going to have a skip animation, and that's it.
Right.
Está más interesante el chat de Twitch, creo.
And then even somewhat interestingly, it doesn't happen too often, but that animation and the idea of this bunny character, like we actually made her base jump height higher.
Yeah,
That's
Yeah.
right. Yeah.
I did that in the GCT in the config tool and said like, okay, she is going to jump higher at base because it is informed by and complements her character overall.
Right.
Which is kind of cool.
I think one of my favorite things about Ray, she's one of my favorite characters that we did recently. And
I'm not biased.
So like I love the way we show it off, like like her card art with her and Leon, or her and Moji. You can see the connections in the world because she brings these stories back that we haven't been able to talk about recently. And one thing I was saying is like, I can't wait to see like someone's depiction of Ray as like the Moji style Lepori. And I'm like, that's going to be the cutest thing. I'm so looking forward to that.
And
but
it took like less than a day.
it was so fast.
It was so fast.
And I
The
still see
fan
them.
art,
Yeah, the community was like, "We got you, we got you." Yeah,
But like that's a sign that the lore that we're doing is resonating, that people are jumping onto that. Because I think actually human Moji is a sign that the lore worked. Because I didn't expect that. Like we've seen it before and stuff like that, but we just said, okay, yeah, so Ray's Lepori, this is how it works. Here's the mechanics. And I was saying, I can't wait to see Ray as like true form Lepori. I never expected people to be like, well, what about Moji? What would she look like if Ray could convince her to
Come
be a
join-
human right now?
Come join the humans.
Yeah, like what would Moji look like? And there was some amazing fan art, and like to me, it hit the personality right. It's like, okay, how tall is he? How tall is she? What does she look like? What is her body type? What is her outfit? Stuff like that. And it was just like this really cool sign of people engaging in a way that they don't just engage with a normal game. Like people will pick their favorite character based on the kit. Is the kit fun to play? Do I like a hit scan or projectile with these abilities? Then like the presentation, do they look cool? Do I like the outfits, the art, like the modeling which you do, concept art? Then also like personality through animation, audio, voice lines, things like that. And lore is just a fourth way that people can come up with a favorite characters, saying is they can get into a game not knowing anything about the game, but they're like, I need to know about this character who has this personality and this story, and they go, Paladins, I'll give it a go.
Yeah.
Yes.
And it's like a really cool way to have that engagement, and you see that in fan art. I love fanfics. Shamelessly, because I used to
Send
write
Jacob
them a
all
lot.
send Jacob all your
Send me all your
fanfics.
fanfics.
yes, and Jacob.
But like also like fan videos and stuff like that, fan animation.
All
I'm
the
like,
stuff
holy
people
crap!
make.
Like,
fan stuff.
Yeah,
it's
so cool.
It's really cool stuff, and this kind of says, hey, the lore is working because people can figure out what these characters would do in their own headcanons. We all have our own headcanons as well as the official
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, and
shared headcanon.
I mean, and also going into the official, I mean, the way we try and tell the stories, right, Kevin? If you want to
Yeah,
take
so
us down that road.
yes, so I have had my fingers in a bunch of different pies as far as how
Really
we tell.
ruins dessert for everyone.
I know. Honestly,
Thanksgiving was
my wife-
terrible. I walked in, Kevin was just like, it's like, how dare you?
At least not literally. At least I wash my hands first, at least.
Well, thank you for
Yeah,
being.
it's the least I can do. I can be slightly considerate, right? So we tell stories a couple different ways, or a bunch of different ways, including kind of the official ways, as we were talking about. We do we work with a couple different outsourcing companies over the course of the last 2.5 years, specifically with cinematics. Shout out to Glow, who has helped change the way that we deliver cinematics, especially in this year. And the interesting thing about the cinematics is we have so much that we want to show and want to tell and want to have players experience with us, but they do have to be under budget. They do have to be short and punchy enough to get people's attention, even if they're not like, I know exactly what happened to Karn and Valera. I know how to get from here to here in the lore storyline. I know everything. It needs to be accessible to everyone. And we want to show off the cool things about the, if it's a new champion cinematic, we want to show off the cool things as soon as possible, show off the abilities, while, like I said, still being palatable to everything. So cinematics is one way that we do that, whether it's lore or other. We can sometimes toss little tidbits into other cinematics. We tell stories through, as Jacob was mentioning, audio, animation, modeling, card art, all the little things. Our card artists often put in little teasers. You see that you see people pulling lore tidbits from card art in the past. I know that Matt, have put in like Easter eggs in character models. If you want to talk about that.
Yeah.
I'll probably talk about it a little bit more later, but yeah, like with Corvus, it's one of those things where by the time, typically when a character gets to me or gets to a modeler, like Thunderbrush or whoever is designing that champ, they've already kind of done the heavy lifting. They've kind of got the wardrobe figured out. Maybe you kind of figure out how to translate that into 3D. But whether you're starting off with an orb in ZBrush or your modeling application of choice, or a base mesh, slowly over time as you're kind of crafting and creating this character, you're getting to know them. And it's hard to kind of divorce yourself from your own little headcanon. So as I'm sculpting, or as I was kind of working on Corvus and I had my mood board of beautiful men and anime edgelords, I was thinking of
I just have that up constantly.
Who's this lordling? Who's this noble pup whose skin is bleached and sallow for being in his father's shadow, who's kind of...
It's not just a phase dad.
Truly, and then, just he rebelled, and his father just wanted him to get into, diplomacy and be an aristocrat, but he was like, no, I'm going to prove myself, because action is what leads the realm, not words, not blah, blah. I'm going to be a legend like my father. He goes off to the outer tribunal, and then it's just no one's looking. He's going to have a cowl on the whole time. I'll just put, a modified, outer tribunal symbol on his back, bam, no one will see that.
That's important to him though. That's lore important to him in your head.
Yeah.
You're he would do that.
Yeah.
He would so do that.
And sometimes it kind of goes with skins. Another Corvus skin, the vampire one. We had a little locket on his belt, and for the base one, it was just we have Daywalker Vivian, just put that there, and then for the Midnight Royale one, it's just not Vivian. This is here's my fan fiction. It's a very sexy vampire Zin.
Okay, that's right.
Yeah, but a lot of that stuff can kind of just organically materialize. But I think, I don't know if we brought it up, but there's also just the community aspect. I know Rose. Rose does an incredible job. Kind of coming up with things. When champions are about to be announced, we're going to present them. With Yagurath, it was writing kind of these haunting little eldritch stories of Atlas's timeline of how, these prolific figures like Valera and Karn met their gruesome demise. And sending out things to shreds, you say. But little bits like that is just it's where we're hungry. Everyone, I think, everyone at this table, everyone's passionate about lore to some capacity. And while we may not have the budget to do a season or two of a TV show, whatever we can get and whatever means by which we can kind of convey the Paladin story, we'll take what we can get. And so, yeah.
And I want to shout out all the people who interact on Twitter and Discord.
Oh yeah.
Rose Romanova, as you mentioned, she also puts together the content creator packs that you see the videos on, and just all the people who engage actively with what we can put out is just it makes it worth the extra time.
It does, yeah.
For sure. I guess the next point we've got here is going through the story arc of Yagurath and all of
Speaking of the giant worm.
Yeah.
Worm
Yagurath
mama.
arc. Last time on Paladins.
Last time on Paladins.
That one was a long time coming. I think if Shattered Deserts kind of started with Atlas, Yagurath was hinted at during the beginning of the last arc.
Gosh,
We were
yeah.
hinting at that, and I guess what Vora and Yagurath would have been the beginning of essentially the Yagurath arc, this big hungering maw thing. And from that story was, big villain story, big monster story, kaiju story. And then we see the realm from all these different perspectives. Now, their squabble looks not that important because the realm itself is under threat, but they still have, there's still factions. And what Octavia was our first one, right?
Yep.
She was like the
Yes.
commander, and her faction, she was representing the magistrate, but also the people who would rush at the fight and say, we need to stop this now because we know what happened in other timelines where they just let it go through before anyone can do anything about it. It took forever, whereas Octavia said, well, face this head on. I don't care if you're my enemy. And that's, both a representative of the magistrate, but also a representative of the realm. That's almost what Valera did.
Yeah.
A century ago or whatever, forming the paladins against the previous
Right.
scourges.
Absolutely. It's one of those things where even with all the things with warders, we have talk of this darkness, and it's definitely with Yago, we're pointing to the stands early on, just wait. And then as soon as you get Vora and Yago, it's just kind of an answer to kind of everything that Atlas was also kind of adding on top of that.
Right.
And then you get kind of this fallout with the Maw is here and it's tearing through the realm, and under the magistrate can so easily kind of be reduced to this kind of bumbling kind of Saturday morning cartoon evil organization. But when you talk about the crystal conflict, there's sides to it that
Right.
there could be a conversation.
Muchísimo relleno,
But
Yerma.
with Octavia, you're
Sorry,
presenting
chicos,
sort of
ahí
face
ya casi llego,
the
¿eh?
magistrate, where everything's in disarray, everything's in chaos. You have gibbering maws of flesh that are just rampantly consuming parts of the realm. And
I hate it when that happens.
I know it's awful.
It's the worst.
But then,
You gotta remodel.
but then you've got
Yeah.
a standing member of the magistrate military, who kind of steps up, whether kind of in defiance of her more conservative or timid military leaders, or just out of the sense of duty to the realm. But she galvanizes kind of the magistrate forces, and essentially establishes a front against the Maw.
Right. She's not the opposite of Corvus, but she was another angle of the same magistrate who
Another
are both
facet, yeah.
doing something. Corvus doing something for the magistrate, her doing something for the realm through the magistrate. And then we see that in other characters like Vatu kind of represented the South Continent, especially, the Steppes and the Thousand Hands Guild, but he kind of represents the South Continent and the Squadron, which largely were from the South Continent as well, giving us this perspective we haven't really seen much of because the fight moved to the Shattered Desert, but the Shattered Desert didn't participate much in the game so far because, they didn't participate in the Paladins. They didn't need to.
Yeah.
And it's something I like about we're talking about kind of different perspectives, and is being able to tell a story that has kind of a looming or an overarching story. You have this threat of Yagurath, and then we're able to shift the minute focus from Octavia, from the magistrate. The magistrate's not all bad, right?
Yeah.
Or to Vatu, and by extension the Squadron, with still that understanding that we're still talking about everything with respect to this greater
Right.
conflict, this greater story that we're telling, which I think provides a lot of depth to the individual stories as well.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, this is a big, huge bad, right? It's not just going to affect the two sides
Right.
that we had already really... This gave a great opportunity to deep dive deeper into, the Squadron and, possibly, we'd hinted at it, before a little bit, but, with Vatu, we did get to deep dive a lot more than we had before.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, I think Vatu is really cool because within Evil Mojo, there's a lot of people who are thousand hands when.
Yeah.
What are we gonna do?
Thousand
But
hands
there's
when.
also we want Squadron, we want. There's all these disparate elements that kind of culminate and come together, and for Vatu, it was just we know exactly, everything just kind of so neatly fell into place, and you have kind of this folk hero, well, not even folk hero, because Tiberius is kind of I'm the hero guy, but with Vatu, it's almost kind of what like Squadron mothers would tell their children.
Right. In
Or
the
kind of
shadows.
The legend.
Or as like, you know, like any oppressed or any community that's kind of in dire need, like, you know, just kind of but underneath like a snare and like a glare is just like, you know, like the shadow, like Vatu is watching, and it's like a threat that, you know, an outsider might consider empty until, you know, you're in a dark alley and you look across and you see this horned figure kind of staring you down. And man, like Vatu is just cool.
Yeah, I mean that's his thing, right? He's your edgelord, badass, cool ninja, but also he has a different presentation of like that badass character in that he has a pretty altruistic goal. The means by which he does it may not be so clean looking, and it's another like it's not just like a one-sided character.
No.
In contrast, almost to like Corvus, who is a really cool character, who does his best and he does some cool stuff, but he's also not quite as much of a badass.
Right.
He he ends up sometimes doing some things that maybe he shouldn't, or even other ninja archetypes like Koga, right?
Yeah,
Right.
Koga, like, because Koga is so, you know, thousand hands, like, at the beginning.
Right. Yeah.
So, like, it was nice to bring in Vatu because Vatu was affiliate, but not, like, underneath, right?
Yeah. He worked for Zin, but like he arguably is as strong as he could pick his missions.
Right.
And it was a mutual relationship rather than like, you know, a teacher-student as it was with Koga.
Teacher-student
Yeah.
are like,
Yeah. If Fatu said no, I'm not going to do that, Zin's going to be like, okay.
Yeah.
So it's like,
I guess not. Then.
all right,
Like,
boss, like, that's you.
And then
Thanks, bro.
we still have that tied back to like we see Vora in his trailer, and then like in Ray's trailer we see Yagrath, and this threat is still poking its head in. I wish we could just turn the camera on Yagrath and
Across
just
the
see
realm,
all
yeah.
the stuff she's been doing from the southern continent all the way to Crosswind Hold. But then Ray peppers in with like a little bit of House Ico and like what the Frozen Tundra sort of groups are doing in this time, which is
Yeah.
I think
And
kind of waiting, right?
us finally defining the realms, like, layout, I think has
Right.
also really helped the lore
Yeah.
Yep,
because
that map was.
yeah, Jeff,
Thank you, Jeff.
thank you,
did the
Jeff.
map. And Alex did the
And
original
Alex,
2D
yeah,
map. Thank
Alex
you.
did the
you,
original,
Alex.
and
That
then
was
Jeff
awesome.
made the beautiful one.
I love that.
Yeah, but like it helped inform. Again, we started in Shattered Desert, then we got Thousand Hands, and then we moved upwards, and that's when we hit the Frozen Tundras and
Yeah.
Bullet Pori, and thus into House Ico.
Yeah, we get a little bit of that House Ico in there, seeing what Khan and Leon are doing, because they're obviously really popular. People like them. And
A ver,
we
chicos,
just haven't
déjenme
seen
probar
House
la
Ico
cámara,
in a
a ver
bit. And
cómo
we
nos
haven't seen
vemos.
Bullet Pori in a bit either. And it's a way that we can say, yeah, she's a new character. Here's a fun trailer. She's full of personality.
Hoy tengo mis luces
We're all kind of fans
prendidas
of Ray 'cause
en
we all worked on
blancos.
her.
Yep.
Yeah.
But then, like, we can also pull in.
Here's that tie-in.
Yeah, we can pull in
Yeah.
these other stories. and
Color
make
blanco,
you
¿cómo
go,
ven?
Oh, how does she
¿Cómo me
react
veo?
to Khan? How does she react to Leon? How does she react to Moji?
¿Está muy
And
iluminada
how
o
does
se
she
ve
react
bien?
to this world? And to Yagrath.
And with House Ico, like those, that's an ambitious group. Like
Right,
Leon's sights are set, you know, like towards grander things.
Vamos a ver si
And,
podemos
you know,
descartar
She probably wants the seat
destacar
on
un mensaje
Magistrate.
ahorita.
She probably wants to be in charge.
You know, probably, and I think, you know, I think as we were kind of working on Ray, it's just like, you know, yeah, Ray recognizes this, like greatness recognizes greatness,
Right,
in
yeah.
some ways, but you know,
She has her own
it's like
ambitions.
as like
Déjenme-
Leon kind of continues her ascension,
Necesito hacer algo rápido.
like Ray being a part of that, you know, what's her goal? What's
Les
her,
quiero mostrar
what's her,
los horarios, a ver si los
endgame for
encuentro
this?
de manera
And
rápida.
Leon, you know, potentially wants to unseat Karn and kind of like
Right.
really potentially. And
That would be
Have
her
all
like
the
and her
power.
dream, right?
Who's Karn? Karn was
Aquí están,
one
miren.
of the OG paladins. This incredible like.
Lo
mage and
importante,
wizard.
chicos, es a esta hora, a las 3
For Ray,
p.m.
that's like,
Es
I wanna
tiempo
be
del
him.
este, ¿vale?
Yeah.
you know,
wanna be the
I want to
Yes.
be the Archmage.
Yeah.
I want
wanna be
control
the
of the archive
Archmage.
so I can just learn.
Déjenme, voy a guardar la
Somebody says
imagen.
like high mage. It
Right.
should be Ray.
High Mage Ray.
That
Yeah.
is her goal. Yeah, and
it's just like I'm brilliant. I make this look easy. I've innovated. I'm a virtuoso in the field of magic and the arcane. Like
Y se
I use
las
my
voy a
hands to cast
postear.
magic.
I
Right.
know I don't need a
I don't need
scepter.
a staff or a scepter or
yeah.
whatever.
So
Yeah.
like their, you know,
La tengo que modificar un poco.
collaboration just made sense as far as we were making the lore because
Que
they
quede
were
cuadrado.
aiming their goals together came hand in hand.
I think that's one of those relationships where everyone was like, okay, yeah, that makes
that
sense.
works.
Yeah.
It clicks, it tracks, it fits.
And then we even got to play with some fun little interactions, like the great with Leon and Ray, and also the strong silent Khan who's a little bit bumbly,
A little
with
bit. Ray
the
pokes him a bit.
It's like
Yeah.
stop dodging my healing.
Yeah.
Or like, here, hold my books.
Right.
That kind of thing could be fun.
Hippity hoppity.
Coming for that property.
And then the other side of that, we've seen like the established forces. Of course, there's plenty of houses and different people with dogs in the fight versus Yagrath, but there's always the mercenaries, the Knessas, and people who might join a faction just to get ahead somehow, Vivian, or work as a mercenary, and Sati was definitely like that bounty hunter, that mercenary.
Yes.
Even in this time of like, the realm's getting destroyed, she still has, her rich taste.
Yeah.
Right.
She
The
still
realm's
has her
always
Still
civic-
got to pay
destroyed,
bills,
Right.
get that cheddar.
Yeah, her existence is
Get
still
that
her
bread.
existence, regardless of everything going on.
She's still going to need the best of the best. And how else except to make more money. So
Right. There's still other groups going. Like even with Yagrath as this ever-present threat, we see it on camera as like the threat, but like the realm's a massive place. It's
Yeah.
continuous.
Ahí voy, chicos, si ven que se traba,
Yagrath only
es que
exists in a massive
estoy
problem across
queriéndoles
the world
hacer
right
una
now.
imagen.
Well, Sati is still doing stuff elsewhere in the
Yeah.
realm, and she kind of represents those other sort of mercenary or neutral or kind of working with a faction,
Yeah.
that doing the Maeve thing and working with a different
Your
faction.
ground level characters who they're still brigands going around stabbing people.
Yeah.
There's still
Right.
everyday problems on top of them all.
those darn
I mean,
brigands.
not everybody can be the son of Karn.
No.
Yeah.
Right.
How about that?
Very few people.
And then on I guess the opposite side of Sati, you had a huge part in
Imagínense,
Azan.
este chiste nos va a durar, no manches,
like-
hora y media va a
Yagrath
durar
has
estar
been
viendo
this threat
estos
for this
inútiles.
entire arc. And I think we kind of
Transmisión en
respected
vivo
that
hasta
by
las
bringing her back
10:30.
and showing, yeah, she's still here. She's still here.
Right.
It's been like a year in our real time, so it's been a long time in
Yeah.
the realm's time of her existing, moving upwards, and then Azan was going to be the big like that was the realm was just holding her, but they were
The
still
apex,
falling back.
the culmination. Yeah. Azan provided a really unique opportunity to kind of showcase the culmination of this, I think, really successful story arc we've been talking about for the last few minutes, right? Yagrath over time, but also to provide I'm going to use the word like stat squish or something. Almost a way to showcase that, yes, we have been building up this huge threat, but that's like, where can you go from there? Is it just, okay,
Van a
well,
ver
let's-
otra cosa más,
the
chicos, el
bigger-
post de la
the bigger
comunidad,
worm is gonna
¿vale?
eat the smaller Yago, you
Yeah.
know?
Right.
So Azan is Realmer.
Lo podría hacer
in the sense
desde el
that,
celular, pero
you
me
know,
voy a
part
tardar
of
un
the
poco más. Denme un
greater realm
segundo.
versus Yagrath, who's kind of an extra
Ay,
realmer,
Dios.
extraterrestrial threat, and he can kind of put Yagrath not quite like in her place, but in context, I guess,
Right, yeah.
to a greater story. And so Azan himself was the efforts of many people on the team. It was really awesome working on him. And we started off with this kind of complex and deep story, like what if a lot of people were clamoring for Pyre? What if we had, how do we address Yagrath as a threat? How do we deal with, that stat squish of the story, so to speak? How do
Y
we
les voy a subir una
handle that?
imagen
And the biggest thing
que
for
me la
him
robé
is
de
we
la
wanted it to
página
be
de...
something that, like I said, put in perspective this giant threat, but wasn't just a
Ahí les
Deus
pueden
Ex
consultar,
Machina,
chicos, los
sudden raid.
horarios, ¿vale?
Okay, Worm's dead. The good guys win,
Yay.
and now what? So to that end, we kind of had a little bit of nuance, and I know Jacob, all of us spent you in particular, Jacob,
O
spent
sea,
a
para que
lot of
vean,
time.
también se los voy a
And we
compartir
have some
por...
really cool ideas. I don't know who's
Discord.
ready for these ideas. It's really cool.
Y
A lot of
aquí
time
también la
writing,
descripción del video,
this
déjenme le
really
modifico.
interesting,
Esto
next
se va a
arc,
tardar
I guess,
hora
so
y
to
media de
speak, starting
estarlos
with-
viendo aquí
starting
echando
with,
cháchara, chicos,
Azan's
¿vale? Es
arrival.
como la
I will say,
introducción.
for those wondering,
Mucho bla bla
Yagrath
bla.
is not
Sí,
like
no, Víctor, es
completely
hasta
dead
las...
gone.
Yeah.
3 de la tarde, tiempo del este. Aquí en México es a las 2 de la tarde, o sea, en 12, en 3 horas. En 3 horas todavía le falta para que inicie lo bueno, ¿vale? Pero bueno, aquí vamos a estar. Yo voy a estar desayunando un ratito. Ahorita voy por mi juguito, después voy por mi cafecito y bueno, aquí tranquilamente hasta que inicie eso, ¿vale? No me voy a desgastar mucho la voz tampoco porque va a durar la presentación pues bastantes horas. Elton Barrios, muchas gracias por la sub.
So that kind of thing is both really cool and provides a backdrop for some of the really cool stuff we have coming out soon. Kind of refocusing on.
No puedo modificarlo desde aquí,
I'm
pero
not going to say smaller scale, but almost more human-centric conflicts.
It's the champions again.
Exactly, it's the champions.
I mean,
it's not the giant space worm.
Yeah, it's not, we had the Ios and the Genos and the giant space worm, and it just keep growing.
¿Qué onda, Plasma?
A god. What's greater than a god? A worm.
La transmisión durará hasta la madrugada.
Like god beasts and like divine.
Ay, maldición. A ver, déjame pongo mi Discord en el segundo monitor porque se me
It's
está
kind of in pieces, and relationships are kind of recontextualized. Like,
me está trabando.
well, not all the previous issues were resolved, like with the crystals and everything kind of drove the conflict.
The conflict's still there.
It's still there. Like that's still, those problems are still going to be divisive and lead to dissension between the factions. But having endured and gotten past the maw, like suddenly it's just like, well, where do we stand? Like,
right. Yeah. Do people what side do you stand on now? Because the sides are going to be a little bit shaken up.
Right.
We'll probably still see something similar to what we have now, but then also new champions emerging because we just had conflict. Are they emerging from like the places that weren't touched by Yaggorath? Say the frozen tundra probably didn't get much Yaggorath activity, or did they come from the fight itself? Did they then rise up, say even form their own house, just like in the past with the paladins facing a big fight? These people just faced a big fight, and the champions from that conflict rise up and become their own named people.
Right. Shifting within factions, between factions, being able to tell those stories, same old, not necessarily same old, but similar ideas.
Nomás necesito modificar una cosita más, chicos.
Faces, new motivations,
una
new
cosita más.
Focuses in a way that's
¿Qué onda, Tito? ¿Qué onda, Fernando?
History kind of does that on its own, where
the wheel turns.
The wheel turns, and we'll still have
a breeze,
conflict. Yeah.
Yeah, and I do want to say before we, I think we're winding down on the Yaggorath arc, but before we stop talking about Yaggorath and Azan, I do want to point out that something that is really important to keep in mind is that Azan, I thought this was very important to emphasize, that Azan is not just your, good guy comes in, saves the day, we're all good, haha.
Right.
He cares, and in a sense, the Pyre in general cares a lot about
Déjenme, voy por mi juguito, chicos.
So he came down and slapped Yaggorath.
Este cotorreo que estamos viendo ahorita, el podcast aburrido, va a durar hasta las... Ya ahorita, creo, a las 11:30, en 20 minutos se acaba, si no me equivoco.
Idiot Corvus summoned an Abyssal
He's still
Lord.
alive,
He's still here. Like, what are you guys doing? If you don't get your stuff together, then I'm going to do what I did to Yaggorath, but, like, to everyone.
Right.
I think it's one of those things where, like, in Atlas's timeline, like, where was Azan? Well, like, in Atlas's timeline, Corvus was unopposed, and when he got to the Shattered Desert, essentially opened the floodgates, and the Maw just went rampant. There was no time to react or galvanize.
Something wrong.
There was no time for an Octavia to rise up. And
I mean, it happened largely because there was no fight there. There was no eye on that place. Corvus was unopposed. Didn't need to summon Rom. That was never even, the Abyss didn't really have that power grab there.
Abyss.
So it's one of those things where, like Azan or like the powers of the Pyre are kind of sitting in their thrones, like kind of staring down and being like, well, the Abyss doesn't have it, so.
Right. In a weird way, Azan's not here to save the realm. He's here to save the realm versus the Abyss. And in this timeline, the Abyss is like, well,
it's free real estate.
Yeah, the realm and Yago are fighting. We can step in
right
against both of them. And Azan realizes that and says, if you fight Yaggorath, because you're on a losing battle, he's just a tipping point. If you keep up this fight, the realm, or then the Abyss could come back.
Yeah.
And Azan's saying, no, you've got bigger fish to fry.
Mm-hmm. And fry them, or I'll fry you.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
All right. You want to dip into some personal favorites at the table?
Oh my goodness. I have
We're
so
all going to talk about Torvald.
Yeah.
I have so here's my Torvald
Have you seen
headcanon.
Berserker Torvald? I wrote that voice pack. I did that with intention.
I know the guy who sculpted Torvald's,
Ooh.
like Berserker Torvald's nipples. It just zoomed right in there. It's like,
Are we allowed to say nipples?
are we?
It's like somebody walks behind you in the office. You're like, Matt, what are you doing? It's like,
Zoom out, zoom out,
these
zoom out.
these need to be perfect.
Matt, this isn't even your character. Why do you have this file open? It's like, oh, no reason.
No reason.
I think there's a. I mean, there's
Me lo regalaron,
like
Tito, esa
passion
soup.
behind all this lore stuff because we all have our own
Yeah.
our own jobs as well, and I think we're passionate about it because our jobs overlap. Like animation's all about personality. There's animation is so much more than just a trigger pull.
Por lo menos lo que vimos en el PTS, la verdad que yo no lo vi tan divertido, chicos. El nuevo modo ese de juego que a mí se me hizo pues no muy divertido, ¿saben? O sea, déjame ver qué hay en Twitter. Vamos a ver si hay algo más. Podcast Live Now, o sea, eso es showcase. Y es que saben que lo malo es que van a mostrar I mean, there's Mighty de todo eso, pero bueno.
But the idea that there is something greater with the Squadron, and like we've gone through and come up with the deities, and like each one, like the frog is represented in our game through one of our characters. It's, I think, kind of obvious who it is if I say it's about
Make
growth
Paladins
and pride
great
and
again
renewal for the Squadron. And if you look at Frog Isle, it's very much a revelry kind of space.
Wow,
versus-
tengo una miseria de
versus, like,
puntos.
Wakono, who is a Squadron deity for like sorrow and revenge, and like the long gone, and but still taking the lesson from the night, things like that. Then we have a character representing the jaguar. That's like
Satis
kind of
está muy
like
rota
the
ahora
ancient
mismo,
one,
¿qué,
hiding in
chicos?
plain sight sort of thing, and also like kind of seeing the
Ayer me
truth as
metí
it
un
is,
arranque,
seeing
tipo
the-
la
having
baneé,
the foresight
que por cierto
of
fue
what
una
it is. And
experiencia
then our very
horrible,
first
la arranque.
Squadron-related deity,
Ay, traigo un gallito
turtle,
aquí.
which is about perseverance, like the action now, and that kind of thing. And like, there's a whole
Fuck.
document about like the
O
deities.
sea, se
and
me
then
está haciendo junto con
fifth
los
deity
cascos.
that
Miren.
we haven't, that we may or may not see
Dun, dun.
anytime soon, but we have it existing of like this entire group of people.
Bueno,
where
voy a
they
tener que
exist,
salir así.
and their home, and the fact that at one point in time the enchanted forest spanned from west coast to east coast, and now is just this bubble here, I guess, kind of into the swamps as well.
Tragic.
And there is a connection between the Squadron and nature.
Ah, ya
That's
se cambiaron la
not
toma.
a mistake when we made the map of. we
Oh,
have
miren,
a
ahí están los
Cypress
cuadros
here,
de cuando
and
se
the
jugaba
Squadron
Paladins
is kinda related, right?
competitivamente.
Well, they are.
Se ve
in their own
mi
ways.
mi
And, like,
bolita del
there's
mouse,
so much
así se
stuff
ve.
behind the scenes that,
Miren,
like,
aquí está
I was trying to
la
bring to the game,
antigua
but you
esta
just need the right
community
opportunities to
manager.
say, hey,
Exactly.
Vatu is a character
Este es el
where
equipo de
he says,
C1,
well,
si no me equivoco, en el que
these
estuvo con
people here,
Vex
and
y
we
eso.
can talk about them, and then maybe in the future we
No,
can
ya
talk
qué
about
tiempos,
that.
todo
Yeah.
eso ha muerto.
Because I mean, we want to be, we are limited in a way in the impact that we can provide, but we want it to be as impactful as possible. So if somebody just tweets out like,
¿Qué
"Oh yeah,
onda,
here's the
bromas?
fifth Squadron deity, here you go." Then,
Fíjense
like,
que eso
what do
de
you
que no
do?
haya competitivo
There's
también
no
está así
promise there, so it
como...
doesn't feel consistent.
La verdad sí le baja bastante
presentations
impacto a
poor.
este
If you
juego,
put
chicos.
that in front of like a judge in like a cooking show, they'd like.
Siento
it's
yo
like,
que
what
los
is this?
aspectos
It's
competitivos
a
de un
paper
juego es lo
plate.
que...
Come on, it's like you gotta dress it up. You gotta put the
Yeah.
glaze on it. you
Lo
gotta
que
get the
motiva
garnish,
luego a la
you
gente a
gotta put it
mejorar,
on
así a ponerse
the
chidos.
social media. It's like,
Like,
Ah, ayer me
we-
estuve
we
echando
try
unas
to flip that
partidillas
stuff,
porque
like the
estuve
burrows. We've known
jugando
about the Lepori
para
burrows for a
sacar los
long time.
cristales
The nature of them,
y es
they're shifting
increíble
and
lo
they're
rápido
things
que
like that.
la
And we got to talk about
que
it
la
in
gente
the
chilla y se
trials.
decide ir a FK así en
Yeah,
cosa de
the
nada,
trials
o sea,
was-
yeah,
And
yeah.
that was long before I think we even decided that Ray was Lepori.
o sea, en
We
menos de
had
2 minutos
a
ya
piece of
tienes
that
una
because
FK que
we
se
had
fue
this stuff in the back of it.
intencionalmente, o
We
sea,
talk about all of it all the time.
And I mean, we don't want to.
¿Se te
like,
filtró
come
el
out and,
Facebook?
like, define a bunch of stuff.
no es
either,
privado,
right.
Casper, es
I think
que
it's, like, a
nada más no lo
layer of the
utilizo
game.
ya
It's so
ese
much
Facebook,
fun.
nada más
It's
lo
fun
hago
for us
por
to see that
nomás.
people take what we do, hint
Right,
at,
yeah.
and run with it.
Yeah.
Right? Again,
Yeah.
to fan arts, comics,
Mm-hmm.
fan fictions. Like, it's so... Like, we have a bunch that we have planned in the back that we have to lay out to, identify champs as they come out. But, like, we also want to keep it flexible so that our players get to have some fun with the lore as well.
If we say this is the way it is and it's exactly this way, then that takes a little bit of the fun out of the what if. And the what if is a lot of power.
Discovery.
So. It's definitely one of those things where, like, at some points we're constrained by kind of the kind of game that Paladins is, being like a hero shooter. You know, and sometimes it's like, man, we wish that we could just share all this stuff that we have. But
el mío es que...
Like, you know,
cuando busqué la página de Sleepwalker, pero es un Facebook que tengo 46 amigos, o sea, no tiene nada de interesante ahí.
And I kind of like it akin to like a fighting game, where like you've got like seconds in some cases to kind of register who is this character. You know, you look at Fernando, Knight, Shield, Flamethrower. And
no importa, Casper.
Animation informs that even more, and you've got like we got like well over 50 at this point.
Right.
And each one is like so distinct and unique, and I genuinely, it's one of my favorite parts of the game, is just how wild our cast is.
No, estas horas se hubiesen tomado un café antes de iniciar su podcast, no manches, o sea, what the fuck.
Like Rise of Furia.
Si ellos están durmiendo, imagínense uno.
I love Furia a ton, but I gotta say, like, one of my favorite things in our game is Furia's weapon inspect. She looks at her sword and she kind of opens the locket. Like the moment I saw that, like when she's like looking.
Fíjense lo que están hablando, que es una de sus cosas favoritas del juego es cuando Furia inspecciona su arma. No, pues wow. Voy a hacer un video sobre eso, banda. Se viene un nuevo video, O de su... O sea, se me hace que estos güeyes se amanecieron y dijeron, güey, ya es el podcast ahorita. ¿Qué hablamos? No, pues lo que sea, que no más. Ni siquiera prepararon un tema o algo, o sea.
It's the complexity of the actual characters, as if they were, not quite as if they were real, but as if they were real people.
Yeah.
And for me, you know, part of what I do for my job is I try to create a player fantasy as you're playing the character. So like Vatu, I think, was very successful in that he is a ninja, and he's hypermobile. You know, he has things that kind of...
O sea, tremendo podcast, chicos. La parte favorita del juego del pelotudo que está ahí al fondo es cuando Furia inspecciona su arma. Chingón.
Especially for me, I guess one of my favorite parts is the voice packs. So for a lot of the champions that
ahorita vengo, chicos. Voy por mi desayuno.
I've been able to write voice packs or even skins. Like writing the Pandemonium Vatu skin was a lot of fun. People, I showed people, or I had them listen to the audio for the auditions, and they were like, "That made me uncomfortable."
Yeah.
Matt, actually,
that was me. I was like,
I sent it to you, Matt. I was like, "What do you think of this audition?" He's like, "You said like that made me uncomfortable." I'm like, "Excellent. Then it's working. It's working
in a good way."
In a good way.
I had my finger on the call button for HR. I was like,
where did you get this audition? What did you tell the voice actor to get this audition? But being able to write essentially. Write the character into being with the voice lines, and say, you know, Corvus and Myrnos and Pandemonium Vatu and Azan and all these characters. You know, I have some idea in my head of this. How would they react? How would they talk? How would they act? How would they speak? You know, just everything. And then being able to write those lines, and then being able to work with the actors to say essentially like, oh, yes, exactly right. Do that exactly. And then to see that in game or hear that in game is just, I think that's my favorite part.
Yeah.
Well, we're about to hit the end of time. We want some questions in, I guess.
Community questions.
Let's go.
I do love the community.
Yeah, we did get some from the community. I guess just continuing on Squadron. I mean, where are the other Squadrons? Do they even exist besides the ones we know about?
Ooh. I think with the champions in our game, like, we know there's other elves, there's other people. The champions are the ones that stand out. And the Squadron for a long time have not wanted to stand out. Talus being the exact opposite, by being a Squadron that wants to be proud of it. Vatu's still kind of hidden. He's a legend, and some people may not even believe he exists. Will we see other Squadron? Maybe. And as far as where they come from, we know they're in Crosswind Hold. They're kind of in the more hiding areas. They probably have some connection to Thousand Hands Guild, and, well, there are Squadron homelands that they fled at one point, but there's nothing to say that they haven't come back to that place. Right. So
by necessity, they've had to move from you know, not some centralized location.
Unwilling nomads as opposed to like Tigrons.
Right.
Still there though. Still out there.
Yeah, absolutely.
We had another one that was fun. We hardly know anything about BK aside from the fact that he is the king of bombs.
Bomb King is the king of bombs. I wrote that. I do not regret writing that tidbit.
En la inspección de Furia sale la foto de Ceres y Furia. Oh, ya. No sabía eso, Zeus.
Bomb King's a lot of fun. So I think most of...
Reaccionando a las armas de cada campeón.
BK shirt.
¿Qué onda, Salazar? Nos callamos un ratito porque voy a desayunar,
most
chicos.
Most of what we have player facing for Bomb King, I think, is essentially he
no,
is a
chilaquiles
bomb
con huevito.
that was commissioned
Esto de aquí se llama virote o bolillo.
Essentially, like
chilaquiles hay en todo el mundo, ¿no?
Designed Bomb King, but couldn't make him, and essentially commissioned him from a
no, de hecho no.
Beautifully and wonderfully.
Los chilaquiles son como unas tortillas fritas
of continuing her
con una salsita, miren, o sea. No, sí, es algo acá de México, de hecho.
Tragically backfired.
Oh, yes.
Porque viene de tortilla de maíz y pues eso nomás lo hacemos acá.
Blown up. And now he you know, wanders his kingdom, which happens to be, you know, everything. So,
everything the light touches.
Everything the light touches is yours, Bomb King.
I don't know how much more we could talk about Bomb King right now.
Yeah.
But don't worry, stay tuned.
Dun, dun,
Let me
dun.
see more about it.
Dun, dun.
So we have another question in Spanish, I believe. ¿Qué hizo Octavia exactamente contra Yagurath? Which would be, what exactly did Octavia do to Yagurath? We see her in the trailer. Like what did she? How did she play into
pointed
that?
at him and was like, bang,
Bang.
and then
Yeah. At a high level, Octavia helped solidify resistance against Yagurath. If you're asking specifically about the trailer, that's like half and half unification and a representation of one Yagurath, right?
Right.
One of the worms getting ulted. But at a high level, she kind of helped provide that front of everyone. Okay, this is actually a threat to the entire realm. Let's focus on that.
Yeah. As they fell back, Octavia was still at the front lines.
Right.
And that's why Yagurath didn't
Ordered
go
retreat.
everywhere.
Right.
There was resistance the entire way. Yeah. That's a good question. You have time for more?
Yeah, I know we had one about the pyre, and I can't find it because I'm a blind.
Wait, there's one that says, who can challenge Makoa? The answer is, you can. I believe in you.
I believe in you.
Not really, though. Actually, it's a terrible idea.
Do not challenge
But
Makoa.
you have the capacity to challenge him. What happens after that?
The real Makoa is the friends we made along the way. Really.
Truly.
Anyone can challenge Makoa, but that doesn't mean you'll be successful.
Right, you can challenge.
just challenge.
You can challenge him once.
Right, yeah.
Just maybe
Make
not
it count.
twice. Yeah.
Estoy hablando solo, pero bueno.
Magnus have the same power comparing with Azan or not?
Another pyre question. Okay, so Azan is not like the pyre, the pyre god, but he is one of the longest living or existing pyre entities. And so in that case, I'll briefly mention that Magnus is not like explicitly real. Magnus is an opportunity to say, what if Corvus? Yeah, Magnus isn't real. What?
He's real to me.
He's real to me. What if Corvus took the pyre route rather than more abyssal flavor? But that being said, as one of the oldest existing pyre entities, he would probably take precedence or be slightly more powerful than younger existences like Magnus or Furia, who is more recent.
He's not the pyre, but he's probably among the pyre's most
He's
strongest.
a heavy hitter, yeah.
Because
He's
he's
a
been
heavy
around
hitter,
so long.
yeah.
Yeah, he's been around.
He is
for a while.
eternal.
Well, I think we've hit the end of the lore time.
Time is a human construct. All right.
Goodness. Well,
Gracias a Dios.
Yeah,
Que ya se
I don't know
acabó
about
lo
you, I
de
had
Lore.
fun.
Vamos a ver de qué hablan ahora.
No,
Yeah, okay. Yeah, walk out in the middle. I'm done with these fools. Stop talking, you fools.
all right, but
Gracias, chicos. A los que me
hope you
dijeron
guys
provecho.
enjoyed us and hearing a little bit more about the thought process of as we develop champs and the lore and how it works. And
I hope we'll be excited for what's coming soon.
Yeah,
Send Jacob your fanfics. Send
Yes.
Matt your Fernando fanfics.
and then send everything else to
Send
Kevin.
everything else to me. Hit me up on whatever. Yeah,
Twitter,
just
Discord.
all hours of the night. Just send me everything.
and genuinely, like, for those of you in the community who create fan art or who can kind of contribute towards and get involved with the lore,
I'd love
we see it and we love it, and we may not always get to voice our love and adoration for it, but it means a lot to us, and it's stuff that as developers and creators of Paladins, we share that love as well. And
Absolutely.
so in a way we're kindred spirits.
Yeah.
We love you.
We love you.
and on that note,
Okay.
All right.
thank you guys so much. We
Yep.
will see you next time. Have a fantastic...
Bye, all.
Gracias a Dios, pelotudos. Chicos, se trabó el chat. What the fuck? Will be back en 30 minutos. No se pasen de lanza. Ahorita nos echamos unas partidas en lo que regresan, chicos, para no cortar la transmisión. Pero déjenme termino de desayunar, ¿no? Que 30 minutos, wow. Increíble planeado esto, ¿eh? ¿Qué dijeron interesante en Salazar? Que yo honestamente ni les puse atención.
Pass me the bell. 'Cause I ain't nearly halfway through. Just trying to get over you. And I ain't crying. 'Cause I ain't thinking.
Por lo menos pusieron música, chicos.
I ain't working. 'Cause I've been drinking. Pass me the bottle. 'Cause I ain't nearly halfway through. Trying to get over you. If it feels like something's dragging, it's just me and off the wagon. So pass me the bottle. 'Cause I ain't nearly halfway through. Trying to get over you. I watched the shooting star from the moonroof inside my car and wondered if maybe
Sí, Zeus, nomás déjame. Acabo el chat taco.
think about the love we made and all the words I didn't say. Then I start drinking to keep my mind from thinking. Pass me the bottle. Yeah, 'cause I ain't nearly
Están bien
halfway
chilosos.
through. Just trying to get over you.
Déjenme, voy abriendo el juego.
Pass me the bottle.
Pues toda la presentación tiene copy y bromas. Yo esta vez no estoy monetizando el video ni nada, entonces whatever.
Oh yeah, well I'm not nearly halfway through. Just trying to get over you. Over you.
¿Cuál era tu tag, Zeus, para invitarte? Ese te lo cumplo en los 1v1s contra subs, bromas. En estos días les voy a avisar. Quiero hacer un 1v1 contra subs. Y el que me gane, o sea, vamos a hacer varios 1v1, ¿saben? O sea, uno contra uno, o sea, van a participar pues muchos. Y los que me ganen se van a llevar cofrecito. Y ese día, si quieres, nos vamos el 1v1 contra Macoas. Va a ser al azar. Va a ser al azar en cuanto a roles. O sea, va a ser rol de healer, rol de flanco, rol de daño. Pero a ti te doy ese. O sea, a ti te aseguro el de contra de Macoas. Lo mismo que el mío, Nemesis, inicié a la misma hora que ellos. No sé cuánto llevamos, como 30 minutos, una hora a lo mucho. A ver, vamos a echarnos 2 partiditas de matanza, chicos, de mientras. Me gustaría dejar la ventanita esa del showcase en chiquito, fíjense. Déjenme ver si puedo modificarla rápidamente. Así la voy a dejar. A ver, Zeus ya estará conectado. Está el broma. Si quiere jugar, lo voy a invitar. Vamos a echarnos unas matanzas, bromas. ¿Qué más les dije? A ver, déjenme checo rápido las pruebas. Necesito... Sí, ganar 3 matanzas y hacer una triple kill. Soy ninja viajero. A ver, aguántame. Es que no te tengo agregado. Ninja viajero 457 ninja. De todas maneras nos vamos a echar unas 2 que son las que alcanzan. Ahí lo tengo minimizado abajo de mi cámara, Loquendo. Dieron un break de 30 minutos los desgraciados. Como ves, faltan todavía 24. Ay, se paralizó el tiempo, ¿da? Bueno, de repente se los voy a estar actualizando. Mire, ahorita va del 22 ya. Es que sí, tengo... Ah, no está ya. No sé qué pasó. Tengo que hacer una triple, chicos. ¿Qué onda, Plasma? Pues es la que está en el stream de Twitch, chicos. Yo no la estoy poniendo. ¿Qué onda, Sebastián? Ay, Dios, me hizo un poquito de moco. Mi desayuno estaba muy enchiloso. Pues nosotros vamos a jugar con toda la música, chicos. Así es que si ven que me llega alguien por atrás, porque no escuché. Mi voz se escucha bien, por cierto, déjenme le bajo un poquito a la música. Le voy a bajar a la mitad. A ver qué traen. ¿Qué fue, Shayna? Ni idea, Plasma. Hasta ahí duró nuestra relación ya. What the fuck, no le di. Un touch en manos. Ay, no, me atoré. Ay, no, me quedé atorado. No me acordaba de ese pilar ahí. Tengo el mendigo chino atrás. Te voy a comprar kill to kill porque... ¿Dónde está la Sky? Me la regresó. Sí, Plasma, pues así va a ser ya el futuro. Wow. No. La serie se va a matar en el fuego. Fuck, me estorbó. Ah, estoy jugando bien mal. Tengo que ganar 3, 2. Y esto ya se ve que no, The fuck? Es que la Tyra es buenilla, o sea, me complica un poco. No, mi equipo está muy tirado atrás, el Khan está todo el rato a un lado, o sea. Sí, Chris, ahorita que acabe esta partida, si es que me estás escuchando. El Vika ya se quedó FK, no manches. Diario es lo mismo en este juego. No se ha trabado el chat, chicos. A ver, alguien manda un mensajito. Que el último que vi fue el de Plasma. No, ya no remontamos. Ah, ok. Hay que marcar en las Sky porque... Uf, cómo me la curan. Me tardé un año matando a Sky. ¿Cuánto queda? 13 minutos, todavía nos echamos otra. A ver, necesito un personaje con el que pueda carrear un poco más. ¿Se bugueó el chat? No, sí está, bromas.
Choose your champion. Rover's my favorite.
¿Qué? ¿La San sigue roto o qué, chicos? Como para este modo. Vamos a probarlo, ni lo he calado. ¿Ya lo nerfearon o el nerf va a ser hasta el siguiente parche? Ni me acuerdo. A ver, espérame. Es que hay una camionetota aquí afuera haciendo ruido. ¿Ya se bugueó esto o qué? Ya nos pusieron las rolitas para echar para reposar el desayuno y echar una siestita, chicos. ¿No inicia esta partida? ¿O se me trabó el juego? Si no, pinta que se trabó. Fuck, déjenme lo vuelvo a abrir rápido. Ahí va, chicos. Les dejé el bot. ¡Venga, Paladins! Uy, no me deja abrirlo. Déjenme... No me deja abrir el Paladin, chicos. A ver, vamos a banear a esos bots en lo que... Ya que no me deja abrir el juego. A ver, vamos a banear a esos bots en lo que... Ya que no me deja abrir el juego. No me deja, chicos. No me deja abrir el paladino. Estaba así, Casper, pero se me trabó todo, se me crashó y ya no me dejó entrar y pues les dejé el bot ahí a los compañeros. Pero no, o sea, me dice... La aplicación se está ejecutando. A ver, déjenme cierro Steam y todo, porque ya vi que es Steam el que está también fallando. A ver, ya me debería dejar. ¿Se escucha la música del juego alta? O sea, ¿ustedes están escuchando el juego? Es que se trabó bien raro, Casper. No sé qué pasó, pero ya me dejó. Era el Steam el que también estaba como trabado. No ha sido posible conectarse a Steam, ok. ¿Están escuchando el juego? ¿En serio? Ahí está, ya me está cargando. ¿Ya perdimos o qué, Zeus? Windows L, lo que pasa que este teclado que tengo... Ya lo estoy abriendo de todos modos, Casper. Este teclado que tengo, los comandos son diferentes porque es un teclado 60%. No jala igual.
I've been wasting my time. I don't know why I can't get you out my mind.
Una canción egipcia, no, esta no es del juego.
Understood the gravity, but you got low sinners. I guess it's better just to live it and forget it than to live it and remember. I've been wasting my time.
Estoy viendo que la cámara de mi de repente se pixelea mucho, ¿verdad? Yo creo que por mi internet. Ah, creíste que era esa la del juego, Casper, no. Pero mira, ya lo intenté abrir y no me abrió. No me deja. Guess if we was putting on the shoulder. Guess we should have tried to take it slow. Guess I let my feelings take control. Más ya faltan 3 minutos, chicos. Ya creo que ya nomás ahorita para ver qué pasó con la partida, pero no, ya está cargando, bromas, mira. Damas, ya vamos a iniciar el showcase otra vez. No pongan F que me asusto, chicos, y pienso que se crasheó todo el directo. Uf, no, pero ¿saben qué? Esto ya está muy trabado. Voy a forzar la salida del paladino porque si no me va a crashear todo. Ya esto es muy malo, chicos. Ya el mendigo juego ya me trabó toda la computadora, ahora sí. Ahí está ya. Ya, whatever. Al carajo con balance. Yo ya, Yerma. Denme un segundo a lo que inicia esto, chicos.
Well, look who we have here. Welcome to the Evil Mojo Design a Champion panel. Thank you so much for joining us. We are going to be doing a quick rundown of what we're doing today, and then we'll hop right into it. But first, let's do some introductions. I am Kevin. My name is Kevin. I go by Nico. I'm one of the game designers for Evil Mojo. I also have joining me Ben. Ben, you want to introduce yourself?
Yeah, sure. I'm Ben. I'm a gameplay programmer on Paladins. Yeah, worked on a few champs, worked on a few not champ stuff.
Ay, sorry, les dejé la ventana pequeña.
Sure, yeah.
Captura de ventana.
I'm Tambo. You may know me by my moniker Strixus. I am the lead QA analyst on at Evil Mojo. I help.
What the fuck?
Find bugs. Work with the team that helps find.
¿Cómo
bugs.
era para que quepa toda?
Pretty sweet. I enjoy it a lot. I'll pass
And then we also have joining us to Jeff.
Hello. I hope I'm not still muted. I'm one of the concept artists. I'll take it by that smile that I'm coming through. Yeah, one of the concept
What's
artists.
that, Jeff? Can't hear you. Yeah.
Damn it. Don't mess with me. You know this is new to me. Yeah, one of the concept artists. So we mostly do skins. Yeah.
¿Y las chicas guapas?
The introductions are done. Yeah, so,
Oh, o sea, ahora tenemos que ver
ver
4 feos y 5 conmigo, no.
He is going to be live concepting the champion that we're going to be making together today. Unfortunately, due to some technical constraints, we're not able to actually show the concept as it's being drawn, but we will, I think, probably have time at the end of the panel to slap it up on stream,
Wow.
and then I will also be, or we will
O
also
sea,
be sending out
neta,
a link
vamos a
to the
hacer esto
document that we're
otra
using
vez, gente.
for this panel so that
Vamos a
everyone
crear
can
un
see it
campeón
all
entre todos,
for
como el del año
posterity
pasado,
to
que
do
no hay ni
but
ni
the
migajas
general
de
gist
que
is
vaya a
that
salir en el
we're
juego
gonna
hasta el
be talking
momento. O sea,
about
ese
kind of,
maldito campeón que hicimos, el de una
aspects
rana
going
ninja,
into designing a champion and then
no hay
kind of seeing
ni
that champion
rastro de la
create
mendiga rana a la fecha.
as we are
Y ahora
filming
vamos a
live,
hacer otro.
a
Y
document
además,
that
por
will essentially
problemas
have all the kind of
técnicos,
basic info
no
that
vamos
we
a
would
poder
include
ver
in
cuando lo están dibujando. O sea,
design. Also, huge shout out to Marion, who will be
la dinámica del año,
today,
chicos.
Via Twitch chat.
Participen en algo que no van a poder ver mientras lo estamos haciendo todos.
For the bigger ticket items.
Chido.
But yeah, we can go ahead and dive right into showing off the empty doc, and then we can get started. As we start looking at this document, Jeff, why don't we talk a little bit about like kind of the beginning steps of a champion, like especially from concept.
Oh man, I didn't know you were going to ask questions.
All right, no,
So-
you know what? We'll give you like 30
No.
seconds, like it's a prep.
No, I'm
As
good.
I
I'm good.
okay,
No
all
sé
right,
por qué
then
se
go,
dieron. A mí
Jeff,
sí me la
go ahead.
dieron. O sea,
I guess it usually starts. I don't know how transparent we want to be, but at like the marketing level, we get numbers back from what has worked in the past or things that people think will do well. And so when we're designing skins, at least that's how it works. With a champ, it can kind of come from you guys, the design folks, or from art director. Anyway, they can come from anywhere.
Excellent. So, as we start out, like coming up with ideas for, what do we want in this champion? Is there a specific art
voy a
direction
estar
we want?
escribiendo un
Is there
poquito de
specific
hate. Lo que
gameplay
estoy
we want?
escribiendo, a ver si me
Kind
deja.
of toss
Sí.
in between. This is in parallel between a bunch of different departments. We have art, we
Estoy
have
poniendo
on the
que
tech
esto es
side,
una pérdida de
this is
tiempo, o sea
feasible,
que ni siquiera
what are
gasten
some
sus
ideas
energías
to
en
start with?
crear el nuevo
you
campeón
all
que nunca va a
are
salir como el de hace 2 años, el de hace 1 año, o sea.
Our guinea pigs, our source for information. And as we run polls, as we source info or ideas from you all, we will take some time while the poll is running to talk about different aspects from programming side, from QA side, as we run through that. So,
A ver, está Gabonet comentando algo, no
I
lo
can't
vi.
hear you.
¿Dónde
I don't know if
está?
we make a duck, but we'll see. So let's
Un
start
B
off with,
también.
we'll leave name.
Gabonet puso una rana
We'll
nomás.
leave name for a little bit later. Let's start with some of the background info, and then actually, let's backpedal very briefly. I do want to point out that all that you see here is not representative of the actual literal process of designing a champion. It's a little bit
¿Qué
of
onda, Alan?
gamification, if you will. This kit that we're going to make together, including the numbers, has not been iterated on or balanced or play tested. So just keep that in mind before you're like, okay, please nerf 2OP. So let's jump into it. What kind of race are we thinking? And I'm gonna, so go ahead and say like what do you think might be
Denme
cool?
cosas
We're gonna,
divertidas para
if anyone
ponerles a
else
estos,
on the
pasarlos
panel has anything
troleando
that they see in
nomás,
Twitch chat that they think kind of jumps out of them, we can then
¿Qué
create a poll with
raza?
maybe the top 4 options. I'll toss a couple down here before we run the poll. I will put Duck in there just for you, Quacky. And then we will run a quick poll between maybe 4 or 5 options, and I'll toss it to one of the other panelists to talk about that, or to talk about a little bit of the champ dead before we run with that. So I see a lot of Duck. Okay, I do see a lot of Duck, so we'll keep that.
I've seen a couple of Orc. I like Orc.
I can remember the Duck.
Since a lot of them would be.
Orc? Yeah, and Jeff, if you want, if there are any where
Yeah,
you're
you know
like,
my
oh please, God no, like, can we not?
Vean cómo los voy a estar
insert
troleando,
something here, then we'll do that.
My preference is.
No sé si alcanzan a ver lo que escribo.
Dumber the better, so
Le estoy poniendo
please Twitch chat.
que Hassan
Lend
ya tiene
yourself to
un
us.
pato en su arma. O sea, porque todo el mundo está escogiendo la raza.
I see
Pero me voy a
Crab,
esperar
I
a
see
que deje el
Shark,
chat de
I see
lanzar
Whale. That might be a
tantos
little bit
mensajes.
tough.
Ah, sí, Yerma, las cuentas hay que volverlas a linkear.
Whale champ.
Yeah.
Love it.
That would be a
I'll
lot.
toss
Right?
skeleton on there. I'll toss dwarf on there.
The
Or
crocodile was really funny.
Crocodile. All right, let's do that.
What? Oh.
All right, so that's gonna close out our options list. So let's go ahead and run a poll, Miriam, if you're able to, between duck, orc, skeleton, dwarf, and crocodile. I think we can do up to 5 options, right? Or am I a Twitch noob?
I was pulling for whale.
Un erizo, no me
You're pulling for
acuerdo cómo
whale?
se
You wanna
dice en
draw a
inglés.
I did the whale mount, so I want to draw.
You did do the whale mount. I love the whale mount. It's so good.
I love the whale
It's
mount.
so good.
We've used the whale mount.
Como quisiera tener muchos puntos ahora mismo en el canal de Paladins para mandarles puro hate.
Because it's so good.
There's actually an ability.
Esto es ridículo, o sea, no ha salido ningún campeón de los que hemos hecho en estos ejercicios de cheat, o sea, ¿cuál es el punto de seguir con esto? O sea, estos... O sea, los de GR son como drogadictos, una cosa así, ¿no? O sea, que diario hacen lo mismo y no sale nada de eso. O sea, no sacan nada de provecho de lo que hacen, o sea, es... Mendiga pérdida de tiempo, les encanta, o sea...
Are we able to see the poll? Am I not, or am I just
Do we
late
have
to
it up?
the game?
I actually don't see if we have one right
Can we run polls
now.
on this channel?
Can't make a poll. Oh no.
Cannot make a poll. All right. I guess we're pulling the classic,
Live
the
troubleshooting. I mean,
loudest. No, go, what's that, Tambo?
Quieren hacer una encuesta de los 5 campeones, las 5 razas que están ahí. De hecho, déjenme hago
All right, so
la cámara un poco
what
más
we
a
can
la
probably do,
porque
yeah,
ahí
what we
les
can
tapo un
probably do
poquito.
is, we'll do the loudest in chat for this one.
Bueno, lo
and
voy a
then we
mover
can
acá.
maybe, can we, Tambo, if you want to handle, do you want to make like
Y no
straw polls or
pueden,
something?
no
We can
pueden
go
hacer la
into the
encuesta
chat.
de un pato, un orco, un skeleton, un duende o un crocodrilo. O sea,
If I can... Hold on 1 second. Duck. I can get one for this one. Crocodile.
una raza de
I
hielo.
see a lot of duck. I see some crocs. Crocs are making a comeback. Not too many orcs. Can Nico be the champ? I love you.
Do we allow multiple poll answers on straw poll? Probably not, right?
No, I think it's just the one poll answer.
Nico, you are a champ. Hope you know that.
Oh shucks, you're gonna make me blush.
El nuevo
The real
chamo, ¿qué es
champion
eso, Alan?
is the friends we make
El nuevo
along the way.
campeón, no, hasta las... Ahorita en 2 horas
If I really-
empieza la
okay,
presentación esa.
Okay, let me revise that. If I really wanted to be, that guy, I could say the real champion is all of you. The straw poll's in the
Posted
chat. Let's
link to the straw poll in
go.
the chat.
We'll set a timer for approximately between 0 and 2 minutes, inclusive, and then we'll go ahead and pick our answer. So, for the next 2 minutes, Ben, why don't you run us
We actually
through?
got a poll up in chat. So.
Oh, do we? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
There's actually a Twitch poll. Let's go.
Yep.
Ya hice la encuesta aquí en Twitch, pero pues ya ganó el pato, de hecho, o sea.
That's a lot of duck.
There's a lot.
Well, I was going to say, while the poll's running, do you want to run us through kind of the, if somebody said to you, hey, we're going to make a new champ, you're on Prague side, what's kind of the first steps for that kind of thing?
I guess the very first step would be usually we have a joint buy-in meeting with design, QA, and programming, and that sort of is what's the feasibility of this. So identify, this could be tricky. We could do this very very easily, or considered this thing is like this other thing. But then I think
O un elefante como el de los Choco Crispies.
design has their
Zeus.
wish list. Usually we say which of these need the most.
Oigan, ¿se cortó la transmisión o qué? De repente se puso el número en 0 y también se desaparecieron.
Obviously, as programmers, we
¿Qué pasó ahí?
finish everything at once. We're doing the abilities sometimes in tandem, but we get things done right bit by bit.
Un elefante rosita como el de los Choco Crispies.
Prioritize the things that design wants. Either thinks is, Kevin, you can be the expert on this, but right, usually programming prioritizes things that design says is core to the feel of the champ, or is most may require balancing or pivots.
Ese champion es tío.
I think that's my answer for the start of the programming.
Makes sense, yeah. And it's about, what's the wish list, and then how do we prioritize what we think is most impactful earliest for the most part. So it looks like our poll did close out with Duck. We are going to be running another poll.
Encuesta actual, roll.
Is up. The poll for roll is up. Support is leading.
Frontline, support, damage, flank. Otra vez frontline, no se cansan estos muertos.
How you would like your
Un
Duck
pato.
to perform in game.
Un pato de daño sería chistoso. De flanco también, pues sí, soporte.
If you want to talk about, so as we start the champion development, at what points and how do you start interacting with the earliest stages and what you imagine the later stages of the champ might be?
So QA is, just based on how design.
It could be
goes out.
Yeah, it could be from QA perspective, or it could even just be from you getting kind of an early insight into what the champion and who they might be within the game or within the gameplay.
Okay, cool. So from the QA perspective, at least, we QA joins we get to participate in the brainstorming phase, helping kind of throw around ideas. And then,
a ver, vamos a ver si tenemos algún emoticón de pato. Tengo uno de Gabonet. Ya no me acordaba que estaba suscrito a Gabonet. Tengo también Tengo también los de Shayna.
Finalizing just a lot of the major aspects. We are not necessarily the only detractors and naysayers, but we get to be like, hey, this is going to be a pain point if you try to design like this because of X and Y reason. For example, with Yagarath, we were like, okay, a character that can't move is really difficult to try to concept in our game, and the idea of full stance swapping with model animations and everything was something that we were like, okay, we really need to take it into account that this character is going to be extremely complex, and we're going to need to run through 2 dozen different scenarios where something could mess with the stance swap mechanic, the form change mechanic on Yagarath. And so that's where we pop back in, and then we work on.
El Paladin se me trabó horrible, Fernando. Es que estamos ahorita haciendo disque un pato, un nuevo campeón, o sea, se me trabó horrible y si lo vuelvo a intentar abrir corro riesgo de que se me crashee la compu y todo. Yo también estoy de acuerdo contigo, o sea, déjame le subo un poquito el volumen de esto porque
We don't want a champion with 4 stances that steals abilities from other champions and also resurrects from the dead. It's cool.
Awesome.
We've done all of them. We've done all of those.
I know.
It's just not on the same character, please.
All of it together at once. All right, so our
Please
poll
no.
did win with a vast 61% majority for your support duck. What a foul outcome, am I right? We are moving on.
If the support duck is bad at healing, would that make it a quack?
That's
Why
right.
am I in this call?
Nos acabamos de levantar casi,
This
amigo.
support's a quack. Can't even heal. All right, so the duck's gonna waddle. Anyway.
Yo ni tengo
All right,
agua
so
para mi
we're gonna do the
cafecito,
same
no
thing we did with the
manches.
race. We are gonna toss out, or I'm gonna collate. Nice big word. We're gonna collate some ideas from Twitch chat. What kind of weapon do we want? And we will run another poll after we get some good ideas.
Además, ya casi, Fernando, ya casi empieza algo. Esto debería durar 1 hora a lo mucho, ¿sabes? El supuesto creación de campeón espantoso esto.
Let's do that real quick. Can we get a quick poll, maybe 30 seconds to a minute of male, female, or non-gender specific? And as we do that, maybe, Jeff, you can talk a little bit about, so are there specific things that you want from a specific team before you start concepting? And do you kind of do like a base level, what's going to happen, and then iterate on that? Like, what are your first thoughts on doing that kind of thing?
The more information is usually beneficial to us, starting with the design of the kit, because I personally like to incorporate like shape language of what they should be doing into the designs. So understanding what their kit is helps. If there's any lore, that helps. But then I guess on the flip side, like if you just want something completely random, like just let us run wild with it.
Muy bien, Pingüi. Pues es que esto se va a tardar, a ver.
So the more information you can hand me, the better. Otherwise, I'm just going to take it and run with it, and you're going to get some weird cactus duck.
I think we're down for some weird cactus duck. Are there ever times where you're just like, I need more info, or can you just kind of run with it, let your mind go wild?
I don't know. I like just running wild with things.
Mail, ya ganó que va a ser un pato.
If there is information and that isn't...
Sí, 1 hora, Fernando, o más.
Fill in the blanks wherever we can. Then that's probably where a lot of backtracking.
¿Es todo lo que queda para Navidad del MSK y esos virus o qué es?
Right. I know we said duck, but can we actually hard pivot?
Yes.
So it looks like our poll...
Marketing said no ducks.
Yeah. Marketing vetoed. It's something else now. Our poll ended with male, so we have a male duck support. We will be moving on real quick to our weapon. What ideas do you have from Twitch chat? I see feathers, eggs, classics, a bazooka, also a classic.
Let me support you with explosions.
Egg bazooka.
I see slingshot. So we actually did like a staff sling type deal for
Bubblegum. La Bubblegum era de la rana.
That's totally a plug. I can get you the link to that if you want. I have the links for all of these. And by the way, let me take that opportunity to say that we will send out a link
No me abre el
to
Discord ahora.
We will send out a link to this doc with everything on it and Jeff's amazing cactus duck concept.
Está muy lento todo en mi computadora
so you can
ya.
Go back and look at it. Egg launcher. So we got feathers, we got bazooka, we got eggs and egg launchers and all that good stuff. Let's get 2 more. I see magic. Could be a magic support duck.
Yeah, I see a lot
and
of
then
bubbles.
I see bubbles. Oh. All right. Let's run with 5.
Dude, a bubble wand is gonna be hysterical. I'm personally
all right. Jeff.
Bubbles. Yeah,
Jeff's pulling for bubble wand. So let's get a poll going with feathers, eggs, bazooka, magic, and bubbles. Thank you all for your...
Definitivo, falta Romanova, Yerma.
Yep, sorry. Tambo, go ahead.
You may need to scroll down very slightly to show all 5 of the weapons. I think on screen it's only showing the top 4.
Yes.
Yo necesito que pase el agua para hacerme un cafecito, chicos.
One more scroll, I think. Thank you kindly. Let me get that.
No me carga el maldito Discord aquí en la computadora ya.
You're good. All right. So, as we are running this poll, why don't we hear again from Ben? So, Ben, if I told you, looks like Bubbles has a fair lead, 120 vote lead. So if I told you, I want Bubbles as an in-hand weapon, what's the first thing that goes through your head? Like, how are you thinking? Let's do Bubbles.
The first thing I think I would ask is what type of
La verdad para mí pinta muy igual, Loquendo, o sea, van a seguir dándoles skins a los mismos campeones, van a seguir sacando campeones cada semana. No sé, yo lo veo como otro año y obviamente lo mismo es peor, ¿sabes? O sea, es malo. ¿Estás tomando un cafecillo, Fernando? Es que no manches, me quedé sin agua natural yo. Necesito que pase el camión que reparte el agua, pues. ¿Qué onda, LM Sky? Si eres un humano, es que...
What kind of bubble is this like? What does it... Is it just constant bubbles? Is it, some characters have chain attacks, right? Left bubble,
yes,
right bubble.
Chicos, soy yo, se cayó Discord.
Yeah.
No me carga ni el celular ni la computadora.
I think, most of, especially the beginning of programming, is just
Parece que sí,
exactly what design's vision is for it. Not to say that design does not rule aside others for input. We change and pivot based on playtests, but as programming, right, I think it's always important what is being asked of you.
Makes sense, and I will take this opportunity as our poll ends with a 52% bubble vote to speak on behalf of design. So if part of the process for us is, do we have an archetype or a feeling, like a game feeling, player fantasy that we haven't hit with a specific champion? Do we want to make a really cool ninja? Do we want to make a big gun? Do we want to make many very mobile, or this champ's gonna fly, or this type of weapon hasn't been done yet? And we kind of mold a little bit of our ideation around that kind of thing. So if somebody came to me and said, "Hey, Kevin, I know normally you come up with some of this stuff, but you're gonna make a duck. It's gonna be a duck support, and they have to have bubbles as an in-hand weapon." My first thought would be kind of along the same lines, Ben. Like, what do these bubbles look like? Do I have one of those glowing bubble wands, and as I swipe it, it sends out a series of three bubbles
¿Va con doble M o con una, chicos?
Is it going to be hit scan bubbles? Are these homing bubbles? Dos, ¿no? Do we interact with the bubbles with other abilities? Is the bubbles like a duck theme? You know what I mean? So I am going to go with. I know there are a lot of ideas in chat, and I like a lot of these ideas in chat for how the bubbles work, right?
Bike rider.
I think it would be cool. Jeff, how do you feel about a wand of some sort, like a blowing bubbles? Yeah. Okay. All right. So, how does the rest of the panel feel about potentially a bubble wand that is like a swipe sideways to send out a chain of multiple bubbles in kind of a row or an arc? How do we feel about that, Ben? Yeah?
Yeah, I like it.
Tambo, thoughts?
The idea of it seems really cool. It feels very evocative of childhood, I guess.
Casi parezco trabajador de high res, ¿no, chicos? Ok, miren. O sea, si me comparo con el que está hasta abajo, el que está hasta arriba, excepto el que está dibujando, que es el que está en tercero en la fila, pues yo también soy de high res, miren, tranqui, así como ese, miren, tranqui. Hasta chela la idea, bro. Dale. Dale. Tú dibujas, sí.
Oh, no, you can use his wings to blow it, or he's got that bill, the duck bill, it looks very blowy.
¿Qué onda, Jordi?
So, I imagine he's either blowing them or flapping at them.
¿Quién es el que está dibujando? Se me hace que ninguno, los cuatro están ahí. No, sí.
bubble wand that looks like a.
Están pelotudeando los cuatro.
Like it's way oversized.
Estamos igual todos.
Yes.
Okay. Very large wand.
Yeah.
We have multiple. Okay, so the cool thing about this champ, going back to the whole, hey, this is not technically how the champ thing would work. There are constraints when we make a champion for the game. There are certain things that we need to keep in mind about the engine, about geometry on maps, if you ever want to do something that interacts with geometry.
Eso no serviría Critical. De por sí estos pobres no tienen para comer si les dejas de comprar.
All of that. So we will go wild, kind of. With this kind of thing. So you know, what's going through my head right now is we have the support duck, we have bubbles. I think bubbles and kind of bird things.
Así estamos, el equipo de JRS, así estamos trabajando para que el juego mejore, chicos.
It's going to brutally murder you with these bubbles.
Tranqui,
sí.
Compren cofres.
So as we talk about other stuff, I'm starting to think about, okay, do we want these bubbles to bounce off walls?
Sí, claro, el matchmaking ya va a mejorar.
Do we put the soap suds debuff on enemies when they're hit by the bubbles?
Bugs? No, ¿cuáles bugs?
So,
Ninguno.
And health is kind of, we don't necessarily need, there's generally a range, especially for per roll basis for health. I see some really chunky health values being thrown out here. I saw one 6,000 HP duck, which I think that is a duck you do not want to see waddling towards you.
Se me trabó la computadora cuando quise abrir el pala, broma, si ya no me está cargando, o sea...
2400 by 100 increments. Let's do that. So 1900, 2000, 2100, 2200.
Ya va a tardar esto mucho, bromas.
Is that 6 values? 2400. You can stop at 2300. It's fine. So typically, you know, what's going through my head is...
A ver, ahí en el Discord puse el horario,
Typically, frontlines have either more survivability mechanics that are not just raw health, or we have more HP.
No me carga el Discord.
Typically are not the squishiest, but are also not super healthy. And this is something also, this and movement speed and all that stuff are things that will...
O sea, este año amanecieron con ganas de perder el tiempo una vez más en un campeón que nunca va a llegar al juego. O sea, ya llevamos una hora que pudieran estar trabajando los modos para nada. Haciendo aquí nada. O sea, literalmente esto es hacer nada, porque estás perdiendo el tiempo nomás.
Reality, like with this duck, it's a bird, it should be really quick. Then we can knock it up or have different mobility values, that kind of thing. So we do have a poll running for Mr. Duckman Health. This will be a quick one. Tamba, how are you feeling right now? What do you think could be the direction for, like, do you think there's a specific theme that's going to work here?
Sí, Francisco.
Maybe a player fantasy?
So the idea of ducks, like, so when I first think of ducks, I think of a very, like, serene...
Sí, Plasma, 1 hora y media es cuando sale todo.
Kind of play into that fantasy is like kind of a
lo chido, pero quiero creer que esta sección se acaba en 30 minutos. Tal vez la siguiente sección está más interesante. A ver, déjame ver qué sigue.
Like rambunctious, ridiculous character. But for me, Duck kind of correlates with like this theme of like serenity.
Lo puse aquí en comunidad del horario.
So, like in theory, one direction we could take with this kit is
panel de diseño en campeón. El cosplay, no, 1000 veces prefiero ver cosplay que esta porquería. Pero eso es en... en 1 hora, creo.
Gives me like a sense of like mischievousness, and so maybe there's like some really fun like you mentioned like soap sudsy things where you could do like slip and slide, like off to an enemy where their movement is very slippery. Kind of like in Smite.
Anda fallando, no deja abrir Discord, ¿ya ves? Sí, no, sí lo noto. De hecho, se me está desconectando por milisegundos. Francisco.
We as a group do when we're iterating on champions too. Design might come up with 3 or 4 different kit pitches with different themes. So this one is the debuff, the sudsy debuff themed kit pitch. This is the bubble champ kit, and we'll get feedback.
No creo Critical, pero tal vez el 1, o sea, el Overwatch 1 sí lo hacen free to play y el 2 pues ya va a ser de pago, ¿no? O sea,
most valuable. So next up we have affiliation. So that typically is your magistrate, resistance,
y luego no me vio cuando streamé con Shayna Kitty.
The obvious choice here is nature. You know, best friends with Grover, right? Like hangs out in Grover's branches or whatever. But I think we have other options. We'll just toss some quick ones out here since we want to move on to the actual kit as well. But so I'm going to toss nature in there.
O sea, estos inútiles antes no se pueden hacer las cartas también del maldito pato, o sea.
3 other options real quick.
Manches.
So I see darkness and abyss. So classic options. The dark.
Quiero perder el tiempo creando un campeón de Ametis.
You know what? I'm gonna look. I'm sorry, Twitch chat. I'm gonna make an executive decision and say.
Con Shayna.
Duck. Shout out to Zai Zai. That's definitely an option here. Sorry, Pyre fans. Not today. All right, so let's run a poll. Nature, Darkness, Abyss, and Summer Court.
Wow, la afiliación del personaje inexistente que nunca va a salir. Va a ser Darkness y va a ser del Abismo y de la Corte Suprema o del verano, no sé qué chingados. Ese es un Summer Court, dice. Wow, no, qué interesante, qué emoción.
Concept, or if it's, kept neutral enough that we can pivot or stuff like that.
Una skin de, ¿qué es de foto?
The shape language and the outfit mostly. Also, like color palette's a big one. If we went Abyss, that's gonna look, at least it should look wildly different than if we went.
Además es furro.
The purples versus the reds and the oranges and stuff like that. So, I guess it wouldn't change proportions too much. Like the support, the class kind of defines like how big or top heavy or aggressive this character is going to be.
Are there any of these that in your head you had this concept of what this duck might look like as you're live drawing it? Are there any where you're immediately like, please no, don't make me draw an Abyss duck? Or do you think they could all kind of?
¿Cuándo se actualiza para el veintitantos de este mes, Kitty?
Abyss
it looks like
duck
we went
sounds...
for the. All right, go ahead.
Go ahead. No, you're good.
I was going to say, it looks like with a 55% vote rate, we did go with the classic.
Está bien eso, Fernando, pero el problema es que nunca va a salir.
So this would be kind of your general,
Nunca va a salir el pato, o sea, el año pasado hicimos una rana ninja y
nothing too crazy.
No, obviamente no hay ni pistas y el año antepasado también se hizo algo, o sea, lo que vi en el chat y tampoco salió, o sea, es como un ejercicio nomás, pero pues se me hace muy sin sentido,
and then
honestamente.
As we move on to the next one, so now we start getting into the actual kit. I'm going to make, Tyler, if you don't mind, into the actual kit, and I'll format this afterward as well for all of you following.
A ver, denme un segundo, chicos, que ya me voy a cepillar los dientes.
We'll move on to the actual
mi café se va a
meat and
tardar.
bones, so to speak, gamey meat of the duck kit. We're not. Just for clarification, no ducks were harmed in the making of this champion. We're not going to eat the duck. But if we were to start off on a passive, what kind of ideas? And do keep in mind that we don't necessarily need a passive for every champion. Sometimes it's something super minor. Sometimes it just adds a little bit of flavor. Rey jumps higher at base. That's technically kind of a passive since it's unique to her. But yes, toss out some ideas in Twitch chat for potential passive. No passive is also an option. If that's what you want. Demba, what are you thinking? What do you think would be fun?
I don't know. So, like the idea of a duck, like it could have something to do with feathers. It could have something to do with, flying makes sense. Like ducks fly. I think. Pretty sure they do. There's some definitely some interesting concepts that can come from this. It also depends. Like, is the character going to be like true duck? Are they going to be like a kind of like a duck humanoid-ish character? Like that also could inform. If we're going like true duck, that definitely changes like some like concept in my mind between like a duck that is just like a duck versus a duck that is like kind of duck. There's some cool stuff. Definitely something water oriented could also be a really positive option.
Okay, so far we have flying / gliding. We have sliding / wall running. We have double jumps. I see triple jumps. You know what? Let's go wild.
Yeah.
Maybe it's a triple jumping duck.
Yeah, you get like flap. It's like I'm going to say legally distinct terms here. But you get you flap your jumps. You like flap in the air and you get like maybe either like incremental or decremental height increases per jump, but something that it allows you to kind of like maneuver, and maybe you get like maybe you get to float above the air and you get like better line of sight of the battlefield in front of you and are able to better target your allies for support.
So it looks like we have 5 options. I saw egg and I kind of tweaked it a little bit just to be weird. This is not, by the way, an actual good idea. But we have 5 options for our, is that right? 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, 5 options for our passive. We have flying / gliding duck. We have sliding / wall running duck. I'm thinking like straight up Prince of Persia style, really.
Okay.
We got triple jump with built-in flapping. We have a bubble shield of some sort. And we have drop an egg on death.
Es mucho, sí,
and then
Kitty.
some interaction with the respawn mechanic with the egg. Either the timer is reduced if the egg stays alive, or you revive at the
Ahí
egg.
dice que somos 0, pero somos 16,
I
chicos.
see you out there, bubble shield gang. So we'll see about that. But let's get a poll up real quick for these
La
options,
ninja
and
saldrá en el
then-
parche comunicarnos.
and I'd love
LM.
to hear more about. So
Entonces,
as we talk about
hablando
these
de un personaje
passives,
con-
are
sí,
there any
que-
that are
sí.
immediately like nightmare material? Or any
Sí,
that are like,
Fernando,
please,
pues
please choose this because I coded it last week.
O sea, me imagino que lo que quieren hacer es nada más involucrarte en el proceso de cómo es que ellos crean un campeón, supuestamente, ¿vale? O sea,
I would say don't immediately,
pero pues sabe, yo la verdad a veces he visto ideas como muy buenas y digo, pues, ya que estamos, o sea, deberían de meterlo al juego, ¿vale? O sea,
certainly we make new stuff for every chance, and even if something's completely new.
no sé por qué no detecta esta porquería, cuántos somos, así es que la vamos a desactivar un rato.
If we have anything, for example,
Como que se
flying
arregla.
duck, because we have Drogos who already flies, I would say, okay, if I were coding that, I would at least have something to go off of, not that it's necessarily.
A ver, les pongo su chat de mientras o qué.
Here, that might be a new piece, but I would have a starting point that I could look
¿Dónde está la ventana del chat?
I would say the one that sort of jumps out as maybe tough for me is the sliding and wall running, the wall running part specifically. We do have wall interactions already. Koga, for instance, can climb up walls. But wall running is something that's very dependent, not just on programming, but our different level geometry, things like that. There's a lot of corner cases to be aware of. What if you
quite literally
the wall ends? Yes, true, literal corner cases. But yes, obviously for this exercise,
deja de red,
I'm
chicos.
not gonna nix anything. And in practice, usually even if things look hard,
No, todo bien, Fernando. Ay, no. Manches, me urge mi café. No puedo con este. Es que ayer me desvelé viendo la de Cobra Kai, chicos, la que cuarta temporada que ya salió.
Kind of to your point, you would
Ya
iterate,
es esas que te
If
clavas pues
something
viendo
doesn't
los
work out for
como
passive,
son
can we have
cortitos
some,
además, o sea,
different version that's maybe an
viendo uno
ability or
tras
vice
otro.
versa, or if it can't be the whole thing,
Y
can
me
we kind of
levanté de
pivot
un
but keep the
brinco
same
de la
flavor,
cama casi para ponerme a
in a way
streamear
that-
esto.
to keep the feeling of the champion or the gameplay of the champion kind of centralized and along the same path, right?
Yes. Yeah, for sure.
It looks like our vote is coming to a close. It looks like the egg res mechanic is going to win. So, really cool idea, right? But keep in mind that this can take on a
de lo que están diciendo, pues no se va a ir a Estados Unidos a vivir, Kitty.
Forms, so to speak. Most, I'm sure, would be excellent, but it could be revive on it could be revive at a specific location. It could be like I said, like reduced res timer if the egg remains alive for 10 seconds after death, stuff like that. But a lot of these, especially touching revive mechanics in general, are also very scary. Shout out Terminus. The floating is a feature, not a bug. But again, for the sake of this exercise, we're gonna go ahead and we'll do something like, like I said, he drops an egg on death, and that egg will do something, and it's probably going to be on an internal cooldown or as we start to think about the other abilities that we can include, we want to keep in mind, do we want
En
to
eso estamos
do
de
a callback
acuerdo,
to this
Critical.
passive? Do we want it to inform other abilities? Is his ultimate going to be egg related? Could it, reset the passive timer if he uses his ultimate? That kind of thing. So just keep that in mind as you think about the other things that we could be doing. And then
Se supone que les puse el chat en el que ustedes se ven sus mensajes.
Already OP, please nerf. We'll move on to our primary fire. Remember, our weapon is Bubbles with a Z. We are looking at, I think Jeff gave me his blessing for
¿No encuentra clases de inglés?
Wand. So what kind of, actually, you know what? I think I did kind of talk about what I thought would be cool. That bubble wand that shoots out a series of bubbles and a side swipe. Does that sound interesting, or do we want to maybe do another quick poll for just a couple of options? Let's do variations on the wand mechanic real quick. Just small ones. I'll move right on to the alternate fire since we kind of already talked about weapon with the actual weapon thing. So we have bubble wand. Do we want a series of projectile bubbles sent out per swipe?
¿A poco sabe chino?
Sorry, Miriam. These are
No querrá decir japonés.
Options. Do we want a bubble Zuka?
Se va a Navidad del siguiente año, Kitty.
No, because we chose bubbles specifically and not bazooka. I'm sorry, bubble Zuka.
¿Qué onda, Juan Alderete?
Charging bubble. I see a charging bubble or a bubble minigun. Remember, this is with a wand. So while a minigun is cool, Tambo, sorry, you're gonna say something?
Charging bubble actually makes a lot of sense if you're using like a wand that you're blowing into, because you can blow different sizes of bubbles.
I like that idea a lot. And that actually, is a good one because it also helps complement the rest of the visuals and what we thought about with wand, right? So if we did want a bubble bazooka, how can we make a wand into a bazooka? We would either need to pivot.
¿Saben qué es lo que me dijo esta persona que está fallando el Telmex? Porque me está fallando todo, también me está fallando el Streamlabs. Por eso es que no me marca los espectadores. O sea, es lo que me dijo, si cierro Twitch se me va a caer todo, Está fallando Telmex, a ver, déjenme checo Twitter. Que es la compañía que me provee el internet a mí. Porque no me deja abrir Discord, ya está...
Torvald Gauntlet, just bubble wand. That is an option.
Or Willow's.
Or Willow's wand of over bubble.
Yes. Ooh, I see something in chat that the bubbles that like pop.
Okay.
Kind of like having like a small explosion.
So kind of a flak bubble.
Romanova, miren, la buena noticia es que Romanova ya sale en la siguiente sección, chicos. Estoy viendo Twitter y ya dice Romanova que ya va a estar en la parte del cosplay y en el update show, que es el que queremos ver, o sea. Está fallando todo. Hasta Netflix.
Ash Who? Mod check? Right? If we go with charging bubbles, we're gonna get like Shaolin Who? It's just something to keep in mind. How can we make something interesting and unique enough to the champion that helps to introduce a new gameplay experience? I see sticky bubbles. I kind of like that. But how do we distinct? Like what makes it? What makes it a sticky bubble? Bubble salvo. Bubble
Usuarios del Mexus, sí, es tendencia de Twitter, chicos. Está fallando todo. Chicos, si por algo crashea el directo es por eso, ¿vale? Qué pesadilla.
Like for charging bubble, like in theory, like if you're blowing the bubble out of a wand, like it could change the
Justo hace 2 minutos está fallando todo, chicos. Se cayó Telmex. Esa es la compañía de internet que yo tengo, chicos. Y justo en la parte donde yo estoy viendo aquí el mapa. Si se cae el directo fue por eso, chicos, ¿vale? Esperemos que no.
Yes, and potentially, like,
o sea, es un milagro que estemos aquí.
Like, please don't change the size. Please don't change the size of the VFX. Can we please have the single size bubble? So let's go with these 4 options. We have kind of a series of projectile bubbles sent out in a swipe. physics who, and then charging
Definitivo,
bubble.
crítica. Ahora en la mañana estaba pensando en eso, te digo, o sea, Romanova puso en Twitter que ellos siguen sacando skins para Mei, para Jing, que porque sus estadísticas dicen que los demás campeones nadie los compra. Pero yo pregunto, ¿hace cuánto que no sacan skins para los demás campeones y que supuestamente nadie compra? O sea, llevan 2 años sacando skins para Jing, para Mei, para Tyra. O sea, ¿cuándo fue la última vez que sacaron en un pase de batalla para Casio, y que supuestamente la gente no lo compre, y para Moji, y para quien tú quieras? O sea, ¿cuáles estadísticas? Si llevan miles de años sacando skins para los mismos, ¿cuáles estadísticas? Pues
I think the two things I can think of would be, one, do we want this to be a kind of continuous
¿cuáles
scaling?
malditas estadísticas? O
Or do
sea,
we want there to be levels of the bubble? Right? Like, are there 5 different bubble sizes you can have, or is it
no hay estadísticas de nada, o sea,
0 to 100 and that's the size of the bubble? But also ask if these bubbles are
Mei, Jing, series, o sea, diario los
right? I think
mismos.
resizing them is much
Y este año
easier.
parece, o sea, literalmente cerramos el año con una de Tyra y una de Sati que son los nuevos. Y continuamos con una de Rey y una de Jing, o sea, de Jing, de Mei, o sea, what the fuck, y los demás. Para mí, van a seguir en la misma, y eso, como dices, es cosa de los desarrolladores. ¿Uno qué hace? A mí hasta me aburre, o sea, ver skins para los mismos campeones diarios. O sea, digo, ya tengo como 20 de todos esos. O sea, pues quisiera skins para otros campeones que no tengo ninguna, ¿no? O sea,
yeah, we have chargeabilities in the game, so I think it's not there's no real big concerns for feasibility at this stage.
From a design standpoint, I would think that playing around with 0 to 100 would be fun, especially if we are going with like an actual bubble feel, like a giant circle. You see other options with Atlas, for instance, who has literally different charge levels. 3
no,
different
pues
charge
Sky también nomás por todos los sims, LM.
I'm going to send up this massive, scary bubble.
O sea, Sky también tiene bastantes.
So I'm down with that, and I'm down.
Y sí, viene otra para Sky, otra para Khan, que también Khan recibe a cada rato. Se filtró ya, como dices, o sea, creo que era Sky, Khan, Ayo, si no me equivoco, o sea, otra más para Ayo. Y otro por ahí, o sea, son 4, pues, igual que siempre las que se filtraron.
And we have a primary fire charging bubble. What kind of ideas do we want for our alternative fire? I see alternative fire. You quack menacingly and detonate the bubbles in the air. Now, keeping in mind, generally, for support champions, we do have abilities to protect themselves, and we do have the ability to oftentimes have some utility. But typically your alt fire for a support champion would be the supportive ability. So let's keep this in mind.
Sonarme también, chicos. Déjenme voy por un rollo.
How can we heal? Well, not necessarily heal, right? Because support is more than just healing. It can be more
o sea,
than just
vean,
healing.
vamos a hacer hasta los talentos, las habilidades, no se pasen de lanzas. Estos inútiles no tienen nada mejor que hacer en su vida, ¿o qué? O sea, puede ser, o sea.
With our alt fire, with our Duckman. So I see skill shot healing ability. And that could be a bunch of different things, right? I see toss out eggs. So multiple themes going on here. We got some bubbles, we got some flying, we got some egg themes. Healing eggs. Make sure the team does not become scrambled. I'm so funny. Let's see. Quack area heal.
Atlas también no tiene skin, o sea.
Oh, I like the general idea of that, right? Similar to
Yo la verdad compararía cualquier pase que no fuera de los con las skins de diarios. Ya está, Kitty. Si regresa en una hora va a estar lo chido, o sea, esto es sí, literalmente en una hora inicia lo chido, Kitty, que es cuando sale Seven y todo eso, ¿va? O sea, esta presentación es
Torvald vibes, right?
Yes.
Bubble shield, placing a shield on somebody. It's literally, people call it bubble shield. I like the idea of complex things that are easily kind of interacted with at whatever level. So stuff like switching between damage and healing can be cool, but for the sake of this and for the sake of kind of general complexity, we do want to keep it within a general ease of access, especially for support champions. Let's see.
En Balance Strike, sí, pues sí, ahí fíjate que en Balance Strike tienen muy buenas skins que están nomás desperdiciadas. Digo,
so I see kind of just a lot of bubble heals.
No sé si tantas,
so,
pero
Tambo,
sí algunas, ¿vale?
So if we wanted to do a bubble heal, do we want detonating healing bubbles? Do we want a stream of healing, like a flamethrower that heals with bubbles? Like what are you feeling right now?
A ver, déjenme, voy a sonarme, chicos.
I mean, if we wanted it to be in like the skill shot range, you could have it be like you blow a bubble that like travels to an ally location, or maybe like when it like hits a wall, it pops and hits healing in an area. If you wanted it to be more like streamlined, pardon the pun. Then you could I think the idea of like kind of like a wave of bubbles would feel really clean.
Okay.
Kind of like a stream, some kind of either, like you said, stream of bubbles, or having it be like a different, like a kind of like what we were talking about, the charging bubble, like having it be like a bubble that like goes to an area. Maybe you can refire it to pop it. Maybe a la Pip's healing potion, but in like a different, less like an arc, like Pip throws it, or shoots it, and more like a slow projectile, maybe like fire spit.
All right, cool. So let's do a poll with skill shot heal.
Aburridísimo, Plasma. A ver cuántos espectadores tienen en Twitch.
A small number of bubbles that travel to a location and pop on hitting a wall.
No, si no es.
We just do skill shot heal. We'll do healing eggs.
4,000.
Tossing out deployables that your ally can then it either hits them directly to
Supongo
heal
que
them,
está
or they can
decente,
run
¿no?
over
Okay.
them. They have some duration that they can last there before they disappear. A quack area heal. A bubble heal that is a stream of bubbles, or a flamethrower of life. And let's do like a bubble burst, as we mentioned.
En una hora, Ángel.
And I'm thinking for that one, almost like not quite a shotgun, but maybe a conical burst of bubbles outwards. Let's do that. And of course,
Fíjense, una para Atlas estaría bien porque la única que tiene es de pago. Y el otro es un recolor también limitado. O sea, una para Atlas en paz estuviera padre porque... Y realmente si comparas la popularidad de Khan con Atlas, pues para mí la misma. O sea, el pobre Atlas nunca ha tenido una skin de pase.
That's pulled me back to the English. I was going to say this is the easiest voice pack I've ever written, but now I don't know.
That's going to be the line that gets spammed in playtests.
Sí, pues sí. Yo ni siquiera he ligado mis cuentas, pero pues ya tengo la skin y todo, o sea, no.
Sorry.
Fíjate, lo peor, Jasma, que esa skin que están dando es la misma que dieron el año pasado y creo que el antepasado, o sea... Mínimo den otra.
Muted already. Load into the game. He's playing Duck Champ. Already muted.
Te digo, todo eso, por ejemplo, que dan la skin, la misma del año pasado, es tal cual porque no programaron para dar otra, o sea, es...
Okay.
All right, so we have a charging bubble projectile in hand.
Velos nomás en sus cámaras. ¿Tú crees que esos trabajan? O sea,
stuff like this, I think, how do we balance complexity with fun? And I'm thinking, so can we send out a bubble projectile and then interact with the bubble projectile with the AoE quack?
Y luego el de arriba, o sea, ¿tú crees? O sea, ¿qué experiencia puede tener? Es más, hasta que es de los más capos. O sea, son unos malditos becarios los que están desarrollando Paladins, o sea... Que justamente Romanova les digo que puso en Twitter. Vamos a... Necesitamos seguir vendiendo, así literal puso, necesitamos seguir vendiendo skins de Maeve y de G, que son los más populares, porque el objetivo para este año 2022 es contratar un programador senior, chicos, o sea, cuando, o sea, senior, o sea, estos son puros programadores junior, sí, para que, o sea, así se, o sea, los roles de importancia o el grado de conocimiento que tienen las personas en ciertos oficios se clasifica así como senior, creo que master o chief, o digo, sobre todo en inglés junior, no sé, beginner, lo que ustedes quieran. O sea, senior es un programador acá capo. Y básicamente lo que dijo Romanova es que en GRs no hay ningún programador de verdad. O sea, tienen puro becario, como les digo, programando el maldito juego. Y por eso de las skins no va a cambiar, chicos. A lo que dijo Romanova no va a cambiar. Supuestamente, pues que sí quisieran que cambiara, pero pues no tiene pinta de...
Bubble shield. I'm gonna keep that. I'm gonna make that an alternative for the eggshell because those both feel fairly defensive to me.
O sea, imagínate lo que estamos haciendo. O sea, habilidad 1. Vean al de abajo. Estamos todos igual que el tipo este de abajo. O sea, todos... No, ese arriba, el de arriba, pues, el que ustedes quieran.
Vision. Let's see, potentially some kind of disengage. We could have a waddle. And so that's interesting. So, you know, if you wanted the duck to waddle, how would you do that? Could it be you lose the ability to jump and you restrict your movement speed by 50%, but you're singing a duck song, like you're just quacking every 1 second and healing your allies around you, so you could do your little duck waddle while you're healing? That could be kind of fun, right?
Wow, se les puso un comercial a media... Déjame muteo el audio, no voy a hacer. A media presentación, o sea, o es a mí nomás. Ah, no, sí es a mí. Digo, por suerte no tiene sonido. Los demás de que está más entretenido este comercial que... Bien tu target, Twitch.
Go ahead,
Bien tu target, muéstrale juguetes a un cabrón de muchos años, o sea, no te pases de lanza, Twitch. Ya me hicieron enojar todos, hijos de eso. O sea, ¿por qué me muestras a mí comerciales de juguetes de niño?
Soapy water.
O tal vez detectaron que ustedes están viendo el directo. ¿Qué pasó? No, Ángel, está fallando muchísimo Telmex. Si tienes esa compañía, está fallando la telefonía en todo México. Y si falla Telmex, de una vez te lo digo, si falla Telmex, fallan todas las demás redes de internet de México, porque todas básicamente dependen del sistema de Telmex, ¿vale? Así es que no hay más.
Right? As programmer, I would say, oh, this would be potentially a new effect, which is obviously more overhead. But,
okay.
You know, something
so I'm imagining.
Slide around.
I'm almost imagining when you say that, like those ice puzzles where.
Cierro la ventana un momento, chicos, porque viene la basura y todo se pone aquí un ruidajo.
If you are also a Smite player.
De otro mundo, ¿vale?
Ice pool does similarly, where if you step onto it, you'll keep going until you step off the ice. So we could actually do something like that potentially. Keep moving until you leave the area. Those are 5 options. We'll get a pull up shortly for Mr. Duckman's ability 1. We have a wing gust of some sort that provides some kind of crowd control. We have a more defensive oriented eggshell / bubble shield / water shield, something like that. We have soapy water, potentially impairing movement or vision, comboed with splashing water to impair or deal damage. We have a waddle. Heal allies while waddling. I think Thomas is out there just having a time.
Y fíjense que yo pensé que era mi celular, pero ayer también mi celular se me estuvo desconectando cada segundo por del internet, se me desconectaba así muy seguido. Pero aquí estamos nosotros, Ángel. Si no lo
Keeping
pueden
in
ver
mind
en Twitch,
this is,
aquí estamos.
kind
Es
of
que
fun to
alguien me
think
dijo,
about,
o sea, no está abriendo Twitch, no está
how
abriendo
also
Discord.
the nature of the game you're designing
Mi
for
programa este
informs
Streamlabs
what
también no
kind of
está
thing you're
jalando
interested
bien.
in
Mira,
doing.
me muestra que
So
somos
Paladins is a different game.
cero
Paladins is a
espectadores.
hero shooter. Smite is a MOBA. You know,
Mínimo deberían de tener
Slay the
musiquita de
Spire is
fondo,
a
Yerma,
roguelike
eso
deck
es
builder.
definitivo. O sea, esto es
And trying to
terrible.
remember that there are different ways that different players interact with different
Llevamos
material
2 horas
is one of the
con
challenges
una
and one of the
presentación
cool things about
espantosa, honestamente, o sea.
designing for any given game. So it looks like Slippery Duck Floor did, I'm so sorry, Quacky, no Waddle to heal. Slippery Duck Floor takes the cake. And that's, so I hear that, and my first thought is, okay, so we have, this is mostly utility, I would imagine. You could, at the risk of over bloating a specific ability, you could add a healing mechanic to allies who are on the Slippery Duck Floor. You could add different or multiple types of CC crowd control to the duck floor.
Y a lo
So
que
we wanna
veo,
be a little
¿sabes
bit
qué?
wary of that,
Se
but
viene...
my first thought when I hear this is we want
Se
to,
viene, o sea, falta una hora de esto. Ah, no, sigue el cosplay, afortunadamente sigue el concurso de cosplay porque esto está...
And then, Jeff, how would you say that we are doing so far from your end?
This is all terrific.
Yo nunca lo jugué, Fernando, no, yo entré a Paladins después de que ya lo habían quitado.
No, I got one.
Pero lo poco que sé es que
so
había
when
muchos
the
problemas de
drop
balance, o sea,
changed
que
a
ahí
little
había
bit,
como
one of the
personajes
abilities was the quack to heal.
que eran mucho mejor que otros,
For me,
¿sabes? O
in
sea, y
House
que
of
no,
Brain,
por eso el modo no
the quack
servía, o
became
sea,
very
había
important,
personajes que
and so
básicamente no
I
servían
reworked
ahí
the design to
y otros que estaban
emphasize
súper
more
rotos
peak, so
y
that
pues no.
whatever the biggest
Además,
thing
los
on the
mismos
character
desarrolladores
sheet
dicen
is
que
the
no era muy
design
popular, o sea,
and so that's like people are gonna
básicamente
say,
había
oh,
muchos
like, he makes
problemas de
it
fila, pues, o sea,
if I
si
did
en
my
el
job
normal
right,
haces
you should
cola,
be able to
imagínate en ese de
tell
payload, o sea, que la fila era larguísima.
Which is actually something that's
Y eso, cuando tenían
way
un
more
montón de
important than people give
jugadores,
it credit
imagínate
for.
ahora.
You know, if something looks a lot of okay, so I'm going to go off a slight tangent really briefly. For me, I have a huge stock in player expectation. What is the expectation on seeing something or on first time playing something? Do I see this giant gun and expect like a small plinking audio, or do I expect rapid fire small little bullets coming out from the massive cannon? And then what's kind of interesting is that if everything goes correctly, to Jeff's point, then
Bro,
you don't
el
even,
tipo de arriba no se ha
one often doesn't even
movido.
think about it. It's like, of course,
O sea, casi
the
podría
quack
dejar
to
la foto ahí
heal has an
de que
emphasis
está.
on bill size,
Me hagas dejar
you know,
mi
of
foto a
course.
mí, chicos,
Why
aquí,
wouldn't it be?
nomás para estar como el de
You
arriba.
couldn't
Mira.
quack to heal without a mouth, right? But if it's not there, or if something's wrong, then that's very, very noticeable. Very
Bueno,
quickly.
chicos, ahí me avisan cuando empiece
Let's move on
el
to our ability
cosplay.
two. So speaking from, we have kind of a utility slippery duck floor. So now I'm kind of looking for maybe something a little bit either more defensive or a little bit more movement, or some way to complement the kit that we have already. So I see.
Me
create a
mandan
bubble to
un
fly
mensajito,
away.
no, una alerta.
I see a bread attack. Now this would be a rather offensive set of abilities. If we had both a bread attack and a slippery duck floor, you could in fact create
Pues es que
a
ya que
slippery
más
duck
piden,
floor
Fernando.
with some sudsy bubble
O sea,
water. Toss the
tenemos
bread
lo mismo
onto
de
the
toda la
sudsy
vida,
bubble
ya-
water. It becomes wet
ya son
and
patadas de
moldy and
ahogado.
therefore poisons enemies. Of course, then you start getting into, is this a little bit too complex?
¿Sale el campeón o no? En una hora, cabronix.
No. So the idea is like.
No, que voy a traducir, güey. Están hablando tonterías de talentos de un personaje que nunca va a salir, o sea. A ellos les gusta perder su tiempo, a mí no. No, Plasma. Yo no sé tú cómo la stalkeaste, yo no. No he visto ninguna foto de ella, la verdad.
Just a completely brand new mechanic in our game. And so adding more to that just adds more and more edge cases.
Falta la tecnología como en el Messenger, bromas que vibraba acá, borra un zumbido. ¿Qué onda, Ulises? ¿Ya te saludé y ya?
It's not that I dislike the idea, it's just like, oh wow.
No, pues ya, Critical.
More things that interact
Ya
with
nos
this thing
vamos.
that I'm already, like, my mind's
Nada
already
más
racing
les
about.
quiero Básicamente hace falta de mi parte de Paladins un directo en el que vamos a hacer un PvP. Todos los que me ganen, chicos, se van a llevar un cofrecito mediano, chico. Voy a hacer un PvP de 1v1s contra subs. Voy a anunciar la fecha más adelante, pero ya no tardo. Y ya un video de despedida. Y eso sería todo, chicos. Sí, bueno, pues es lo que te digo, o sea, pues no va a salir y el del año antepasado tampoco, o sea, este menos, güey, ¿tú crees? O sea, estos inútiles les gusta perder su tiempo nomás, o sea. De la rana no hemos visto ni un pelo de rana, o sea, ahora el mendigo pato, me. Y ahorita en una hora se viene la presentación buena, chicos, donde ya sale el Seven, lo que se va a venir para el 2022, o sea. La neta, si no veo algo así, más allá del Seven y el nuevo modo de juego ese horrible que pusieron en Paladins, o sea. En el PTS yo no veo por dónde, chicos. Las skins son las de toda la vida. O sea.
And any of these can potentially interact with other abilities. For the baby ducks thing, it's a little bit scary because we are then. Do we need AI for the baby ducks? Are they just meshes that walk forward? Do they stay on the ground?
¿Para cuándo un campeón con escopeta de doble cañón o lanzacohetes silenciador?
Mr. Duckman ability number 2. Absolutely, Ben.
My only comment is with the bread attack, you would probably have to make sure it didn't get stale after a while.
And now, so that's a mechanic I didn't even
de
think
lanzacohetes no hay, ¿verdad? Digo, es Drogos, pues lo más parecido, o sea, de bazooka, pues digamos. Alguien quiere hacer un stream de Team Fortress 2, chicos. Yo creo que este fin de semana voy a hacer el de Team Fortress 2 nomás. Por cotorrear.
It almost forces you to be like, take my bread. It's freshly baked. Or it becomes stale and becomes less useful. Say again?
Was needed intentional there?
No, but that's fantastic. Yeah. Needed with a K. Kneaded. And then
creo que Romano va. Quiten a esos muertos ya, por favor.
Your team fight will go awry, right? You know, a little bit of bread. But that was kind of half baked anyway. All right, so it looks like.
¿Qué onda, Lady Low? Esto es Paladins.
Do this all day. All right, Yeast, you get too tired of me. Let's move on
Esto es Paladins. No lo ves, ahí están los desarrolladores. Estamos creando un campeón que nunca va a salir.
To escape, and so I hear that, and I think there are multiple things that we can do with that immediately from a design perspective. This is something that is mobile. Do we want players to be able to?
O sea, me imagino que va a soltar grasa de patos. Estos ya se están queriendo comer al pobre pato. O sea, ya ven que a los patos se les resbala el agua y eso, tienen como un aceite especial en todo su cuerpo. O sea, es una de las habilidades. Crear una burbuja para escapar. Me imagino que se va rodando, yo qué sé. Todo suena súper divertido hasta que te das cuenta que esto nunca va a suceder.
Ya
tengo 500 puntos, pero nos vamos a usar sabiamente, chicos, esos 500 puntos, ¿vale? Para que nos baneen del chat. Un lanzacohetes, un cargador expandido. Ahorita ya va a iniciar el nuevo campeón, Laili, en 50 minutos, pero fíjate, ahorita en 20 sigue lo del cosplay. Y pues el cosplay creo que va a estar más interesante que ver a estos muertos haciendo nada. Ya después, pues ya lo que sigue, ¿vale? O sea, ya después sigue la presentación del nuevo campeón y eso, Ley. Así es que no te vayas a ningún lado, que ya casi llegamos a ese momento. No, y es un milagro, como les digo, chicos, porque está fallando Telmex, está fallando gacho. Lo que me dijeron es que no cierre Twitch, que porque si lo cierro ya no va a volver a abrir.
But that's not necessarily necessity, right? So we could have a bubble tornado that sends out healing bubbles, or a giant AoE of, stand in this and it hurts enemies and heals allies, that kind of thing. It kind of sucks them in Sarah's style, who knows? Let's see. swarm of I addressed kind of the swarm of ducks or spawning multiple
Su
things
ultimate, que
in the
Massive
baby ducks
Hunk,
thing.
o sea, que
We're gonna
haga
do
el
that
quack
today.
así súper fuerte.
That one's kind of interesting. So like fly and AoE heal, I think could be interesting. So kind of like a
Y que un tornado de burbujas. Fíjense que a mí se me hubiese hecho bien interesante que hicieran un
and
pato.
sending out massive quacks that heal allies around you.
Un pato cazador. Como atribuyendo a... No sé si ustedes vean Bugs Bunny, cuando Bugs Bunny siempre que era temporada de caza de patos y eso. O sea, que fuera el pato el que case, ¿saben? O sea, que trajera, como dijo hace rato un tipo, una escopeta de largo alcance.
I see
O un sniper, algo así. No, es que sniper ya hay.
Like a disorient.
Una escopeta, básicamente. Quizá con más alcance que la de Bog, que dispare más rápido. O puede ser con menos alcance que la de Bog, pero que dispare más rápido. O más alcance y un poquito más lento.
Swarm of ducks, just because I see it from so many different people. So my first thought there is it's not actually individual ducks so much as an area.
Aymera se puso a jugar Clash Royale, no, pues sí, o sea, yo nomás porque la computadora me va muy mal, pero ya vi, es por lo del internet, bromas, ¿vale? O sea, hace rato que no me abría ni Steam ni Paladins, es por el internet que está fallando. Entonces no me puedo arriesgar a hacer ningún movimiento raro porque me puede tumbar todo el directo. O sea, no es broma, no estoy inventando. Ustedes pongan en Twitter Telmex y van a ver que hay un trending topic de que está fallando el internet y está fallando en la zona en la que yo estoy. Y como les digo, es de pura chiripa que no me ha crasheado el internet. Pues Jaime Araceli está en España, obviamente él no tiene ese problema.
Let's see. I also see...
Y fíjense que yo personalmente a mí nunca me falla, honestamente. Yo lo considero que es muy buen servicio. Pero cuando falla, pues sí va con todo la falla, ¿saben? O sea, es nacional literal el problema, entonces no puedo hacer nada más, bromas. Si no, ya también estuviera jugando a mínimo Paladins, o sea.
Now this would be, because this is an ultimate level ability, we would probably either do like a team-wide bubble shield or potentially something that applies, on an
Bueno, creo que puedo jugar uno de mis juegos del Switch.
So let's run a poll here with
que no usa internet.
So massive honk.
Eso podría ser, pero pues ya faltan 20 minutos ya.
Bubble tornado, flying heels, swarm of ducks.
Un juego de Switch de esos, un Tetris, no Tetris sí usa. Bueno, no sé, alguno de los que no usa internet.
As we run this poll, I'm thinking there are a couple things here that you could combine probably for something that's really, really interesting. So my first thought is combining fly and heal, or flying in general, with something else. So am I flying? Do I become the personification of a ducknado? Can I fly and send out different things? Or am I honking on an interval as I'm flying?
Fíjate estos muertos lo que están haciendo, chicos. Nada más porque no puedo mover su maldito archivo de Word o espantoso en el que están haciendo el nuevo campeón. O sea, wow. O sea, qué interesante se ve el nuevo campeón, chicos. Son esas letras. O sea, llevan ya de habilidad. De no sé qué más. O sea, ya llevan mil habilidades de Bubble Shield, o sea, ya entendimos que le quieren poner un Bubble Shield, o sea, ahora también ya es la Ultimate, o sea, Bubble Shield, así son los escudos que pone Torvald y la Jaguar, o sea, ¿cuál Bubble Shield? Inútiles. Eso es lo mismo de toda la vida. Ya inventen algo nuevo.
As Kevin mentioned and Tambo mentioned, depending on how we want this to actually work, right? Given enough time, right, we can do anything on programming, but some things will be more complex. Something, right, Swarm of Ducks in particular, right, can be more client-server expensive if they are individual ducks doing their individual things.
So, from a production standpoint, my first thought is this one is the scariest already, depending on how we do it. Are we spawning individual ducks?
Yo aquí tengo un pato, miren. De hecho, es uno de los hijos del
Can the ducks be killed before they hit
you?
Is it an area that we're applying this in?
Del pato Donald.
How is it going to clip through walls? If I use it in the air,
porque cuando hagamos el 1v1,
but it could also be
pueden elegir el rol que quieren
in our heads, we would go through multiple ways we can do this and all that good stuff.
Diga cómo se llama este
and kind
pato.
of pick one that we feel is
Lo voy a
probably
anotar. Así como el bromas que vamos a tener el 1v1 de Macross. ¿Cómo se llama este pato? Y va a poder elegir su personaje en el 1v1. O sea, vamos a hacer mirror, pues.
From the art side.
O sea, un mirror match.
and all that good stuff. And then as we unfortunately,
¿Quién se va a llevar esa ventaja para el 1v1, chicos?
Talents, but feel free to shoot me.
No, se me hace que nadie de ustedes va a saber cómo se llama este pobre patito.
For another few days.
Así va el nuevo campeón.
As we wind up, Jeff, how are we looking as far as? Do you have something that we might be able to show off, or?
Oh, it's glorious.
Is it glorious?
No podré dejar el pato en lugar de.
We could almost have you send that over to Tyler, who might be able to put it up on screen. If not, no problem.
Muy raro este movimiento, ahí está.
But as we do
Ahí
that,
les voy a dejar el pato, chicos. Yo me voy a dormir.
I will kind of give you the rundown. We'll do the sign-off and everything. But I will take the opportunity to take each of these things that we've talked about here. I'll add some temp design numbers, almost like a first pass design kit pitch based on.
A ver si lo puedo sentar aquí sin que se me mutee el micro.
Maybe some refire rate, maybe some basic damage. Maybe I'll toss a couple interactions on there. And then pretty it up a little bit. We'll get Jeff's concept on the page. And I will make sure that I don't know if it's going to be the game account or not, but I'll make sure to get
no
se
llama Paco.
Who's interested in seeing this champion and having the actual document.
¿Cuánto falta? 15 minutos, Sky.
And be proud that you, Twitch chat,
tampoco se llama Luis,
have created the next Paladins champion. Although the disclaimer is we are not actually making Duck Champ. I'm sorry to burst your bubble, haha. But not actually a champion. Still very cool. I'll go through kind of each of the other devs here and see if they have any like farewell
aquí tengo
words,
otro pato, fíjense, hablando de patos.
Over to Tyler, and then we'll sign off, but stay tuned for more both today and for more.
No me acuerdo si tenía fricción. So no, es un sacapuntas.
Final words, sign-offs, things you particularly like or don't like.
I guess
otro pato en forma de carrito haciendo sacapuntas.
Today. Thank you all. I am truly impressed with this.
Gracias a Dios ya se acabó esta sección.
Said, even though we're not really making it, it is a very cool champ, and I would enjoy working on it if we were. So thank you for your creation.
No, pues claro que estuvo, pero no, ya perdiste bromas. En la playera dice H, mira. Una H es Hugo, obviamente. Pero perdiste porque era la primera. Además tú ya tienes el 1v1 contra Macoa. Nadie ganó, chicos. El pato les ganó a todos. Quack, quack. Quack losers. Montura de pato, sí, esta es la nueva montura de pato. En resumen, así quedó el nuevo campeón. Así va el nuevo campeón en la montura, chicos. Nuevo campeón confirmado. ¿Qué tal, Sí encaja, ¿no? En el universo de Paladins. Para lanzar burbujas. Ustedes imagínense que lanza burbujas. ¡Escudo de burbuja!
This is scary, and like we can have that discussion afterwards. I love the concept of this. This character is going to be so much fun to play. Like the idea of this character is just super cool.
Es el nuevo campeón. Me llegó la exclusiva a mí, Damarus. Me lo mandaron a mí antes. Como exclusiva por ser miembro de la comunidad de Paladins. Me mandaron un paquete de pato. Ah, miren, ahí está. Déjenme quitar la cámara.
It's on there right now, actually.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Look at that.
Pues me gusta más esta versión, la de la izquierda, chicos, la que tiene el pato delgado y con su báculo ese está padre. Ah, y es como un lanza burbujas gigantes. Espérate, es que hacen cosas chidas aquí, pero pues nunca va a llegar, o sea.
Absolutely fantastic. Like I said before, we are
nunca va a llegar, o sea.
On the dock as well. But
Go,
Jeff,
you motherfuckers!
Final words?
Go,
last
you!
Anything like that?
This was awesome. Thank everyone for participating, and yeah, this is the stuff I live for. So this is great. Thank you.
I for one absolutely love. I truly love spending an hour and a half and seeing an actual literal concept be made based on like what we're talking about and seeing your work, Jeff. So it's so cool. But we are just about out of time. Thank you all, my fellow panelists, for joining me. I love working with you guys. Thank you, Twitch chat, for your amazing ideas and the less amazing ones. I still love them. And your time. And stay tuned, like I said before, for the link to the doc that has all the info. I'll spruce it up a little bit. But I hope you enjoy the rest of Hi-Rez. showcase. Thank you for spending your time with us, and we will see you all very shortly.
Pass me the bottle, yeah, 'cause I ain't nearly halfway through. Just trying to get over you. Just pass me the bottle, 'cause I ain't nearly halfway through. Yeah, I'm trying to get over you. Oh yeah, well I'm not nearly halfway through. Just trying to get over you, over you.
You are the golden sun that shines upon me, never left unsung. You're in everything I see.
Just need some time. At your own pace, you need to find your way. I know now you'll never change your mind for something that matters to me. You do not know what I have in mind. I packed our bags, we'll be on our way. The night was long as I waited without a sign. 'Cause I know what matters to you. But what do you want? What's your biggest need?
Ay, a ver. Se supone que es un dios el pato, no sé, Damarus. Dijo algo el de la izquierda. De todo sabe. Creí que esto era sobre Palen. Sí es, Joaquín. O sea que el pato será otro furro. Vamos para otros 10 minutos. Sí, sponsor, buen anuncio. Oigan, el anuncio tuvo sonido. Porque ese sí me va a sacar el copy para que vean.
It's been 72 weeks in this town.
Ya fui a poner mi café, chicos. Chicos, lamentablemente no puedo hacer nada más mientras está esta presentación. Esto sí es 7 minutos porque está fallando todo en la red de internet aquí en México. No puedo jugar. Entonces nos toca esperar, ¿vale? Sorry por eso. Miren, ahorita con el timer literalmente alcanza a detectar, a ver. Mi directo tiene 25 segundos de delay, chicos. Aquí en mi celular pueden ver que estoy viendo yo mi propio directo, a ver si se alcanza a enfocar. El timer sobre todo. No lo va a enfocar. Pero bueno, ahorita dice, o sea, ustedes están viendo el directo en el 6 minutos con 30 segundos y el en vivo ya tiene 6 con 5, ¿vale? Tenemos un delay cortito nomás. A ver, pero... El tráiler de Seven en 30 minutos, Joaquín. Ahorita vamos a ver cosplays. Después de los cosplays ya sigue Seven. No tengo nada entretenido por aquí. A ver, mi cubo de Rubik. Oh, pero soy bien malo llenando el... ¡Otro anuncio! De Hasbro. Ha de tener patrocinio, ¿no? ¿O qué? ¿Con qué los entretengo, chicos? Debe haber algo divertido que pueda hacer uno. Debe haber algo divertido. Parece que no. ¿Le echaste planta al agua? Sí, ya tiene. O sea, nada más que ahorita no puedo porque tiene las luces ahí. Contanos un chiste. A ver, déjeme pienso en uno. Fíjense que hace poco, a ver, ¿cuál me contaron? A ver, aguántenme. Aguántenme. Es que ya casi, ya se pasaron de moda contar chistes. Y los que me sabía creo que ya se los conté en algún directo alguna vez. A ver, no, es que tengo que contar el que... Uno que me puso algún suscriptor alguna vez. Que están Hongo y Onga en el bosque y se muere Onga. ¿Por quién llora Hongo, chicos? Les voy a escribir la respuesta de por quién llora Hongo, porque si no... Estoy a punto de dibujando el pato con lanzacuetes. Y etiquetar a Palis en Instagram, ok. Entonces no le entendieron el chiste, chicos. Estaba un hongo y una onga en el bosque y la onga se murió. ¿Y por quién llora el hongo? Pero va con H, ustedes. Ustedes dos traían hambre, chicos. Va con H, ¿eh? O sea, híjole, se pasan. Se pasan. Ya vamos, chicos. Ya vamos a iniciar, ¿eh? A ver, déjenme, le vuelvo a subir el volumen, por cierto. A ver, vamos a banear a ese aprovechando que hay 10 segundos de... 10, 9, 8, no. Aquí no. 2. No, ya inició. Ahí están los cosplays. Están mostrando fotos de hace... Ah, no, mira, ese sí es reciente. Ey, presenten a la G. ¿Esa era Kinesa o Kine? O Kineso. Ray Showcase Cosplay Contest. Vamos a ver.
Welcome everyone to one of my favorite parts of every year. We get to go to the
me voy
cosplay
por mi café,
contest.
chicos.
Of course, you
Ya
already
está.
saw just now in that intro video a ton of the fantastic costumes we've seen in the past. Whether it was a very, very great Sobek. There was a Geb one year that looked phenomenal, and they just keep getting better. That's the thing that really blows my mind. We had phenomenal costumes the first year. I remember being a fan at the event and seeing all of that. And then every single year afterward, it seems like everyone just decided that they needed to one-up the year before. And since then, it's been nothing but insane costumes. Luckily for me, I don't have to do this alone, though. I will have, as I did last year and the years before that, Romanova and Cupcake with me. And I'm excited because you two know way more about what you're talking about than I do. So that'll make things a lot easier. Cupcake, how have you been?
I've been great. I'm really excited for the new year, for
we
HRS
don't have your audio
this year.
just yet, so I'll come back to you in a second. We'll see, Romanova. Maybe we have you online. Oh, okay. I can't hear you. That's all me. Never mind. So, Cupcake, sorry I interrupted.
You. Oh, you're good. I was just saying I'm excited for the new year, excited for HRS, and excited for the cosplay contest once again. But thanks for having me.
Yeah, no, again, I'm always excited to have you both here just because of what you've been able to do in the past. Romanova, how have you been? I love the hat.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm always repping my best girl Tyra, so I had to do a little casual Red Winter Tyra for today. Again, best girl. No debating it. But yeah, I've been great. I actually just got to cosplay a little bit in the month of December myself, so really just I think some of the inspiration might have came from judging some of these cosplays that we are going to see today. It's just, getting back into the excitement of creation and just seeing, the love for both Smite and Paladins.
It's always fun to see, especially because some of these costumes, like I said, they get
Por fin ya salió nuestra waifu Romanova, chicos. Está vestida como Tyra esta del...
I know, like, a lot of people, like, I've
La
been stuck
de
at home for
Rusia,
a while.
¿no?
Typically,
Okay.
that's going to do either boosting your creativity or it's going to maybe make it suffer a little bit, depending. But I know a lot of these people just
Es la
absolutely
cola
knock it out of the
el...
park. So we can actually go ahead
Estás
and look
cañón,
at the
cabronis.
first costume
Digo,
that we're
cabronis.
going to be bringing into
Ya
this.
casi,
Again,
Kitty. Ahorita sigue el
absolutely
cosplay, mira.
fantastic work, and we get
Saxa
pumpkin
Peach.
spice
De
dysphoria.
este,
The
¿quién
wings are
es?
phenomenal.
¿Es Rey?
I love how this came together. Watching, she actually was posting her progress over the course of the last several months.
¿Es Rey o quién es
Twitter, so I
esa?
kind of got to follow along that way, and it was really fun to see the whole costume come together, and also
¿O es de
the
otro
personality
juego?
that goes along with it as well.
Es de...
Yeah, the video was adorable.
Es de Smite, ¿no?
And if I remember correctly, like last year, I remember we like freaked out because
Ahorita
someone had made, like, I
cosplay
think
y
it
en
was
media hora
artist
ya
and
la
it looked very
de...
similar here, like someone like crafting
Lo
a
bueno,
hat.
lo
And I was
bueno.
like, that's just you shouldn't just be able to do that to me.
Right, and hats like are a crazy thing to try to create because you also have to think about as it sits on your head, are you going to be able to move around, look around without it falling over?
Miren, me traje unas galletitas de orejita
making it
o
look
corazoncito,
realistic. She did
como
an
ustedes la
amazing
quieran
job
ver.
of bringing it together.
Acá les decimos orejitas.
Hats are.
Oh,
Y
sorry,
mi
no, go ahead.
cafecito
I
por
was just
fin,
gonna
chicos,
say, like,
ya para
witch hats that
despertar.
kind are really hard to make. I made my first one this
Qué difícil es vivir sin agua.
So just seeing that kind of stay on and balance, kind of like Cupcake said, excellent job. Like you already.
No es
you
real,
already,
güey.
like, one just making your cosplay like by.
¿Sabe? Yo creo que era alguien de Smite, ¿no? Más bien.
And as we just saw, it looks fantastic, and I'm excited to see because again, we have the fact that there's more is always what blows my mind. We have another one that we can go ahead and take more of a peek into as we bring it forward. And again,
Esta sí es Vivian.
Beautiful Vivian cosplay, which is not something that I thought I was going to get to see this year. But Romanova, I mean, this knocks it out of the park.
I know. So this is one of my favorite Vivian skins, probably next to her Vampire Huntress skin. But yeah, when we came out with this, I believe it was like the beginning of last year, maybe? It feels like it wasn't that long ago, but it was. Yeah, Student of Magic Vivian, she crushed it.
Uf, me quedó un poco de agua de calcetín en el café, la verdad.
Spot on. It was very hard to spot any.
Le eché muy poco.
Like you have to look very closely to see where the differences are from the actual skin in game and her cosplay. So yeah, this is Rusty actually and last year she entered as Tyra, but she did not make the final, like the top 4, like that ended up going in it. But she was one of our bandit Tyras last year, but there was only one that made it to the top 3. But yeah, she has made it clearly to our top 3 this year. So,
and you've got to be happy. Like, first off, the consistency is there, right? I mean, if you've already competed last year and there's someone that is memorable, that's always a good sign for you. And of course, I think that's something that is always. I think we had like. I can't remember who it was, but they made like a tier costume. They had a Hu Yi costume. Like, we've got their props here, like after they made them, and that's the kind of thing I'm used to seeing for a lot of it.
Yeah, I love seeing the cosplayers come back year after year, continuing to compete, and then watching their skills just continue to develop and grow over time. Like, they always start fantastic, and then they just keep pushing the bar. It's incredible.
It's absolutely insane. And again, this is just the thing that I think I look forward to every year. We can even continue looking at some of these costumes as we move forward.
Podemos ver más cosplay inútiles.
To apply. And we get a nice Morgan Le Fay. And now this is
one that you didn't have
también,
a whole lot
of time to get together.
No, her release.
Miren qué padre el paraje donde está ella. Las montañas.
But watching this come together was really incredible, and seeing, our newer characters be brought to life in our community to really attach themselves and find inspiration in our new characters that come out, very consistently. It was fun to see her bring Morgan Le Fay to life.
And again, like,
y el cosplay de Romanova, chicos,
Paladins cosplays as well,
¿cuánto le ponemos?
2 contestants ago. The guns are always something that's really amazing, but like the sword that you have to make for something like Morgan Le Fay like that is like ridiculously detailed and well done on top of that. And Cupcake, it just feels like it fits.
Yeah.
It brings like the nuance out of it.
It really does. I think cosplay is all about, embodying that character, but that doesn't just stop at the costumes. It really goes down to the weapons, how they wield those weapons, the personality that goes into it. So when all those things come together, it is purely magical. I love it.
And Romanova, I know, like, we've seen a lot of these, but like these props, like even the small details, go back to that Vivian skin.
Yo traigo cosplay de Corvus, miren.
Like, the little vials of potions that you'll have, like
Ahí está.
all of these things aren't like
Es
the
cosplay de
easiest
Corvus,
one
¿va?
to put together, but 2 to even notice when you're looking at the skin sometimes.
No, and also too, I just want to say for like judging and everything, from a crafter perspective too, there is certain areas that there can be some forgiveness because of depending on what level you entered as well. Like these ones that we're seeing right now, they're journeymen, so they're not going to be quite the level of masters yet because they don't have those years of experience. But you still see their growth. Like the Morgan Le Fay cosplayer we just saw, I believe this is her first time entering, or this is my first time seeing her. But then the Vivian that we just saw, seeing that prop this year compared, like the gun was great for the Tyra, Bandit Tyra they did last year, but they, again, did not make the top 4 last year. But this year, making the top 4, it's so great to see the improvement because that Vivian gun was just so clean, and the sword, but also for the Morgan Le Fay, since that was who we just saw, the sword was, I think, my favorite part of that cosplay.
It will never cease to amaze me that I almost forgot that it was like Journeyman and Masters category, because like even the Journeyman seems like so far like just out of place from where I could make something. Like if you sat me down in a room with the exact same materials and gave me like 3 years, I might be able to come up with something resembling slightly like that sword. Nothing of the rest of it. I could never make a costume. So it's always impressive to me. But we do still have one more person to show off in this category. We can go ahead and check out one more costume. And of course, we get to bring in a nice Merrymaker Maeve, which is perfect for the time of year. And this is a skin, I mean, this one's been in the game for a little bit, Romanova, but like it feels like it's got a lot more detail than even like base Maeve skin does.
Les juro que por un momento pensé que era
like,
Shayna.
Just the personality kind of shines in it, like the fun, kind of energetic, cat-like.
Este está padre, ¿no? El de Merry Maeve. Está como más elaborado, ¿o qué?
And it doesn't highlight the fact that Maeve still has what I would argue is one of the creepiest line deliveries, like her good night whenever she throws up the darkness.
Se me hace que Shayna pudo haber participado con su cosplay.
And then you see that skin, and they seem to be at odds, at least.
Estaba muy igual al de esta última que sacaron, la verdad.
Fantastic work from them. And Cupcake, I mean, that one was another one that, again, it's just a lot of intricate detail.
Tengo el escritorio lleno de
dress as well as in like the gloves,
pulgas ya.
all sorts of things that really stand out.
No puedo estar comiendo aquí.
I remember when we were interviewing the cosplayer, she was telling us about how she had used wire in her skirt to give it that kind of stand-outness and kind of keep it from just being flat and laying down. And so just the idea that she thought of like, okay, I want it to look a certain way. I want it to sit a certain way. What can I do to make that happen? And I mean, she executed perfectly. It looks phenomenal. And I think that all of our, I mean, Journeyman just means that you've had less time cosplaying, but the skill level is still there. Our cosplayers are fantastic.
Yeah. Especially, I mean, as you just highlight, you're making the model for in-game, right? You can give a certain piece of fabric a rigidity or lack thereof that it wouldn't normally have because it's a game. It's kind of like magic to make it work that way. Doing that in real life is absolutely ridiculous to be able to then enable that. Yeah, so that's phenomenal work. But we can look now to see who
the winners were,
your second, your third,
Sky, sí está.
Like that. And it is the Merrymaker Maeve that stands out on top.
Sí, ganó el de la Maeve.
Discordia there in third place, and second was that Vivian skin. So from what you had mentioned before, going from not quite making it into the top 3 now to being second place, as you've seen from year to year, but then also being able to stand out front with beautiful detail in that Merrymaker Maeve dress and just costume from top to bottom. In fact, we even got to hear from Erica, and we can go ahead and listen to that now.
Ah, Bugladins!
Last year I started crafting this cosplay, starting from the study of the model and dividing what I wanted to create into various steps. Based on the in-game models and some fan art, I tried to recreate as much details as possible, such as the cute pose on the
¿De dónde es el acento, chicos?
For all the insight, you can also find my video tutorial on my YouTube channel. I loved making this cosplay so much. It was so fun and cute. Again, thank you so much for the winning. And you can find me on social media like
es como
Instagram,
un acento
Twitter,
que europeo, como
as Arika or Arika.cosplay.
Como
that's fantastic. I think first off, absolutely not just her, but follow all
de
of them.
estos países escandinavos, ¿no? ¿O de dónde es,
you
chicos?
can find them on because it is phenomenal work to see. But I'm mostly intrigued because she had mentioned that there was a video of like a how-to of how that was made. So I think I know what I'm going to do when I get some downtime a little bit later.
Le bajaron el volumen, Joaquín, empezó a hablar hasta...
Like, that level of detail getting put in, despite the fact that it's, not, what is
Alisa, ¿quién es Alisa? Plasma, la antigua de High Res, no.
As much experience under your belt.
Ah, dices que se parece a la chava.
That's already impressive.
Ay.
Yeah, and I think that it also...
Perdón, chicos, se me salió un sapito.
Okay, I was just gonna say the years of experience show, but it was this one was.
Sí, no, o sea, de Rusia, eso me refería con escandinavina, pues, o sea.
Our masters wise, because the Vivian was. It was so hard for us to really choose between those two. It came down to just little tiny things and just certain details, like such as like the Maeve's tail. Like it wasn't just a tail attached. Like it had shape. It had like it bounced as she moved. It had that movement. And there,
Ah, cabrón.
cosplayer
Escandavino es una palabra inventada. O sea, no, ¿qué quería decir?
Videos that were chosen for the top 4 as well. So, you know,
¿Cómo se les llama a esa gente, pues, de los parajes rusos?
They're both like spot on to each character. But
we had
yeah,
many meetings between us.
Figure
this out. First and second, how are we going to do this?
I can imagine the arguments over like the details. Like it's like, well, we have to look at X, Y, and Z. He was like, yeah, but think about ABC. Like, hold on.
Yeah,
Well, we think those are all phenomenal. Again,
No sé, pero
congratulations.
sí, me
over
refería a algo de
Mary
Rusia.
Maker Maeve cosplay. But now we can get into, I think, even higher breakdown. We get to move to the Masters for the cosplayers this year. And again,
siguen más cosplays, Plasma. O sea, es que esos eran como los cosplayers como amateurs. Y se supone que estos son los ya los pros. Mira, o sea, Samui-san, me imagino que es Smite el personaje.
You are correct, but they also won last year with their Rama cosplay. I don't know if y'all remember seeing the light up bow, the light up everything, the bodysuit.
Oh, este vato se pasó de lanza, ¿no? Okay.
Bringing back a new cosplay this year.
Trae más luces que mi PC, el compa.
I gotta ask this because like this stands out to me immediately. But like working with lights like that cannot be easy. Like they're everywhere on his body.
No, and this cosplayer too does all the work for that themselves too. It's not just buying like LED lights, like they're hooking up every little bit of the wires and every LED in there, casting it into resin for some of them. And additionally too, one of the things that was most impressive too was the wings. Those wings, there are attachments that he is able to not only like have them closed, but they spread out as well.
I mean, that, first off, somebody who just won last year and looks phenomenal in the Chernobog here. And that's just the first of many that we have to look at. We can go ahead and actually look at the next contestant here and their submission. Of course, it is going to be a Crimson Queen Hera here for Keller.
There's nothing else to say. Like, I mean, there's a lot to say, but elegant is literally the first thing that I think of as soon as she appears in this video.
Ese está padre también, o sea, está como más sencillo, pero el trabajo de la tela está como muy avanzado. Digo, la chava también está guapa.
Her dress and her wig is beautiful, and it's got the headpiece that sits amazingly. She did fantastic.
It's one of those things, like, sometimes, you know, I'll use the Chernobog as an example, right? The lights, it seems very, like, out there, it's a difficult costume to pull off.
Jamás.
And then you look at the Hera, and, like, there's certain things that don't
Yo a lo
catch your
mucho
eye.
me pongo un gorrito como Romanova.
You've got this gem piece that I didn't even realize she has on her skin right there. Like, you've got these details in the staff that I never would have noticed otherwise. Things like that really do kind of separate it and kind of showcase, I think, where the skill.
Vi que tenía un látigo, cabronix, entonces no estoy tan seguro.
Part of the reason I love doing this
Además
so
parece
much
ser flanco el nuevo, entonces.
To everything we have. That's going to be two of the contestants. We can go ahead and move forward and see the third of the list here in the Masters category. It's going to be Choo Choo Geek Art as the Mulan skin, the Aesir Mulan skin nonetheless. And Cupcake, this one, it feels like it's even more complicated because it's Norse on top of that.
Yeah, we were, you know, when we have these cross Pantheon skins, seeing that come to life and seeing how
Fíjense que sí me gusta ese porque pues usó piel y todo eso, pero
Also, can we just talk about
me hace
that
muy
wig?
sencillo. Luego creo que la cámara no le ayudó, los colores se veían como muy pálidos.
Like, the wig was definitely what first stood out to me. And I believe she was saying as well when we interviewed her that was her first time doing that much wig work before for a cosplay, and she crushed it.
I mean, yeah, absolutely fantastic. Wigs.
Sí, eso sí, se va a hacer invisible, definitivo.
My wife has done work with wigs before, and also sworn to not do any more work with wigs before. It is definitely something that takes a
Yo creo que va a ser el reemplazo de Sky.
But that's only 3. We've got one more to show you before we can reveal the winners here. So we'll go ahead and take a look at that one as well. And again, another fantastic cosplay. Not just one that I love, but Plaguebearer Izanami. So you get even.
Pues yo le daba el win al de las luces, definitivamente. O sea, la chava esa del vestido también está padre, pero el de las luces se la voló.
So I might be a little biased here. Izanami is my main in Smite, but I absolutely love this skin and the detail. And you're talking about the feathers. One of the coolest parts of interviewing this cosplayer was getting, like, these are things that you wouldn't know just from pictures, is while we were interviewing her, she showed us that each of those feathers that were handcrafted.
¿Y qué onda con ese chorlito? No te he saludado, creo.
Onto that skirt so that as she moves, they move. So she can sit down and it's completely comfortable. So I really love that level of versatility and just comfort with a cosplay, especially something that's armored
so
like that.
And then also she had the feathers on her armor as well, and those were identical but made out of a completely different material. So just having that kind of standardization of your craft, beautiful, beautiful work.
So having multiple types of feathers, although all still resembling each other, but also
Se ven
comfort in
con
the
las
cosplay
letras
might be like the next level
Sky,
of
con las
strategy.
letras,
That's definitely one
digamos,
that's
los
difficult
números
to
romanos,
retain
pues, más bien.
most of the time. Well, we can find out who exactly the winners were, and then I'll pick your brains about who it was who won. Of course, Keller,
What?
we saw that beautiful skin.
No, a mí me gustó más el de la chava que traía el vestido que el del cuervo. Yo le hubiese dado el segundo a ella. El primero, pues sí, no había duda.
First place, once again, Samui-san, that Chernobog, just knocked it out of the park. What made them stand out above everybody else? Cupcake, we'll start with you and then go to Romanova.
O sea, ven el corte este que tiene aquí todo feo. Digo, es que está más elaborado, pero pues obviamente me imagino que es más sencillo el personaje, pero pues yo lo veo como más refinado, ¿saben? O sea, este parece casi como para set de película y este pues Lolo se ve que es un cosplay todo falsote, o sea, esto lo podrían usar en una película, chicos, las telas, todo, o sea, ve estos cortes todos una porquería y pues la armadura obviamente se ve súper falsa, o sea. No sé, a mí me gustó más el de la chava y este.
Romanova, is it the same for you?
Yeah, so I mean, it was stand
¿Qué onda,
out.
Tecno?
The
Pues
harder one
parece
to
que es el
decide
flanco.
between was Keller and Kaiva.
Ay, ni siquiera les dejo
mainly
ver el
because
cosplay
they're-
feo que les estoy diciendo
they're
los detalles
two
de la tela,
different
miren, o
types
sea.
of cosplays,
Esto se ve
essentially. One is
horrible,
more
o sea.
armor-based, one is more like with seams and just patterning as well. But overall, I
Me
think
robaron,
just
a la
by
chava
the
esa.
movement and the detail that went into the Plaguebearer Izanami and the mask functioning as well, it just
Que ayer la
was just a
vacunaron
little
para
bit
el
of-
COVID plasma,
just a little
entonces
bit ahead of it to
hoy,
get that second place
ayer
spot.
le dolía el
But we
brazo.
were so
Pero te
impressed,
aseguro que hoy es
especially
cuando
too,
está
like,
sintiendo
the
los
big work,
estragos, la
the
pobre.
detail, the hand patterning with everything that Keller brought to
Y
the
como
table.
Discord se
I mean,
cayó,
she's from Russia,
no va a poder
and I swear
tampoco por
it is
ahí
something-
saber qué show.
There's something in the air. Russian cosplayers are just always on top of their game. Like if I see a good cosplay on Instagram and I look and I'm like, whoa, this is amazing. Most of the time it's somebody from Russia, I'm not gonna lie. They just are amazing cosplayers, and I was so impressed. Also, I would really love to see her cosplay Leon. I'm just putting that out there.
Oh, it's a bunch of fantastic cosplays. But of course, one winner here. We got a word from the winner after they were told their victory.
Hi everyone, I'm Samui-san. I just found out that I won.
Ni se parece al
That's crazy, man. Thank you so much for this incredible opportunity to participate again this year. This contest showed me a lot of opportunity to explore myself and to be more creative. Chernobyl has a design so powerful that I could not resist.
Espero que les den algún premio económico más allá de... O mínimo unos cristalitos para el juego o algo, porque si nomás es decirles felicidades, ganaste campeón, qué fraude,
EVA, hot glue. I need to be more creative.
Solo 2 dosis, cabeza de chorlito.
So I want just something magical, something light, something with LED. So I create a vacuum box, and each spine, horn, I create and I put on together in this vacuum box.
Ya va a empezar por fin la presentación, güey, ya, o sea, después de 4 horas creo.
And voila, I have the all parts, or spine, horn, in plastic moldable. Once again, thank you so much, Taylor, Romanova, and Hyda's Cupcake, and all team to Hyda Showcase. Thank you so much.
Well, congratulations again on the win, but also not just them. Make sure you go follow every single cosplayer you saw today. They all did phenomenal work. Of course, a couple being able to now stand tall and proud as the victors. But of course, you also want to make sure you follow, and like I'm thankful for this, follow Cupcake, who's been doing a lot. I know specifically, I want to say a lot of cosplay, but realistically, I've seen a lot more of your music lately, playing a lot of guitar.
Monedas de oro, no lo
So you always want to
dudes.
follow Cupcake. And of course, you want to follow Romanova, who had just mentioned that she was doing a cosplay there in December, along with all of the other fantastic things that you two both provide for the community. And of course, follow all of these cosplayers. Make sure that
De hecho, Romanova se hace cosplay, ya me acordé que se ha hecho en su página de Instagram, sí tiene cosplays medio elaborados. Tiene uno de Black Widow, si no me equivoco, o de la otra, de la Yelena o algo así.
As well as all these cosplayers. So thanks so much for joining me. But for now, we've got a montage of all of the cosplayers that we saw, and then shortly after that, you're going to be in the High Res Presents portion of the broadcast. So a lot that's still coming up and a lot of fun to still be had. So make sure you stay tuned, and we'll see you later.
Thanks, Gore. Bye.
Ya casi viene lo bueno, 5 minutos. Cañón, bro. Los deberían de... Se me hace que dos de estos estaban dentro de un psiquiátrico, gente. Los deberían de dejar salir mínimo para cuando hacen el cosplay. No, este vato sí se la voló. No, pues está cañón para invertirle en un cosplay de estos juegos, la verdad. Tal vez algún día salga con la máscara de Spider-Man, chicos. Es lo más que puedo hacer por ustedes. Cuatro minutitos. El año que viene haces uno de Corvus Vampiro, o sea, para el 2023, ¿o qué? Ya va a haber pasado de moda, Plasma.
Dime si quieres algo más. Dime si tú necesitas algo dulce para calmar esta noche. Va a ser loca. Esta noche va a ser la mejor de tu vida. Dime si te quieres acostar. Dime si tú quieres que yo haga algo con tu madre. Esta noche te doy un anillo. Por eso va a ser la mejor de tu vida.
Así está bien, como sin la máscara de Spider-Man. Estoy escuchando interferencia, chicos. ¿Nomás soy yo o también ustedes? No, sí era de origen. Ya se trabó la música. Lag, sí. Ah, sí, era de origen. Ya estoy viendo en los comentarios también. Ay, Dios mío. ¿Qué ponemos con nuestros puntos destacados, chicos? ¿Cuál será el mensaje ideal?
Better get about my way. This is start of a new day. Feel fresher than toothpaste. Singing out, this be the new thing.
Moji skin, ok.
I'ma go for the loop, man. I'm a fruit gone loopy. That's the Sammy the toucan. Screaming out, who cares? My soul bare. I'm done with the cold stare. My heart hang off the.
Yo ayer también estuve jugando una ranked, me aventé y me tardé como 15 minutos. Y estuvo horrible la ranked, me tocó. O sea, me bajaron ya de diamante porque ya no he jugado. O sea, me bajó el rango así solito, pues, sin que yo haya perdido ni nada. Cuando pasas mucho tiempo sin jugar, el juego solo te va bajando. Y ya está en platino 3 y fui primer pick. Y me tocó contra 2 maestros. Y ¿sabe cuánta gente? O sea, nos ganaron así horrible, o sea, 4-0. O sea, el matchmaking espantosísimo. O sea, una cosa horrible. Mi equipo eran unos muertos así. O sea, me tocó mi segundo pick era Cardio Big. Y era el más decente, imagínense. Muy raro, ¿no? Y pues la verdad que no me quedaban muchas ganas de seguir jugando.
Hi-Res presents checklist time. New soundstage built? Check. New announcements? Check. A slate of eclectic developers to humanize the games we make? Check. Love it.
Rock Company. Antes no me salen con Rim Royale estos muertos. O sea, no manchen. Rock Company tiene 500 espectadores en Twitch, imagínense, o menos.
3, 2.
Rogues from around the world. Welcome to the 2022 Hi-Res Presents Rogue Company keynote presentation. My name is Alex Cantatori, VP of Brand here at Hi-Res Studios. And I'm so excited to share with you, along with some of my fellow coworkers.
Our test audiences say that coworkers feels too impersonal. Let's say friends.
Along with my friends, to take a look ahead at what's coming in Rogue Company Year 2. Today, we'll take a first look at the new rogues, maps, and features coming both in our next update as well as later in 2022.
Van a sacar nuevos campeones y nuevos mapas.
Glimpse at the final rogue of Rogue Company Year 1.
Este juego yo nunca lo probé, chicos. ¿Cómo está? ¿Alguien de ustedes lo probó?
We do one of those fancy world premiere lines.
Make it bassy and velvety. Ooh, like I wanted to tuck me into bed.
Hit with it.
Pues a lo que están diciendo ahora mismo, sí. Se vienen mapas y campeones nuevos. O sea, en Paladins tiene... ¿Sabe cuántos años que no sacan un mapa nuevo? Como 2. Y luego el diseño de los personajes. Fíjense, otro problema que tiene Paladins es que está ya bien outdated. O sea, los personajes, hay personajes que se ven así visualmente viejos. Pues el diseño, vean estos personajes como están todos muy detallados. Por más que esto sea una animación, pues, pero tienen mucho detalle. Y te pones a ver Paladins y dices, o sea, hay personajes que se ven así ya parecen de otro juego, pues, o sea, que no encajan con los nuevos, por ejemplo, o sea, Batu, tú ves a Batu y comparas con Shalin o con Pip, o sea, por ejemplo, a Sky la reworkearon hace poco porque Sky también ya se veía así del año del caldo, o sea, Lex, Victor mismo se ve bien viejo. Mira, tiene buenas gráficas el Rock Company, nunca lo había visto, se ve bonito.
Now that we've revealed Glimpse, let's take a glimpse.
That's
ajá, lo que veo.
Love it. At a new initiative we here at First Watch Games will also
Odio los juegos en tercera persona. Sí, bromas.
Continuing throughout year 2. Moving ahead in 2022, we're doubling down on quality improvements with the introduction of Project Sync.
Throughout 2021, we were focused heavily on introducing new content into the game. New rogues,
Shalin se ve muy insípido, sí, definitivo. Mira, o sea, ve los diseños de estos y cualquier otro juego, pues.
We've seen the community's feedback for stronger focus on quality of life improvements, and we agree.
That's why 2022 is about slowing things down on rogue character.
Fíjate las gráficas de este juego, compáralas con Paladins se ve ya del año del caldo, o sea, en serio. Y luego le metes personajes modernos y que ni encajan. O sea, necesita remasterizar a Victor, a Shalin, a Cassie, a Lex, a Rukus, quizá, a todos los viejillos, pues.
language.
Moji también se ve súper sencillo. Sobre todo el dinosaurio, o sea, está bien X. Parece de plastilina.
Better quality games and the release of the Battlezone game mode. Two of the biggest requests from our community.
Battlezone in particular, which was a new game type introduced in the Umbra update, is emblematic of the type of big gameplay mix-ups we want to introduce with Project Saint.
In addition to further work on Battlezone, our goal with Project Saint is to iterate our core game modes, not to mention working on all new game modes. We want every moment of Rogue Company.
Sí, Joaquín, Macoa, por ejemplo, el que es la tortuga y tiene 3 pelos ahí parados, o sea, eso que se ve horrible.
And it works just as the community's requested. If a teammate leaves, a new player will take their spot. The only bodies you'll need to
Alguien puso en el chat, take notes, Paladins Team, o sea, tomen notas los de Paladins y le borraron el mensaje.
Planned for Project Saint on our dev calendar, including a rework of how interactions work.
Se ve muy bien el juego, chicos, o sea, gráficamente me gusta cómo se ve el Rogue Company.
We're working closely with our community team to make sure we are listening to your feedback and prioritizing your requests.
Y mira, y están diciendo que están escuchando el feedback de los jugadores y todo eso, y que están como, yo como no ubico el juego, pero que están como haciendo modos de juego a como lo pide la gente, a lo que entendí. Miren, un nuevo mapa.
This is Meltdown, a geothermal energy plant. This top secret AI research facility sits atop a dormant volcano, or so we thought. Jackal has attacked this facility and has sent it to self-destruct, which our source at the base tells us would cause a chain reaction.
En Paladins, en cambio, hacen lo que se les pega la gana, ¿no?
All around the world. That's where we come in. As you make your way through this facility, you'll battle both the enemy and the elements. Nestled in the icy tundra, Meltdown's multi-level compound provides ample vantage point to get the drop on your foes. Just hold on tight to those zip lines. The floor is locked. Well, you know. Available across King of the Hill, Team Deathmatch, Demolition, and Strikeout. Get ready to dive into Meltdown with a Year 2 Season 1 update in Rogue Company.
Welcome to Meltdown. Living up to its name, the two sides of the map are split between the facility's
Pues mostraron muy
location,
poco el
near
mapa,
Volcano's core, and the icy tundra that surrounds the area.
Verticality is a big feature of this map, so you can aim to get the drop on the enemy team. Just be sure to watch out for the nearby lava.
But we're not stopping there. Meltdown is only our first new map of 2022. The best part is, they're free for all Rogue Company
Paladins ya se comió
We'll have more to
Overwatch.
announce on these maps in the coming months.
En Overwatch hay ahorita 800,000 gentes jugando, güey. En Paladins hay como 20,000.
Let's take a look.
El chat pone que le ponga plata. Al juego este, el de Rock. Bueno, tiene una cadena, unos pesitos super chiquitos.
And that's just the first Battle Pass of Year 2. As our programmers are focusing on improving the game with Project Saint, our artists are dedicated to creating even more great content throughout the year, alongside our normal balance and quality of life updates.
Now let's cut to employees around the world.
They only have webcams. Is that okay?
It's more than okay. It's authentic.
Now that you've had a look ahead into season 4, we want to give you
No
a
entiendo
little
qué
glimpse
carajo se
into
supone
Year
que es
2 of
esa
Rogue
presentadora
We can't
ahí
do
en
it
las
alone.
oficinas,
Like the roads of
what the
Rogue
fuck,
Company,
o
the
sea,
First Watch team is all over the world.
o sea, presenten este panel y ya está, mijo, no necesito que esté otro güey, el conserje o no sé qué sea eso, en las oficinas de no sé qué quieren simular con
Did
esa.
we mention? Glimpse may be our last rogue for year 1, but we're not stopping there. We have some exciting plans for our
Si hay, mijo, en Player,
So stay tuned for more details.
playercount.com, algo así se llama la página.
Oh, hey, and
De hecho, Overwatch, no manches, los mismos de Fortnite sacaron una gráfica. Los juegos más jugados del 2020, el player base más grande del 2021. Y ganó Fortnite. Y literal, Overwatch se quedó como cuarto lugar.
Thank you so much for joining us in Rogue Company as we've introduced it to the world this year.
Estaba Warzone, Fortnite, creo que League of Legends. No sé, ganó un juego raro, no me acuerdo cuál fue el juego que les quitó el lugar a Valorant, a Overwatch. Un juego, está Apex Legends también. Ganó un jueguillo así como que todo el mundo pensaba que no tenía tanta gente.
Champions from around the world.
Pero Overwatch y Valorant, de hecho Valorant tiene menos que Overwatch. Tiene Valorant como 790,000 y Overwatch 800,000. O sea, por poquito pues.
2021. What a year. Oh, I'm sorry. That's 2021.
¿Sí o no, Sky?
What?
O sea, tienen muchos jugadores, simplemente pues...
I don't know why we'd have grammar checks
Sobre todo
in a
ahora que ya
spoken
salió en
presentation.
consolas y hay crossplay y
We
todo,
are.
o sea...
All right. Who's the creative writing major who snuck in a grammar joke?
Sorry. And now, in 2022, we're so excited to give you a first
No,
look
pues que la
at
comunidad
Paladin Season
de
5.
Overwatch todos quieren
Some of
jugar
the
daño,
options we
también
have
esa es
planned
la
for this
bronca,
year.
o sea, hacen filas enormes
Start of
porque pues
Season 4,
todos
now
juegan
go off
eso
the road
nomás.
to consume the realm. Now, will the champions band together, or will distrust consume the realm once again?
World premiere.
The realm united against Yagharoth.
A ver, vamos a ver esto.
And Azan's intervention.
Me quito la cámara un segundo.
Grand Magister Karn, realizing his failures, entrusted House Ico and a group of heroes with leadership of the Magistrate. This news was met with cheers of adulation. For many, promises of peace brought hope. But for others, the same injustices simply masquerade under a new banner. A new resistance rises. The peace will be short-lived. And in their bid for power, where will our champions fall?
Welcome to Paladin Season 5, Schism. Last year, we introduced 6 new champions to Paladins, our most since 2017. We introduced Yagharoth, the Devourer, Octavia, the Indomitable, Vatu, Sati, and Azan. And of course, our 50th champion, Ray, Scholar of House Ico. But now, in a moment of temporary calm in the realm, an executioner emerges, the left hand of the Outer Tribunal. But maybe it'd be better to just show you.
Ahí básicamente están diciendo pues que el año pasado metieron
3, 4,
7 campeones. Y bueno, ahora nos van a introducir a este nuevo, ¿no? A 7.
This is the savior of the realm. Try and save yourself.
Introducing Seven, the newest champion of the realm. Seven is an executioner, the left hand.
Pues que esa habilidad parece que tiene alguna especie de follow-up, ¿no? Bastante...
Using the terrain to his advantage to get the drop on enemies.
Ah, mira, se puede pegar a las paredes.
Swapping between regular fire, burst fire, and unloading his entire mag at once. We'll have a deep dive into Seven's kit later today during the Season 5 update show during High Res Showcase, along with a first look at 7 skins that will launch alongside his release.
Ah, va a salir con 7 skins también.
7 skins, got it. We cannot wait for you to check out 7, because in a world of chaos, the Outer Tribunal's
Y tiene 3 formas de disparo. Una que suelta todo su cargador, una que es como cañonazos y otra pistola normal.
What does that make Androxus?
Androdextrous.
Now that you've had your first look at 7, let's talk about maps.
So in 2021, the Evil Mojo Environment team
A ver, van a hablar de mapas en
reimagining and
Paladins.
reworking legacy maps like Timber Mill, Stonekeep, and Jaguar Falls.
Now, in 2022, we'll be reworking 2 additional maps with full visual.
Ay, mira qué bonito. Este es el de los jardines. Es que también esto le hace falta. Uf.
Trade District will also receive a visual rework, with improved materials and all new surroundings to flesh out the world around the map. Along with our previous Stonekeep and Magistrate's Archives reworks, the updates to Trade District will firmly plant the map in
Ah, este es el de duelo por equipos. Trade District.
And from the support and suggestions of the Paladins community, we'll be releasing an all-new map in Season 5. This will be our first new map since 2019, and while we don't have too many details to share with you today, we'd like to give you a first look of this new map that you'll be able to play for free later in 2022.
A new map? Joe, they got your letters!
Un nuevo
Last year
mapa.
we introduced event passes to Paladins.
Un nuevo
New system
mapa,
built
por
from the
fin,
ground
ya
up
pues,
based
o
on
sea.
feedback from our previous battle passes.
Feedback that included faster progression, less filler, and more passes throughout the year. You know, the good shit. Now, in Season 5, our event passes will continue, with even more amazing skins and themes coming your way.
And we're so excited to show you our first event pass for 2022, Abyss Hunter Academy.
World premiere.
Like a phoenix, I am flying, rising from the ashes as many times as it takes. In a world so dark, I'll be the flame. Thought I had to fight this world on my own, but you came along, banished that lie. We will stand, we will rise above the rest. Like a fire in my soul, yeah, let's go and show the world what happens when you put us to the test.
Introducing the Abyss Hunter Academy Event Pass, our first event pass of 2022.
Pues hasta la cancioncita está chida, está muy de anime el asunto, pero las skins, sobre todo la de Rey, está, híjole, está espantosa la skin. La skin está, o sea, y para iniciar el año, pues, así lo veo.
Cancel the video.
Lo veo mal, pues, ¿saben? O sea, la de MF está más o menos, ni siquiera está tan chida.
Wow. Hey, while we're on the subject of new updates, Romanova and I have a couple of announcements for you. First off, we'll be introducing a new mode called Siege Beyond. Throughout the year, we'll be adding new augmentations.
Siege Beyond, ya les digo desde ya que es una porquería de modo, o sea, es una pérdida de recursos y de tiempo y de todo lo que quieran de...
And last year's Season Pass included new content for every new champion in Paladins that came in 2021, including Soul Stealer Furia's limited skin, along with the Golden Griffin mount.
This year, the Season Pass returns with the new limited Jurassic Ying skin and new limited Dino Dash mount. As always, you'll get new content for each 2022 champion, 1,500 crystals, and 10% extra crystals on every crystal purchase you make throughout the year.
But that's not the only announcement that we have. We are excited to announce our ranked reward for 2022.
We know it's been a while since this champion's last skin.
We're so excited to finally reveal her.
That's right, we are pleased to announce that Mech Willow, her first new skin since 2018,
Esta de Willow está chida,
is your
pues sí.
Season 5 ranked reward.
2021 was an amazing year for Paladins, and we have so much more in store for 2022. Everyone here
Honestamente, esta presentación se ve que requirió algo de trabajo para
now 5 years strong.
lo medio cringe que está, chicos, o sea.
Shown some amazing Paladins updates here.
Es que estos brothers como que no son enfocados, ¿saben? O sea, siento que divergen mucho en sus ideas y salen cosas raras, o sea.
World premiere.
Fuck's sake. Ah, la de Rambo.
Live for nothing, or die for something. Your call.
Rambo X Paladins, pues tal cual es una colaboración oficial.
Rambo, John Rambo, from Rambo, is coming to Paladins. Best of all, this new crossover skin for Victor will be available for free for all Prime Gaming members when it launches in February 2022. Thanks to everyone for tuning in to the High Res Presents Paladins 2022 keynote. Now we'll throw it over to our friends at Titanforge with a look ahead at Smite Season 9.
Speaking of action heroes, Isaiah isn't gonna pop out and kill a bunch of people, is he?
Nah.
O sea, la skin de Rambo definitivamente está padre, o sea, eso que ni qué.
It started.
Gods and goddesses from all around the world, welcome to the Smite High Res Presents 2022 keynote presentation. My name is Travis Brown. I am the executive producer for Smite at Titanforge Games.
A ver si nos dicen ahora en la presentación de Paladins cómo se va a obtener la skin de Rambo. También hay que ver porque pues lo más seguro es que la van a vender por cristales, chicos. Para mí es prácticamente un hecho que la van a vender por cristales o algún pase raro, no sé. Y miren, Smite tiene colaboración con Stranger Things, Transformers, Tortugas Ninja. Aunque Rambo también es una franquicia decente, la verdad. La de Rambo gratis con Prime, ¿estás seguro, Cromo?
An asshole?
An asshole.
Very good.
So let's get right to it. The first god of 2022 is one of the most requested gods in Smite's history.
Sí, fíjate, Antonio, que lo que está pasando es que están las del pase definitivamente se ven ya que le están bajando. Creo que la última así chida que sacaron del pase fue la de Bok Tiburón. De ahí para acá las skins de pase han... Así, mira. Bueno, también la de Jing Digital estaba chida, pero han ido así en caída libre, ¿vale? O sea, están fellitas y ya solamente las que son así como de pago, eso las han hecho premium. O sea, como que sí andan contratando a los becarios para las skins del pase, ¿sabes? De repente se nota el Prime, ¿qué onda, Olimar? Olimar 79. La skin de Rambo es gratis. Se prende algo de skin de Rambo en Prime. Bueno, ¿dónde está la fuente? ¿Dijeron acá? Ah, no escuché. No escuché que dijeron.
This is not the end.
Fíjate, eso también está raro porque muchos países de Latinoamérica no tienen acceso a Prime del Amazon, o sea. No, crítica, lo de Paladins, sí, ahorita es que esto es como un resumen general de todo lo que es High Res. Y lo de Paladins tiene su propia sección ya como más completa, ¿vale? O sea, ahorita ya Plasma, en cuanto acabe esta sección, acuérdense, si checan el calendario que les puse, el horario, este es el High Res Presentation. Y después del High Res Presentation sigue el Paladins Season 5. O sea, esto es, si se fijan, están hablando de Rogue Company, de Smite, de Paladins, pues. O sea, ahorita falta que saquen el otro juego, el Rim Royale. Pero sigue la sección completa de Paladins. O sea, ¿vale? O sea, esto es como un resumen o un sneak peek a lo que viene, pues. Este juego es Smite. No, pues estoy hablando mientras estos güeyes también hablan, no puedo escuchar yo bien, me he hecho mucho eco yo mismo.
Known as the Destroyer, the title belies the balance of Shiva's true nature. As he ends the universe, he also creates it anew. This aspect of destruction and bliss was a central thematic point throughout Shiva's design and gameplay.
Shiva's the first Hindu god since Ganesh. Haven't seen him in a minute.
What are you talking about? Ganesh is on Hey Zeus all the time.
Let me address the elephant in the room. We wanted Shiva as the guest.
Shiva balances these two states of being, hindering his enemies or alternatively blessing.
Me imagino que Shiva es un nuevo personaje.
Also known as the Lord of Dance. Shiva reveals his world-ending performance within his ultimate.
A lo que veo, ¿no? Es un nuevo personaje, es el dios Shiva, pues.
But Shiva isn't the only god coming out in season 9. That's right. Shiva is just the first of 6 gods we have planned for 2022.
Van a salir 6 dioses para Smite, pues, en lo que viene.
Let's take a look at the upcoming gods for Smite season 9.
Hoy, bien más dioses para el de Smite.
Travelers, worshippers, gods and goddesses, gaze into the night sky and to
Venus, ¿no? Me imagino que esta es la diosa Venus.
Destruction, creation.
Ahí está el Shiva.
Of the same rhythm and all connected to Shiva, the destroyer. The flowers let loose their petals, carried on heaven-bound winds. Beyond the cerulean sky and among the clouds rests a majestic palace, and within, a throne of jade. For those of renown, for those that seek nothing before honor, for those that swear the oath, the knights await, alongside a seat at the round table. A volley of arrows rain down from the heavens, arrows without oaths to keep, nor fates to weave, but for the battleground. Yet, like
Como que no van a salir los campeones, están como diciendo puras cosas metafóricas y por ahí escuché, me hizo pensar que Afrodita puede ser otro de los campeones, de los dioses, perdón.
The sun will again rise, and so too will a hero. The end, much like our beginning, is a celebration. The journey in between calls for revelry, for it is what unites us. The stars, with tales as endless as the night sky, what tales will they hold for you?
Te apuesto. El nuevo campeón al Corvus. Qué bonito se ve Smite en comparación con esas cinemáticas. Pues es un estudio más grande el que tiene Smite detrás, Monster. De hecho creo que es Hi-Res directamente, ¿no? Los que están detrás de Smite.
From the thunderous skies of the rising
Con la
storm
su.
to the snow flurries in the winter deadwood, we introduced changes to Conquest that not only changed the map's visuals, but also introduced gameplay elements to create new experiences.
Ahí va Medusa, digo, yo este juego no lo he jugado. Me dan ganas de jugarlo alguna vez, el Smite, chicos. Nada más para conocerlo.
These updates will come with their own new visuals and gameplay experiences.
Today we're going to take a look at the first of 3 new maps coming in 2022. Here's your first look at the new map design for Season 9.
World premiere.
No mapa para Smite, digo, como les digo, yo no conozco nada de Smite, pero bueno.
A new era rises. An era of destruction. An era of creation. An era of Shiva.
¿Está decente tú si lo juegas, Cromo, o qué? Temporada 9 ya.
Introducing Season 9 Conquest, the Dharmic Era.
As Shiva seeks balance on the battleground, his influence has wide-reaching effects on the Conquest map. On the Order side, his presence has changed the environment to evoke elements of the Hindu pantheon. On the Chaos side, Tiamat's castle is now overgrown as her rule subsides.
The biggest feature of Season 9 Conquest is the brand new Obelisk objective. The goal of the Obelisk is to bank away offerings found during a match or at new marked camps.
When a team completely fills the obelisk with offerings, both teams will receive XP and
¿Te
gold.
banearon en una o qué,
The team that
cabronix?
completely fills their obelisk will receive a powerful reward, Indra's Scepter. The Scepter has 2 awesome modes. When enemies are nearby, it will attack up to 5 enemies simultaneously. If no enemies are nearby, the Scepter will heal all nearby allies and structures.
We're also introducing a new NPC, the Naga. Taking down this NPC will drop a bounty of tokens that you can use to fill your obelisk.
This is just the first of 3 Conquest updates on the works for Season 9, and we'll have even more on Conquest during the update show later today at Hi-Res Showcase. But it's not the only mode we want to talk about today. Now, let's check out an announcement for a returning feature coming to Smite.
No, si hacemos eso, Critical se declaran en la quiebra, créeme.
Called Adventures. These modes included game modes you wouldn't expect in Smite. Anime-inspired horde modes, PvE dungeon crawlers, and Smite cars. Now, 5 years later, Smite Adventures are returning, and while you won't be seeing...
Pero esa es de Metal Slug, ¿no, cabronix? La de Mission Accomplished.
Brand new experiences, free for all players.
I can't believe Smite Adventures are back! Smite car!
Smite car is not happening. I left something in my car. I'm gonna be right back.
Están diciendo Smite Cards, me imagino que algún tiempo hubo un juego de cartas de Smite o algo así.
Shiva, Conquest, Season 9 Gods, Adventures. This is just a taste of what we have in store for Season 9. And while not
Senior
every
Game Designer.
at the studio today, we still have a few more announcements that the team can't wait to show you.
She nailed it.
Yo, I fucking nailed that shit.
Cut to the people at home for a fast-paced announcement supercut.
Cue the montage.
This year, we're introducing a new component to our item system that we are calling glyphs. 5 chosen items will now have a glyph slot available, which will allow you to add additional passive.
Nada más que es tarjeta con J y frase con S, cabronix.
Glyph, which calls down a meteor when you successfully hit an enemy god.
Activa el autocorrector ahí en el celular, cabronix. Estás cañón, estás cabrón.
2 new tier 3 upgrades. One, which is more in line with the relic's identity, and another one that adds something fresh.
Last year, we released some of our biggest battle passes yet, and in Season 9, we're starting the year out with all new skins for Daji, Nike, Poseidon, and Thanatos. We'll have more info on this battle pass during our Season 9 update show later today during High Res Showcase.
And hey, we can't forget about this year's ranked reward, introducing your Season 9 ranked reward.
Senior Animator, fíjense. Esos rangos que les digo, pues es el más alto de digamos, de un, bueno, de los más altos. Y Paladins no tiene un programador senior. A lo que dijo Romanova, en Paladins no hay un programador senior, imagínense.
Biggest crossover so far, and we'll have more amazing ones in 2022. We don't have anything ready to announce just yet, but instead, please accept Odin as a hot dog. I assure you, this is
Odin as a hot dog, ok.
Well.
La skin bastante sencilla, pero bueno. Odin, ¿cuál es Odin? ¿Dios Odin? Ah, pues sí.
Classic.
You're up next, dude. Get on stage. Time to go hard or
Die hard. Lame as hell.
Por algo me quedé en español.
Earlier in the show, we were able to show off our newest conquest map, plus some of our plans for the return of Smite Adventures. But we still have one final game mode we wanted to show you today. In last year's Hi-Res Presents keynote, we showed off early concept art of a new game mode the Titan Forge team has been cooking up.
No modo de juego para Smite.
We're excited to show you all what we've been working on.
World premiere.
A ver. No, pues wow, no entendí un carajo de qué va el nuevo modo de juego, la verdad.
Introducing the newest Smite game mode, Cleage.
Slash!
Oh, that's way better. Introducing the newest Smite game mode, Slash. This mode incorporates our favorite elements of Siege, like a summonable NPC and the 5v5 teams of Clash on an all-new map inspired by the Maya and Egyptian pantheons. This map is designed to allow for more team fights with more meaningful objectives and lanes spread across the map. And the best part is, every Smite player can queue up and play Slash for free when it launches with Smite Season 9 this January. We'll have Slash available to play on PTS later today on PC, following the Season 9 update show. And for our PS4 and Xbox players, we'll have it available later this weekend on console.
A lo que entiendo es un modo de juego como más rápido, o sea, como más ir directo a los madrazos, y bueno, es un nuevo mapa inspirado en la cultura egipcia y azteca, una mexicana, pues no sé cuál dijo, pero
Today we focused on our existing games, Smite, Paladins, and Rogue Company. But we wanted to talk about one more project in the works. Our first UK-based studio, Redbeard Games, has been hard at work on a new title for PC and consoles. And while we're not quite ready to show it off to the world just yet, we wanted to give you, Hi-Res's biggest fans, the first chance to play our new game. Starting today, you can sign up to be a part of our upcoming closed alpha.
Van a sacar un nuevo juego, creo que es el que se filtró, el de los pollos, no sé qué. De hecho, ¿vieron el peluche? O sea, hace rato en las oficinas se veía un peluche de un pollo. Vi una nota, decía el juego que era blockchain, no sé exactamente qué es un blockchain, pero es un... Decía que un blockchain de pollos, algo así. Está diciendo que Hi-Res va a sacar un nuevo juego, chicos. Y que lo están desarrollando en Inglaterra, en un país de Europa.
Wow, that kind of went off without a hitch.
Está cañón que JR se quiera dedicar a otros que tengan Rogue Company. O sea, esto, la verdad, los juegos, para mi gusto, solamente son malas noticias para Paladins porque, pues, es divergir los recursos, los pocos recursos que tienen todavía más, ¿no? O sea, de JRs. O sea, les toca un monto pequeño a Paladins. Digo, a Evil Mojo, perdón, a Total. Y un nuevo juego, pues, tal cual es. Son recursos, o sea. Pinta mal, chicos. Económicamente pinta mal para Paladins. Sí, un juego de pollos. O sea, decía que iba a ser un juego block. Es que no ubico el género. Pero dice, a ver, creo que es como tipo Candy Crush o una cosa así, ¿sabes? O como tipo de... como de cartas, algo así, no sé. A ver, déjame investigo. Sigue ya lo de Paladins, chicos. No estoy seguro que es un juego tipo... No estoy seguro que es un juego blockchain, chicos. Es un género muy raro para mí. Sí, y también tiene el otro término, NFT. NFT es... vi una nota que se estaba filtrando ese juego de JRS, que era un juego de pollos y venían esas dos palabras. Blockchain y NFT Games. Y aquí estoy viendo una nota que dice: la alianza de videojuegos blockchain generó 2.32 billones en el tercer cuarteto del 2021, una cosa así. Y son también como tipos juegos free to play, pero que tú los juegas y te dan cosas. O sea, no sé, es un género. Juegos NFT, ¿tú sabes qué es eso, Critical? Ya le bajé. Es lo que les digo que está ahorita haciendo JRS. Un juego blockchain, NFT son las palabras clave y el pollo, o sea, el pollo ese. De hecho ahí estaba en el estudio, tal cual tenía el pollo. O sea, eso es un hint. O sea, con criptos. O sea, como de criptomoneda, dices. Ahí tenía la imagen un poco deforme. Ah, pues creo que es lo que están haciendo ahorita. Pues básicamente me imagino que eso lo que quieren es dinero, ¿no? O sea, tal cual, dineros. Ya viene ahora sí lo de Paladins, chicos, ¿vale? Yo pienso que vamos a ver esta sección de Paladins y ahí le voy a dejar porque lo otro ya no creo que me interese. Déjame ver qué era lo demás después de lo de Paladins. Ah, los Crystal Awards también siguen. Whatever. Los NFT son cosas virtuales que completan como una comprobación de lo que compraste. Es un icono y lo puedes vender dependiendo de la explicación. Oh, ya. Ya veo, ya veo. Ay, pues ya sigue, ahora sí, chicos. Háblenle al tío, al primo, a toda la banda que ya viene la presentación.
Hello everyone and welcome. This is exciting. We are finally going in.
A ver, déjenme ver si todavía tengo mi marco de high res. Creo que sí. Déjenme le subo el volumen.
Is popping off today. I am your host and community manager Romanova, and I'm joined here by two very amazing designers on our team.
Miren, Romanova ya trae otro cosplay de...
What's going on, guys?
Hey, I'm Harris
yeah.
Fish.
Yep. And yeah, I am Alex or Hi-Res Enmoot.
Ay, creo que está chiquito.
We've been cooking up some really great things, and we have a lot to get in store for you. So without further ado, we are just gonna roll into it. First off, we always start with our balance. For some of these shows, we've been holding that for the end, but we're gonna go
sí está ahí, pero
some really exciting news too with general updates. And
está
first,
difícil que lo ponga, chicos.
a new
Es que está agrupado
mode.
todo.
We have Siege Beyond coming. Would you like to tell us about Siege Beyond?
I am so happy to tell you about that. Yeah, for 2022, we want it to be our biggest year yet for Paladins, and what we're going to do to achieve that is we are going to make bigger changes than we've tried for a while that are kind of a little riskier. But what we're going to do is we're going to make a new queue. It's only going to affect Siege Beyond. We're going to try them out for 2 patches. We're going to see how the community feels about them. We'll take feedback. We make adjustments. And then if the community likes them, we will roll those changes into the rest of the game. But for the time we're releasing, for the time we're testing, it will only affect this new queue called Siege Beyond. It won't affect Ranked, it won't affect Onslaught or Team Deathmatch or even Siege Core. These features will only be in effect for Siege Beyond. And we've got one coming out in patch 1.
Very exciting. I know a lot of the community's been wanting to kind of spice up the game,
no le
starting
puedo
with,
mover.
how we've had those limited time modes. So something like this, your feedback community is very important. So
Básicamente están diciendo que, bueno, que se va a renombrar el modo de asedio normal. Se va a llamar Siege Core o Siege Core y el nuevo, pues ya saben, se va a llamar Siege Beyond, ¿vale?
Update coming to our item store.
Fuck, no lo puedo mover.
I'm sure the designers
bueno,
here
ya ni modo, chicos.
can vouch for that. But, you know, Cam, I know, has been working
General
very
Data
hard with user interface to just, you know, ramp this up along with a bunch of the other team programmers. Why don't you tell us a little bit about this item store update, guys?
Esto lo de Siege Beyond, digo, ya lo vieron ustedes conmigo en el PTS. O sea, la nueva como tienda de ítems, o sea, básicamente te dan a elegir entre 3 líneas, o sea, unas que son como para soportes, otras para tanques y otras para daño. Y tienes 12 niveles para ir mejorando sus ítems. Ya ustedes los que vieron en el PTS pues saben cómo va, es como al azar te van saliendo, o sea, te salen 3 opciones para que compres, tienes que comprar de fuerzas algo y te vuelve a rotar la de esta y te salen otras 3 opciones y es como un azar a la hora de comprar los objetos. A mí personalmente no me gustó porque puedes ir contra un equipo de full CC o de control de masas, como lo quieran llamar, y que no te salga para comprar aguante, entonces pues te quedas ahí pelotudeando, o sea, es como meterle un factor suerte a algo que en mi opinión pues no lo necesita, o sea, no sé de qué va eso, la verdad.
So you'll only be seeing 3 at a time. but there are a total of 12 choices. We have more options, more diversity, more depth in the item store overall, and then each individual choice is brought down to that level. And again, this is part of the Siege Beyond. This will only affect the new queue. It is going to be out, or it has been out by now, on PTS in a very early state, so we can make sure we get feedback. We're also going to be making adjustments to it internally while it's going out to make sure that we get into a place that feels good. And it's possible that by the time the core patch launches, that if we're not happy enough with it, we might wait and bring it out in the hotfix instead. We're going to have to see where it is and make sure it's in a good state. Sorry, you're going to say, Rose.
I was about to just release all the spiciness of, new items.
Yeah.
We have a big change coming up here next. Cauterize, always a hot subject in Paladins, we've even memed it a lot on social, if you don't pick Cauterize. But it seems like you may
ya sé por qué no me deja moverla.
Especially because a lot of players seem to get frustrated, right? If people on their team
Ya, pues ya saben que cauterizar también lo van a eliminar.
Item to the gameplay in Paladins. So I will let you
Y
take
bueno,
it away.
aquí ya saben, o sea, lo van a ir mejorando, o sea, conforme avance la...
Yeah. So indeed, Cauterize has been a hot topic for a long
Y
time.
lo van a cambiar por el nuevo ítem que se llama provisión, y el ítem lo que va a hacer es que te va a recuperar munición en un 15, 30 o 45%. O sea, esto lo hacen para que también a Fernando, a Grog, a Jagorat les funcione, ¿vale?
So Cauterize will no longer be in the item store. Instead, Cauterize will be an effect that applies to you from the beginning of the game, starting at
Sí, Daniel.
and then scaling up over time up to 90%, and it will scale at a rate based on the mode. In shorter, faster modes, it will scale up quicker. In longer, more strategic modes, it will scale out over a longer period of time. So, in effect, you cannot buy Cauterize in the item store anymore, but everyone will already Cauterize built in. So we expect supports to get some time to shine early, and then towards the late game,
No más que con este tipo de cámara que tengo ya acordé que...
picking 4 items and none of them being
Digo, no cámara,
So we definitely hope that this gives us more tools to keep healing and support and anti-heal in a good spot.
Se van a ver los dos huecos ahí, pero whatever.
At all levels of play throughout the match. And because of that, there's going to be a gap left in the item store.
Right. And so that
yeah.
Yes, that perfect timing.
You do it.
Yeah. Oh, of course, I got it. Yeah. The new item that we have is actually something called Provision. So we had to think of a replacement for Cauterize. We needed something in that slot that was fit in that aggressive role of like, hey, I need to attack. So right now we have this new item. So when you get elims, you're going to get some of your ammo restored. So you think of your ROMs, your Tyras, your Vivians. This is going to be awesome because if you're getting eliminations while you're firing, hey, I just get more bullets and I can keep firing.
We definitely expect to see some interesting interplay between champions that are better with provision and champions that are better with deft hands.
Esto también está raro porque, por ejemplo, con el nuevo ítem de provisión, pues básicamente campeones como Androxus, o sea, van a seguir, van a poder linkear sus kills, ¿no? O sea, otra vez se les van a estar generando balas. No sé, o sea, este ítem, el nuevo, definitivamente lo veo para flancos. También muy importante, chicos, recordar que va a haber 2 asedios, ¿vale? Uno es el asedio Beyond, que es experimental. Es el que van a ir metiendo los ítems estos que tú vas a ir comprando medio al azar. Que para mi gusto ya lo probé, está horrible. Y el otro, el normal, van a eliminar cauterizar y se va a meter este nuevo ítem. No, San, aquí están ya los nerfs para San. Y básicamente le están quitando su reducción de daño que tenía como permanente, ¿no? De algún modo del 5%, o sea, ya nada más le van a dejar el 40% de arrancavida. Con su talento de persistencia, pues tenía una reducción de daño permanente del 5% y pues eso lo hace inmortal, ¿no? O sea...
He's so survivable. Let's bring it back a little. Now, something really neat, and we were playtesting this, and everyone really liked it. Sanctuary, his ability to build those walls, you can now reactivate
sí, ese modo nuevo, Fernando, a mí no... No me parece buena idea en un cambio tan importante como es el de eliminar, cauterizar. Como les digo, es gastar recursos, es diversificar sus recursos, ir arreglando el otro modo, el de CB al mismo tiempo que tienes que balancear, que cauterizar ya va a estar de forma pasiva para todos los healers. O sea, tienes que balancear esa parte. Para enfocarse en el modo de juego principal. O sea, ese nuevo modo de juego es una sacada de la manga horrible y es un azar que no necesita este tipo de juego. ¿Y qué otros juegos recomiendo? Pues Valorant, Apex, cualquiera que te corra Critical. ¿Qué onda, Clego? ¿Es paleta o quién es? ¿Quién es Clegot?
And then we have a couple cards. We have Eternal Strife. We have kind of scaled that down.
Y bueno, le están nerfeando más cosas a Sam, ¿vale? O sea, también sus cartas. O sea, le están... la arrancavida que tienen una de sus cartas también le están bajando 10 puntitos. También otra cura que le da cada que consumes tus habilidades. Cuando tiene la barra esta como tipo furia al máximo. Y que consumías una habilidad así, te curaba por... cierta cura, ¿no? También le están bajando un poquito ahí la cura. Se le están bajando un poquito la reducción de daño y su como arrancavida o sustain que tiene. Es la gran paleta, ¿qué tal? ¿Cómo amaneció después de su vacuna? Aunque ese Hugo no lo usa ella, eso lo usa Kitty. Otra vez le están nerfeando el talento de Aegis a Fernando. Va a tardar un poquito más en volverse a subir y también el escudo se va a recargar un poquito más lento, ¿vale? O sea, ya ven que te lo rompen y pues se vuelve a recargar tipo como el de Khan. Va a ser también un poquito más lento.
So he can still do it, but not quite as well. And hopefully we might free up a band slot for a little bit more diversity in Ready to Play.
Apex móvil, posible en marzo, ¿a poco sí, Cromo? No, pues si sale en móvil les va a pegar demasiado, ¿no?
Try and bring the hype that Nico would be bringing for this next one. We know that Nico is a big Grok fan, and he, has wanted to see his boy in a good place for a while now. So we've been seeing these little buffs here and there for Grok. It looks like he's getting another one, so I'll let you take that away.
Yeah, I don't know if I can be as...
Otra vez van a bufear a Grok, o sea, le han bajado la cura que da a los totems. Bueno, la van a volver a subir, ¿vale?
Want to drop totems, and so what we've done, we've hit the totemic ward talent, right? We've said, here you go. You've got 3 totems. That's awesome. I can heal all the time. Now I'm dealing a little
por Instagram,
so
Sky.
per totem. I can deal 15% healing per totem. So I'm getting
esto de los totems pues, está bien, digo, el Grok cuando lo hicieron así se usaba bastante, lo bajaron y se volvió a dejar de usar, o sea.
Grok.
But yeah, the next one, we keep hitting these hot subjects here. Speaking of hot subjects, Leon, always a character that people seem to have their own issues or takes about. She is getting more of a nerf right now. It looks like to Alacrity. So Fish, let us know about this.
Yeah,
and what went into this.
Definitely.
Grace básicamente
we made a lot of adjustments recently, and early on it seemed like there was some concern, like, hey, is that too many places? More recently it's been like,
va a seguir golpeando a todos, pero le está aumentando el cooldown por un segundo, ¿vale? Para que Leon ya no se esté deslizando tanto tiempo y pues dando a puro auto-aim a todos los enemigos.
A matter of frustration for players. So we are hitting it. Essentially, instead of it reducing the cooldown, it will now increase the cooldown to go in that direction. So, yeah.
Ah, poco sí, Cromo, no sabía. Pero es crossplay con consolas y PC o esa parte como el COD móvil.
But our newer, one of our newer damage champions here, Sati, is getting a little bit of a buff.
A Sati la están bufeando, que yo sepa ya estaba medio rota.
Yeah, Sati, One of my favorite champions, not because I worked on her, just because she's awesome. But yeah, we had to make a few changes, especially to her.
O sea, le están arreglando algunas cositas, o
We wanted to
sea,
make it a little easier to hit, so we've increased the hitbox.
la moneda va a ser como más fácil que le des, o sea, para los
We've also
manquitos.
changed a little bit of the logic
Y
of the
también la
coin.
moneda va a
So when
darle
you
al
shoot it,
enemigo más
it's going to hit
cercano.
the person that's closest to it,
O el
just
que
to
tenga
activate. But
menos
after
salud
that,
de
when you're
vida, o sea, eso
shooting
está
it
súper
again to deal
bien.
damage, it's actually going to target the lowest health player. In
Y
testing, and
también
in
dice
theory,
que ha
this has kind of made
incrementado
it
el
easier to
tamaño
confirm
de
kills, and it gives the coin a
wallbangs
little more
proyectiles.
utility.
Eso no estoy
It's
muy
still
seguro que
not going to be
sea.
something that you're going to rush into a battle and throw your coin out instead of
Wallbangs
shooting people,
proyectiles, ¿qué es eso?
but it's those really great moments when someone's trying to run away, when you need to peek a corner, and this is going to make that easier.
O sea,
We
Satis no
also
dispara a
hit
través
her
de la
wallbang
pared, ¿o sí?
talent. We just made that
O sea, con la
a little
ulti,
bit
pero
larger.
no
We've
estoy seguro si
increased the
esto tiene
size
que
of
ver
the
con la
bullet,
ulti, según yo
so
no.
it's hitting people a little more consistently, and we've increased the speed just slightly, but mostly we've made it a little bit bigger, so you should be able to confirm those wallbang hits even more.
Yeah, no bias at all with
No,
Sati for
no.
you.
Of course
Yeah,
not.
not at all. Now,
La
last
verdad
part
que
of our
sí,
balance section
cabronix.
before we get into some
O sea, sí
stuff
sé que la
about
ulti la
our next
bufearon, pero
ranked
según yo
season.
esta no es la
We
nota.
got the everyone's favorite grandpa, Torvald.
Ah, o se
getting
llama la
some
ulti
buffs.
wallbang, sí, pues
I
va a ser
know
más grande pues la
that
ulti.
many people have asked for different things like
Torvald ya va a
rework,
tener
etc.
inmunidad al
What kind
CC
of
cuando está
buffs do we
ulteando. Ya ven
see
que se le cancelaba
happening
la
here
ulti
in
con el CC. Y va a
Sure.
hacer
The
10
important
más de
thing is
daño
we
con
still
el
have
básico,
bigger
con su
plans for
guantalete,
Torvald,
pues.
but when we were talking about it, we also want to see if we can help him out in the meantime. while we get
Incremento de
there.
las balas de la
So
ulti,
these are
sí, pero del
intended to do
tamaño,
that, to
¿no?
bridge the gap until we can put in some large changes for him. So Hyper Beam, he's going to get CC immunity during it. The Gauntlet, just a little bit of damage increase. The Nullify, we're reducing how much move speed penalty he has while using it.
También
slightly.
Nullify, o sea, te hace
And
poder
then
mover
for
un
the
poquito más
cards,
rápido.
rather than increasing the movement speed during recharge,
Y
we're going to
también
increase movement speed for 3 seconds after activating
cuando
recharge.
tiene una
And we think
carta
that'll
que
be a
tú
lot more
pones
useful
la cosa esta
based on
que
what the
recarga como su
seems like.
escudo y se puede mover más
So
rápido.
hopefully tide folks
Bueno,
over
pues ahora
to the
también
big
se
stuff.
va a poder mover más rápido 3 segundos después de haber
I'm excited
utilizado la
to see what's
habilidad.
in store for this man,
Entonces,
you know?
supongo que está
Give
bien.
him a couple of years back to his life, you know, make him a little more youthful, right? But yeah, that's all we have for the balance section, but we are going to go into something really special here, starting with our new season and ranked split, folks. Starting off with, every year we do a ranked reward skin, and this
Van a hablar de la skin de Willow.
Very highly persistently, I'd say, her fan base asking for her to get a new skin. And so
No será más grande, tendrá más alcance. Oh, ya. O sea, va a llegar como más lejos atravesando las paredes.
Will O.
Y ahí está la skin de Willow.
Obviously. Yeah, very clever. Probably
que la skin pues ya la vieron, los que vieron el PTS junto conmigo ya la vieron dentro del juego y pues se ve, la verdad es la mejor skin que viene en esta próxima actualización. O sea, esta de Willow es la mejor de todas.
Oh, she does, and I'm a big fan of Willow, so I was maybe one of those people also asking for a nice skin.
You were on your Heidi account. You're
Exactly.
Porque el arma tiene efectos, nomás les faltó que aquí el movimiento de la Q tuviera efecto, lo malo que sigue saliendo la misma bola de picos, pero pues está... La skin está bien, más allá de ese detalle. Lo pixeleado es de origen, chicos, o sea, si se ve feo es porque el juego se está viendo aquí, donde yo no estoy viendo se está viendo feo. A ver, déjenme ver si...
Making her different with
Sí, miren, yo lo tengo a 1080, 60 frames, pero pues...
I think does a lot for the appeal of
Lo malo es esa bola, es la que les digo que... O sea, el efecto sí truena con los hexágonos, eso, pero por la bola puede ser diferente, ¿vale? Wow. Traen la transmisión horrible de calidad de estos, igual que siempre. Los que vean, chicos, no les alcanza ni para un buen internet a los pobres.
One voice line there.
Oh, the inspect.
El arma, digo, los...
Yeah, that's a cool wand.
Nice.
El sonido se escucha muy tenue también.
Yeah, just that good, robot, Willow.
Siempre tiene el volumen del maldito juego bien bajo y no se escuchan las voces.
It's a wonderful character.
Y además está trabando o sea, todo eso que se está trabando y eso es de origen, ¿vale? O sea, se ve muy mal la transmisión.
I just I like the robot voice and stuff, like hearing it in my ear. But also, with that being said, ranked rewards. We have the
Algo
Season
bueno,
4
pues
ranked range
solamente creo que la
every
noticia
month.
más interesante de
In
todo
this
esto,
update,
Pingüi, es
you
los
had
mapas.
reached, I believe, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, Pete,
Dos,
if you
van a
have reached at
reworkear
least
el mapa
gold
este
during Season
de
4,
el que
you
tiene
will
unos
receive a weapon frame
pilares.
based on your highest rank achieved.
Uno que es como
That sounds correct.
de un bosque y uno de los de duelo por equipos. Y también va a salir un nuevo mapa, pero no hay
Last year,
todavía no hay ni
some
una
scheduling issues, and we
imagen
only had 2
dentro del juego
splits,
de ese mapa,
this
pues.
coming year, we are planning on like patch 1,
Aquí
patch
nos
3,
van a
patch
encontrar
5, new
a
splits,
mostrar
new
los
splits,
marcos.
predictable,
Los marcos ya
reliable.
los vimos,
And
chicos.
also, we'd had some
Para mi gusto
issues
están
getting
horribles, la verdad.
frames out to
Están
the
muy,
highest
muy
ranked
feos los
players,
marcos
and we
nuevos.
believe we got a fix in for that midway through the last split. So there might be a couple of issues hanging around for that last one, but moving forward, we should be able to give it in an automated fashion without issues. So excited about that.
Yeah, that will be kind of like the icing on the cake, right? So I'm excited for that. I'm glad that we were able to go through that and get that fixed.
Yeah.
But that kind of wraps everything for these updates for the beginning of the season, and we do have our first event pass of the year to get into. Ooh. Yeah, I'm excited. I think we have a little special showcase here with the logo too.
Let's see him.
Like a phoenix, I am flying, rising from the ashes as many times as it takes.
Pero no era el mapa en sí, Irving, era un arte, pues, 2D, básicamente, de lo que es el mapa, pero era un arte nomás. Ajá, además no era gameplay, o sea, era un arte, un splash art, vamos, o sea, no era ni siquiera una foto del mapa como va a quedar ni nada. ¿Qué onda, Yoshin? Bueno, aquí la canción que seguramente va a tener copyright, chicos. Si ven el stream resubido, esta parte va a estar muteada, pero bueno. ¿Le gusta la canción o no, Paleta? Usted que es chica de anime. ¿Qué onda, Chesco? Pues es el soundtrack que parece ser que va a venir con la nueva actualización de Abyss Hunter, chicos.
The voice might be familiar to some of you. Amelie has made us a exclusive track that will be featured in the event pass.
Sí, no está tan mal. También creo yo que no está tan mal.
Our Abyss Hunter Academy event pass.
That was a bop.
I'm so excited.
Yeah, that's
oh my
so
gosh.
cool.
You did not just say bop. Yeah, I am just so excited that we were able to collaborate. We've been, I guess, consistently doing some pretty cool collabs, you know, just over the last couple months with Paladins, and we might have some in store this year. Maybe not right away, but we're definitely getting some really cool things, and just having that in the event pass screen music instead of it just being, you know, I guess the stuff that we normally have without any kind of lyrics and whatnot. It fits the theme, obviously, of the academia kind of vibe that we're going for.
De las que se vayan a las que no.
With that being said, we do have our first skin coming up here. It's our
Se mamaron con la de la moneda de Sati. Quiero decir, mis armas están God. ¿Para qué usar las monedas?
Lot going on in that.
Yeah,
no, a mí la moneda se me hace buena habilidad, Nikolai.
Yeah, I don't know if I'd want to play.
Ahí está la skin de May, o sea.
Or against her.
Es que la moneda es para rematar a los que se van, sobre todo las esquinas. Las skins, chicos, ustedes, los que vieron el PTS conmigo ya la vieron en mejor calidad que lo que estamos viendo aquí, ¿vale?
Yeah. She also has that great charm on her dagger. I wonder if that's super cute.
Oh yeah, I believe.
¿Qué efectos son? Lanza como algo, ¿no? Como unos murcielaguitos en la daga o qué es?
A couple little.
Se ve muy rápido, pero sí.
I guess maybe in-game content like avatars and whatnot featuring that. What is it? Lucifer? Lucifer?
It is Lucifer. Yeah.
Lucifer.
Correct.
Yeah.
We have fun when we're naming things, you know.
And our level 12
El volumen del juego bajísimo.
Study Hall Mave.
Esta es la otra, el Recolor. Me gusta más este definitivamente.
Yeah, so do I. I'll probably run this one.
Nice.
Yeah.
I like the blends too.
Pink hair.
Yeah.
Sí, es que la ulti también es para lo mismo, para rematar gente, en mi opinión.
Oh, yeah.
Almost sign it for the yearbook level.
Yeah, I don't. You definitely want to sign her yearbook, or else you might be you might end up eating a dagger. You know.
Do you think that's what happened to that purple dude? He was like, "No, I don't want to sign your yearbook."
He said,
and she was like,
"Yeah, exactly."
Ya se desbugueó lo de los beavers.
Yeah, how dare you? And our level 18 unlock for this is actually Class President Ray. I think this is our first.
Estas de Rey son las que están. Ay, Dios mío. O sea, es que quizá la skin no está tan mal. De hecho, alguien hizo un recolor en Facebook con piel humana y se veía bien. Pero es que estas paletas de colores que le pusieron las dos skins están infumables, chicos, están horribles.
I think the team had a lot of fun. I like the little narrative here about where the different champions kind of fit in the
Sí, no tiene volumen, paleta. O sea, yo lo tengo a todo, ¿va? Miren, no se escucha. Cuando ponen el juego no se escucha.
Whole conversation one day going on in Discord that I don't think you all were there for, but as if everyone in Paladins was in this academy, and you know, like Sati is like the bad girl, like hanging outside of school, maybe skipping class, and
la ulti de Santa está muy extraña.
There's I think Bomb
no me gusta.
Like, you know, there's just really it sparked some very funny conversations with the Evil Mojo team that I gotta give them some props for without mentioning exactly what they mentioned.
Yeah.
There's
I
a
definitely was
document
around
out there.
for some of that. Exactly. There's a doc that goes well outside of what we used for this.
Sí, está muy rara, Yoshin.
I will have to look at this doc.
We definitely got into this.
Además, si sus orejas están acá, ¿cómo detienes los lentes acá? O sea, ¿por qué tiene los lentes acá si ella tiene las orejas arriba?
We are gonna show off Class President Ray in game.
I do like, though, that she's like casting a rune on the ground before we show her in game. Like she's just like slamming onto the ground. Like, I don't know if she's, you know, she might be on the team with this guy with the wings here, trying to fight the basketball players. I don't know.
Mírala, o sea, dentro del juego se ve horrible.
Again, nice use of contrast. Really enjoy that.
Oh, yeah.
De hecho, el azul está peor. O sea, creo que esta es la más decente, pero.
She has the hop animations.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, it's great.
Somebody's got to hop.
All right, somebody has to have the puns, so that's you, Fish, today. Since,
no sabe, sí, no se le entiende bien el concepto, o sea.
We're pretty well covered across the team. Not a lot of pun shy folks.
Oh, I really like the effects here too.
Mm-hmm. Shout out to Rollin, always kills it.
¿Tendrá 4 orejas?
Was that a little heart that I saw? That's so cool.
Yep, those are little hearts.
Orb and beam.
Tienen muy bajo el volumen del juego, se pasan de lanza. Miren los sprites, esos sí no los pude mostrar porque estaban bugueados en el PTS.
I think we're gonna go ahead and listen to some voice lines too.
Dicen que vamos a escuchar voz lines, pero pues no se escucha nada, o sea. No se dan cuenta, o sea, no tienen a un encargado de audio o qué, o sea, Dios mío.
Yeah, she's aggressive.
Esta es la
We have some
gratuita,
really
Chorlito,
cute
sí,
sprays and
justamente.
everything too that include her and Maeve in them as well.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Looks like we're gonna get in here to our validated.
Esta es la que de plano está.
Ray.
Y fíjate, alguien mencionó algo, o sea, los lentes son azules, o sea, es ridículo que los lentes sean azules también.
I know the other one she technically had like a reddish pink skin.
Ridículos, hasta esto, hasta en la misma paleta de colores ya espantosa, tiene errores, o sea, no puede ser que los lentes sean azules, o sea.
It gives me. She looks more sinister here.
Do you all think that she's like one of those people in school
eso.
that's like in 13 clubs, is like padding her GPA, probably like plays multiple
overdoing
instruments?
it.
Yeah, making everyone else look bad.
Like, oh, sorry, I can't do that event because I'm already booked for this event and this other event, right?
Yeah, sorry.
She's head of the cheerleading squad. She, you know, has to study for.
She's in the math.
Sí, Fernando, o sea, se ve pixeleado. No se escucha. O sea, que
yeah, she's on the yearbook club.
O sea, no puedo creerlo, o sea.
So much extracurricular.
Es como si cualquier streamer, que tú quieras lo contratas y te streamea de mejor calidad. Esa, la porquería esa, o sea, yo les podría hacer el favor de streamearles en mejor calidad, o sea, y de ajustar el volumen para que se escuche mínimo. A ver, vamos a ver el tráiler. Este ya lo vimos, pues el de Rambo otra vez.
Live for nothing, or die for something. Your call.
Padre ex Rambo, digo, ya sabían ustedes.
Oh my goodness, yeah. So if you didn't
Ahí está la skin. O sea, ahí ven los pixeles de la skin, no, pero ahí se ve ya mejor.
Rambo is, but I'm sure many just do know.
Got the remakes.
There
are remakes in more recent.
Exactly.
He's in Mortal Kombat too.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
This is so
Even
cool.
Other places.
One of the most interesting things that's happened to me as a dev is we just had like the normal flow. It's like, hey, this is out to the team.
940.
And it said Stallone, and I was like, you know, that's a name. We have lots of names.
Creo que ya le subieron un poquito el volumen.
That is him.
Digo, por lo menos se escucha el arma. Ya le bajaron.
Cool. I'm really excited about this.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, this is a great. John Rambo is a cool skin.
Yeah.
La granada también, pues es una granada clásica, ¿no? De toda la vida de guerra.
This is a reward via Prime Gaming. So you might have been able to see this in PTS, but also the fact
ya. Sí, dijo Romanova. Esta skin se va a obtener vía Prime Gaming, tal cual.
I mean, hey, I won't stop you.
Pues supongo que la voy a cambiar yo. Además consigo Prime Gaming muy seguido, entonces a mí me gusta mucho comprar cositas y sí. La verdad sí, o sea, para ser así de Prime, lo único malo, cromo, es que mucha gente de Latinoamérica no tiene acceso al Prime Gaming, a la membresía Prime como tal, pues, o sea, entonces lo gacho que no todos la van a poder obtener. A mí se me hace bien, paleta. Está padre la skin.
I love it.
Yeah.
Also, just some other skins that we're going to be coming out with in this update that you might have seen in PTS is we do have
la de Azan también. Esta no la mostraron hace rato.
A lot of you kind of, I think we teased that Azan was supposed to get.
Esta va a ser de pago, ya saben, va a salir en cofre de 400 cristales, si no me equivoco, y compra directa en 800.
Different route, but we decided after the reactions, you know, to make the skin a reality. And this will be available in a new chest called Myths of the Realm.
La verdad esta está mucho mejor porque a mí el diseño ya de Azan, el base como que no me gustó, fíjense.
Such a glare.
Está mucho mejor esta.
I Love Tails thinks of his tail. I just need to know the tail ranking.
I suspect this does very
Pues sí, a mí tampoco me hace
yeah,
chorlito. O sea, jugar con Víctor es jugar cualquier shooter genérico de toda la vida, o sea.
Thick base and the tapered. Like, yeah, I think that's what we're looking at.
Okay. Oh, even like so. I feel like sometimes the splash art kind of blows you away, right? And then the in game might not as much for certain things. And it's not just our game, like
it can be
like that for a lot of stuff. No, this is so cool.
La de
those wings are excellent.
La de Jing Prehistórica, esa va a ser de pago en el pase de temporada 2022. Que va a incluir también la montura del Velociraptor.
There's a lot here that is excellent.
Y la de Willow ganando sin rankeds, chicos, para quien tenga duda.
Edges like spikes and hooks and claws and stuff. Like, this is really good.
He's just going to be even more intimidating on the point.
No, ya, Víctor hace muchísimo daño, cabronix.
Ooh. Those voice lines too sounds proper and dragony.
Fíjense que lo que no me gusta de la ulti es que cuando caes te quedas ahí un ratote sin hacer nada. Y además eso de que los avientas a un lado, pues tampoco le veo sentido, honestamente. Aunque bueno, supongo que es para despejar el punto tal cual. No se escucha absolutamente nada. O sea, es ridículo que nadie les diga, brother, o sea, no puede haber un solo que esté viendo la presentación y diga, carnal, no se escucha absolutamente nada. O sea, pues es que qué pocas ganas de hacer las cosas bien tienen esto. O sea, como que nadie, o sea, obviamente están ocupados los tres que están presentando. Está la persona que está jugando. O sea, no puede haber otro del equipo, un maldito desgraciado que esté viendo la presentación para ver que esté todo bien. O sea,
New season,
I'm so excited right now. New season pass. Season pass 2022, the skin that will be featured at the beginning of this and only available in
Tanque Drogos
2022 is Jurassic Ying.
Skin that had Romanova at a loss for words.
Y esta, pues ya saben, también mucha gente está enojadísima porque pues la skin le quedaba perfecto a Cassie. Y pues la gente está, o sea, otra skin para Jing, o sea, está furiosa la gente.
Meat bone snack thing.
She's not gonna be hungry.
To feed her friends. Yeah.
Can we say she's looking like a snack? Can we?
You can say that.
This is the one time you can get away with it and not be, creepy.
El que mínimo, mijo, o sea, alguien que tenga ganas de aportar por su cuenta, ¿no? O sea, como que sé que nadie es. La skin está padre, pero pues ya es que la octava skin de Jing en menos de un año, o sea, es exagerado la cantidad de skins que le salen a Jing, la verdad.
Anachronistic or like an old different setting that we might not see them in, like these tribal or cave or dinosaur times. So I really love it.
Her the like hovering around and effects kind of look like the what is it, the Aurora?
Yes, exactly, the Aurora Borealis.
Yeah, Borealis.
Yeah, I love those effects.
With her mirror.
La skin está padre, los efectos también, digo, el arma está decente. Pero a mí personalmente que tengo 20 skins de Jinx, pues no me emociona, pues, ¿saben? O sea, yo no lo veo.
Missing link.
The missing link?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's it. It's Yang.
Gaming and riding dinosaurs out there.
Yeah, this skin is awesome.
Pues si la comparas con otras paletas está decente, ¿no? O sea, estuvieron a nada de encuerarla más, yo creo.
The 3D Vorus spray. Give me a V.
You're a real bonehead. Savage. After that last fight, I'm so dinosaur.
Oh, jeez.
Para todos los que están llegando, chicos, les comento que el audio del juego está así de bajo de origen, ¿vale? O sea, se escucha bajísimo y no puedo hacer nada, ¿vale?
But yeah, and just to let you know, the Season Pass 2022 also,
ahí se alcanza a escuchar un poco la ulti. También la calidad, por cierto, si ven que se pixelea, sobre todo cuando ponen el gameplay, es de origen, ¿vale? O sea, está la transmisión con muy pocos datos. Esta montura está padre en diseño, pero ya que en in-game está medio fea, ¿eh? Yo ya la probé y no... En in-game está como muy estático, cómo se ven los personajes. O sea, se quedan así montados, así bien tiesos.
Dino Dash.
I love when we're able to get away from the norm and
Miren,
break out into a whole
si
new
ven, o
world.
sea,
It's a lot of fun.
se ve terriblemente estático, o sea...
Yeah. I really like the two-legged gate as
Y
well.
todos los personajes se ven así, ¿vale? O sea... La montura está padre, pero...
You know, the mounts are just a unique part of Paladins.
La animación, o sea... Ya la animación con total, no, a mí no me convence.
It's the little things, you know?
It's the little
raptors. It's the big
little things.
I'm in raptor bite.
No lo dudes, cabrones.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, I see where you're going with that.
Chicos, todos los que están aquí, les comento que estén atentos al canal, a los posts de la comunidad. Voy a hacer próximamente, o sea, en cosa de días, un PvP contra suscriptores. Todos los suscriptores o seguidores, como quieran, que me ganen a mí en un 1v1, le voy a dar un cofre dorado o un cofre chico, ¿vale? Para que estén atentos. Voy a estar haciendo esa dinámica. 1v1s, subs contra mí. Va a ser de roles. O sea, vamos a hacer una ruleta y puede que le salga tanque, healer, blanco o daño. Y ya una vez de ahí pueden ir el que quieran. O sea, si sale tanque, pueden ir el tanque que quieran. Yo igual voy a ir el tanque que quiera. Todos ustedes van a tener que piquear primero para que no me hagan stream sniping de algún modo o counter al personaje que yo elija. Y quien me gane, chicos, cofrecito, ¿vale?
Look at those cute chickens. Yeah, this is a great skin.
Bueno, aquí la skin dorada de Pip, que ya también la vimos, que a lo que vi a muchos de los main Pips no les gustó, incluso Mortis también alzó la voz. A mí sí me gusta, honestamente, o sea, he visto peores skin doradas, es lo que les dije la vez pasada. La verdad que hay peores, como la de Shalin, la de Lian, hay unas que están medio como nomás le aventaron dorado ahí a lo menso. Esta estaba un poquito más detallada.
Okay, and with that being said, I do have some community updates for y'all. I will run through this fast so we can get into the
para que estés atento, Nicolai.
But yeah, before that we got some community announcements. Mainly just wanted to give a big congratulations to those who won our Valentine's Day Avatar Submission Program. We had so many entries. I believe this one we had over 400. And limiting it down to just the
bueno, aquí están diciendo que se van a venir algún cofrecito de avatares del día de San Valentín. Y bueno, ahí están los artistas que ganaron, ¿vale? O sea, yo honestamente no sigo mucho la comunidad de artistas de Paladins, pero bueno, ahí están los nombres, creo que sí los pueden ver.
All very amazing artists, and in our update notes, if you haven't already checked them out, you can see their social media links as well to go support them and give them some love. But their avatars, you know, just kind of blew us out of the water, whether they were static or animated. You know, I love doing these. I love bringing these into our game.
Eso sí, cabrones, eso es lo que quería la gente, que lo hubiesen puesto como, pero sabe, a mí no se me hace tan mal.
And also, we have some just avatars our devs have made for different holidays coming up. We have one for Valentine's Day featuring Pip. We have one for Lunar New Year, since it's the year of the tiger, aka the year of the Tigron.
Parece que vienen también nuevos avatares, o sea, estos ya son los que están haciendo ellos, a lo que entiendo. Son uno de Pip, uno del Tiberius, otro de Octavia, otro de Varric.
An adorable St. Patrick's Day Barrack. And you will be able to get these folks with the kind of play the two games on the weekend when they're...
Yerma no ha llegado, Paleta, por cierto.
And you get the reward as the acquisition.
Chesco se pasó temprano, ya digo, Chesco, Casper.
That's all I have for community. I think it might be, let me check my right hand here. Yeah, I think it's time to get into our champion review.
Ya viene Seven, chicos. Vamos a ver el tráiler.
Let's go take a roll at it.
Satans. This is the savior of the realm. Try and save yourself.
Ooh.
Just wow.
So-
Get caught out of the air.
Bueno, el campeón nos mostraron un sneak peek
confused,
pequeño hace
there. The name
rato.
is
Tiene
Seven.
como un látigo
It's
que se
not-
permite
it's not
pegarle
five.
las paredes y quedarse ahí como,
It's 7.
como acá pegado y puedes disparar mientras estás ahí. El arma también tiene 3 formas de disparo.
The tribunal.
El diseño del personaje
Seven
se
is
ve
our
bastante bien, la verdad.
new champion I actually was able, lucky enough to work on. Kind of get into a little bit of who Seven is, honestly. It was an interesting champion. It was a cool challenge, but
Y
Seven
obviamente
is
se
kind
llama
of like
Seven
the-
y va a traer 7
he is, you
skins
heard it,
desde
he
el
is the
inicio, chicos. Y pues
executioner
sale
to
el
the outer
25
tribunal.
cuando acabe la
So,
temporada.
since the
Vale,
very
25 de
beginning,
enero, por
the
ahí
realm
creo
has
que
been
es.
in peril, be it calamitous threats, rivaling the scourges of old, or the unbridled ambitions of evil men. Fate has always conspired against realm kind. It was in defiance of this injustice that the outer tribunal was formed. But for true justice to prevail, the order would need more than pious judges. They'd need an executioner. And that's who Seven is. He's someone who gets in there, he's silent, you don't always
Bueno, se
see
supone
him.
que es un,
He's the
un
perfect killer. He's the
ejecutador
perfect person to carry
del
out any
tribunal,
task
¿no?
you
O sea,
need,
yo no
any
conozco
high
mucho de lore,
mission.
pero bueno.
And that's the kind of character we wanted to
Algo
make,
así.
someone who felt
O sea, es
kind of
como un
expensive,
asesino a
deadly, all
sueldo,
those
una cosa así, ¿no? O
qualities that you're
sea,
both intrigued by and afraid of.
Yeah, and he, we're looking at the splash
sí,
art
es
here.
flanco.
Obviously, some of you might have already seen these masks going around here that some of our influencers have gotten. And, now
De
you
este sí no
understand
vimos nada del
where
PTS, chicos.
that
A ver
came
si
from,
liberan
and
el
it is
PTS
definitely
y
the
tal
key
vez sí
feature.
voy
I
a traer
think
algo
even,
de,
I think
de
his code
Seven
name
nomás
for a
para
while, like, was
probarlo.
Gold Skull, right? Something
That
like
mask, so good. He's such a
that.
chilling character.
Yeah. And we're gonna get to take our first look at him in game. And he's a
A ver,
flank, a
aquí
new
está
flank
ya en
champion.
game.
Our new flank
Is a
champion.
flank, tiene como una especie de submachine gun, ¿no? O sea,
see
es
him
como una
here.
especie de metralleta de
Just-
estas
he looks
chiquitas,
so cool.
como
I mean, that
tipo...
cape, his presence,
En
the way he
inglés sé que se llama
stands, like,
submachine
this is an
gun, ¿vale?
Awesome champion.
Y tiene 3 formas de disparo, como ven, salen a mitad de pantalla, bastante grandes en mi
Yeah, so
opinión.
he, like Rose said, flank.
No estoy seguro si
you
me
can see there,
gusta.
only 1900 health, so take care.
Estorban
Take care,
demasiado,
Seven.
creo.
He's not
He
the
is
most
paper thin.
durable. Yes.
He's paper thin for a
Están
reason,
prácticamente
though.
abajito de la
when
mira, yo
going
creo
into
que
playtest with y'all,
está muy contaminado,
definitely
honestamente, pero bueno.
a point of frustration if somebody is really good
40
with them,
balas.
no matter how
Sí tiene una habilidad de
no matter how
gancho, como ven,
fragile
tiene
he
una
may
habilidad
be,
de
if you
gancho, es
can't
la
catch
F, o sea,
him,
va a ser lo que
he is a deadly
la
force.
gente había pedido para Sky en algún momento,
flank
que
is
tuviera
more
un
flank.
gancho en lugar del humo, pues bueno, ya se lo dieron
So this is
acá
his cool
a Seven.
Ooh, I
weapon
like
inspect.
that.
La invisibilidad no sé
Yeah.
cuál sea, tal vez es la ulti,
Checking it
fíjense.
out. Yeah, we can kind of get into his kit though. So the first thing we're looking at here is his weapon, his heavy SMG, and this is an interesting one. It's unique. We have some UI on screen that isn't final, but it's close to final. You'll see in game though what it really looks like.
A ver si
When you all
lo,
get
si
it
lo,
live, it looks
si
great.
lo liberan,
So
sí,
the
sí lo
first
voy a
thing he
mostrar,
has is his
Fernando.
burst mode. The way his weapon works is he has 3 different modes that he can swap between, and he always starts in burst. This mode produces
Mira, la primera es
good
de
long-distance
ráfagas.
damage in 3 rounds. This
3
is for
balas
if you
a lo
want
que
to hit
veo.
players that are a little further away.
3
you wanna
balas,
be
2.25
accurate.
de daño.
This is the weapon mode you want to be in. So if you
Es
want to engage from
básicamente
a
lo que
distance,
están
do
diciendo,
some
esto es
poking,
como
this is where
cuando
you're at. It's consistent,
para cuando están lejos
easy
los
to hit.
enemigos, chicos. Como
That's the
Víctor, ¿se
burst
acuerdan que
mode.
tiene su modo
And
ráfagas
what you
para
would
los que
then do,
están
you're going to
lejos?
swap to the next mode, and after that, you get a little something called the mag dump. Everyone's favorite in the playtest. What this does is it unloads your entire clip, dealing a lot of damage, but you have to be very close.
Ok.
So you can see there we just
Está,
absolutely destroyed
tira
that
las 40
Cassie bot. Didn't
balas,
take her out in one
el
hit.
otro, o sea, es
This is again just taking
para
the
los que
entire
están
clip
cerca,
and
o sea,
wildly
porque
spraying
de
it. So
lejos
you're really going to have to
tiene
control it,
mucha
but the payoff is huge. If you land it, you're doing a
cadencia.
lot of damage. Ooh, there we go. We'll get to that in a second. And then the final mode. This is your regular. This is your see it. Bye, Seven. that happens from time to
Tiene
time.
mucha,
I mean,
¿cómo se llama esto? No es cadencia, perdón,
We've opened
es
it. So yes, we've
recoil.
opened it. So this is
Bueno, en
automatic.
inglés
This
dicen
is
recoil,
actually,
¿vale? O sea, se
again, you're
recorre
dealing
mucho.
a little more damage than you do with the burst mode, but it's a consistent line of fire. This is when you want to put a lot of pressure on them constantly.
Y esta básicamente es pues metralleta así,
So you're going to be able to shoot this for a while, keep hitting them, put on different effects on them.
Metralleta tal cual, el otro modo de juego, ¿vale? Tiene ráfagas, metralleta que es el disparo un poco lento, o sea, como ven se tarda en disparar, y que libera todo el cartucho de golpe.
Really cool that we added to the game, and it just looks really nice. So again, he's a champ. You can see, like, you know, pretty okay from a distance, but when you get in close and you're moving around, and we'll show here in a second some of his abilities, you're doing a lot of damage. Oh, Class Clown Strix. I like that.
Oh yeah, that's one
Se
of the
ve
titles
interesante, fíjense, o sea, tiene el modo como para mediana distancia, para larga distancia, para corta distancia, o sea, sobre todo eso de corta está padre porque es como...
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say, give
Imagínate que flanqueas, te cambias a modo corta distancia, le llegas a alguien por atrás y pum, lo deleteas rápido, ¿no? O sea, es lo que entiendo.
Flow with these different modes as you're shooting the bullets.
Yeah.
It's just so smooth no matter which one you're doing, and I don't know. It just,
Además también tiene
so
headshot,
good.
pues
Crispy.
chicos, es otra parte importante, digo, casi todas las armas tienen headshot, pero bueno.
Bye, Cassie. Yeah, so you can see there's some...
La nueva estampa de muerte también.
Yeah,
ahí está.
What it's called is trigger discipline. That's did it work? Oh, dang. Can you pet that Lucifer?
Paladins let you pet the dog?
I guess not. Not yet. Maybe next patch. Well, I won't commit to that. So then there is the trigger discipline is what you're doing when he's right-clicking there, and that's swapping. That takes about a second. So that's going to let you swap between the fire modes. So you can always be in that mode that you
Creo que con el clic secundario cambias el modo de disparo, chicos, ¿vale? O sea, el clic secundario es con el que cambias el modo de disparo, o sea que eso ya es una habilidad menos, básicamente.
But then you leave behind some little C4, some little explosives.
Eso es la Q, a lo que veo.
For the enemy team, they'll be able to see it. It's got a
muy parecido a lo que hace Sati, si no me equivoco, o sea, como que se echa poquito para atrás y deja C4 tirado. Y me entrenan.
And you can have 2 out at a time. So again, this is just that utility of like someone just landed on you, you know, and as a flank, it's always important to have some quick escapability.
Por si alguien te cae así encima, o sea, eso es tu movilidad. Digo, es una de las dos movilidades, porque estoy seguro que la F también tiene movilidad. Muy parecido a lo que hace Sati, ¿no? En mi opinión, el saltito ese que se echa para atrás, o sea, también es como una explosión, y miren, ahí deja los C4. Hacen 250 de daño cada uno. Y a lo que veo, te echas para atrás, o sea, les digo, parecido a lo que hace Furia o lo que hace Sati, ¿vale? Ah, cañón. No, también se echó para adelante, no se crean. La puede direccionar hacia donde quiera, ok. Eso está mejor, porque luego las habilidades que te echan solamente para atrás no están tan padres, la verdad.
For this character, we thought, wow. Yes, we're pushing the boundaries, we really are.
Y a lo que veo, los C4 funcionan como minas, o sea, solamente si el enemigo está parado ahí les va a tronar, si no, no.
What we did is we gave Seven something that we have in our game, this idea of a grappling hook. I can pull myself, right? We have Grover, we have Vora. But this is a true grappling hook. I can attach to a wall over a certain height, and I will actually stick to the wall, becoming invisible. So I'm setting up and I'm perching, and I'm waiting for the moment to strike.
Y miren, con la F, o sea, te puedes colgar a un muro y quedarte ahí pegado, y ahí es cuando se hace invisible. Wow. La habilidad está interesante, o sea, porque vas a estar invisible ahí pegado, o sea, como para sorprender enemigos, una cosa así. Además, fíjense que esa mecánica de los muros está interesante porque es como más... Pues va a ser más raro que estén disparándole ahí, ¿vale? O sea, hay personajes que se hacen invisibles a ras de suelo y pues te pueden spamear ahí cualquier habilidad y te terminan matando. Pero ya está trepado en un muro invisible, pues ya eso es otra cosa más interesante, ¿no? Esto va a hacer que este personaje Seven sea mucho más útil en ciertos mapas, chicos, porque hay mapas que tienen barras muy pequeñas. Como ahora mismo se me viene a la mente Frog Eye, por ejemplo, tal vez ahí no va a ser tan útil.
Yeah, it really is. And this was the kind of, again,
quizá Jaguar Fast también, o sea, algo más cerrado, ¿no? Las distancias. Por ejemplo, en este mapa obviamente va a ser muy bueno, o sea, por las bardas gigantes que tiene a los lados en el pasillo principal. No sé, no sé si me explico, creo que sí, ¿no? Miren, también jala a los enemigos.
The grappling hook can actually be attached to enemies, and so we separated it by class. If you grapple a non-tank, right, so our flanks, damages, and healers or supports, you will pull them towards you, dealing a little damage. And if you try and grapple to an enemy that's a tank, you will pull towards them. So just some more flavors.
Ahí lo que están diciendo es que si tú le das a un flanco, a un healer, a un daño, con el gancho va a jalar a los enemigos hacia ti. Y si le das a un tanque, pues como están más chonchos, tú te vas a jalar hacia ellos. Interesante la mecánica también, la verdad. Estaría bien que la mostrara el inútil este y que se grapleara al Fernando que está ahí para ver cómo te jalas hacia él, pero bueno. No desayunó tampoco.
Rose having that moment where it's like, wow, what's happening? There's someone flying around the map.
El Fernando, hijo, ¿me dejas ver?
But
he is paper thin. Like Shock or it was either Shock or Ethan Feisty.
Tiene razón, Yoshin, también es buen punto. Iluminar va a ser medio inútil porque pues va a estar muy lejos en distancia, ¿vale?
You know, damage or support and stuff, which I normally play. So
yeah, so this is just opening up.
Yes. Mira, y tiene dos ganchos, o sea, puedes cambiarte de muro a muro, o sea, está padre la habilidad, definitivo.
Yeah, it's a really cool champ, and I was going to say, I think the fun part too is just like, we're kind of now giving players another, you know, a way to essentially kind of reinterpret our maps, right? So for so long we have asked players to kind of look at
que no muestren las cosas.
You know, of course, there are ways to counter this, but there's going to be a lot of places for Seven to kind of get around and
También sería interesante que nos mostrara si se puede ganchar y hacerse invisible en el suelo o algo así, ¿saben? O sea.
Go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say I think it was Karn once said, with great power comes great responsibility. So.
O sea, le puedes lanzar un gancho a un Fernando.
That's the first place that was ever said. I was in the playtest. If you have the attention and keep a close eye on.
Tiene una movilidad interesante. Miren, ahí cayó y puedes caer con la Q. A diferencia de Sati, no tiene sus cooldowns esos raros que tiene Sati. De hecho no están mostrando bien los cooldowns, lamentablemente, pero bueno.
It's very hard. So like there's some good counterplay.
Ahí caes con la Q, o sea, la movilidad que tiene está padre, es parecido a Bora.
You have the ability, at least in the core mode, that you would have
Bora, pero creo que incluso mejor. O sea, la verdad que está mejor que la de Bora, simplemente no tiene esa reducción de daño, ¿no? Me imagino.
What doing here is when you latch to a wall, and if you actually hit space, you do a nice little leap off. So you can get some extra momentum, just kind of playing into that really mobile, moving fast. And it feels great. I think that, again, one of my favorite modes in our game, or one of my favorite movement abilities. But next, a very cool idea. We wanted to play with this.
Pues no sé, Chesco. No lo muestra mi compa, el que está... mira.
Right now it's called Order.
El que está tonteando aquí con el vato.
This is his ultimate, using that cool mask.
Con el vato, perdón, con el 7. Esa es la
ulti.
So
you can see here, we have this awesome overlay, again, thanks to UI, thanks to VFX. They just made this look great
for an
ability. Yeah, it's so good. For an ability where you're just kind of like looking at someone, trying to think of a way to make just looking at someone feel impactful, I think they nailed it.
And really tie into that mask too.
No sé si esta ulti va a ser como la de...
so you can see here what you do is you mark players. So you pull up your mask. Oh, they'll run forever. You'll pull up the mask. That gives you a reticle, and you target enemies within a distance. And once you're over them for long enough, you can see that red circle will kind of change as you're close. You put an icon above them. Once they're marked, you can reactivate the ult, or you can let it pop. And what that does is it fears them, which you've actually added a new fear effect for those that are very perceptive, or they kind of notice differences. This is that idea that I can now target maybe one person. I can
Me imagino que esto que se está moviendo infinitamente hacia atrás es un bug o algo así. Pero a lo que entendí les va a hacer lo mismo que les hace Damba, ¿vale?
And it fit in perfectly with this champion, so I'm
simplemente como un rango.
And I'm fearing them.
Honestamente creo que la ulti es lo más flojito de él. No puedo creer que estén haciendo lo mismo que hace Damba.
I think it's like 1.5, 1.75, yeah. Yeah,
supongo que
our bots
está
will
interesante.
keep running.
Le añades CC al
Maybe
campeón,
players
¿vale?
will
O
too,
sea,
they're so afraid, but our bots
traer
just
CC
keep
siempre
running.
es algo bueno, honestamente. O
It's an
sea,
Unreal AI thing where
útil
once
va
they're
a
in the fear
ser.
state, they're like, oh, I'm moving, so I'll keep going.
Incluso, mira, la puedes
how I
hacer
would play. I
desde trepado, entonces puedes tirar la ulti de
But
manera
this ult
invisible, o
is
sea,
just super cool.
interesante.
You're really targeting the
Eh,
enemy. I mean, you can use it to duel
pero sí
someone.
se me hace un
You can
poquito
pop it fast
falta de
enough. You can get a whole
imaginación,
team and disrupt
honestamente.
them. So it's just like
Pero mira, o
it's
sea,
that
esa ulti
idea that okay, I'm
está
here. I see the
maniacona, no sé si la
situation.
puedes
Let's take
esquivar de,
advantage of it.
de
It's
alguna
really
forma.
fun in game.
Pero si no, pues
super excited to see. I'm just really excited with this
está
champion to see
maniacona,
what
o
players
sea,
can do. Right, it's the highlight reel moment. I want to see those cool things that I didn't even think of.
Absolutely. The old emergent gameplay. I like it too. Like we made it 3/4 of the way through his kit. We had this
de
really cool
acuerdo,
grappling
cabrón,
hook,
yo
and then
también
he has
así
an
como
ult
un
on top of
sniper
it.
y pum.
That's awesome. Very
Tipo lo que hace Drogos.
Yeah, that is.
De hecho, nomás hay
that's
pocas
the
ultis
new
que hacen,
newness,
aunque
7, our
estaría
flank.
muy,
Again,
muy
like,
OP,
you have this-
fíjate,
these three
un
modes on
sniper
your
que te
weapon,
mate un tiro
dodge
está,
roll, a grappling hook,
está
and then you
medio
have
OP,
your
aunque
mask
bueno, pues
that
ya
fears
quien esa lo
people.
hace
So it's
casi
this
casi,
whole
¿no?
kit of maneuvering around the map, setting up, ambushing,
Está
getting
rara
out
la
of there
ulti,
to get
pero bueno, no
caught,
está
and just,
tan, o sea,
keep moving, stay deadly, but take those moments.
es que a veces
You think
parece que
someone's going to
reciclan
come through an area,
habilidades,
right,
en
and
mi
set up a good
opinión,
ambush,
pero
you
bueno.
never know. You might have great rewards.
Walking through a doorway and having 7 on the ceiling behind you, it can definitely be a surprise moment.
De hecho, si se fijan, pues sí es como un,
Speaking
o
of
sea,
the whole kit, should we
está raro, o
engage
sea,
the
está,
talents? Is it time?
está diferente, o sea, tiene un poco
Let's
de
do it.
las armas de Octavia, de Víctor, los ganchos de Bora,
Yay to that.
la invisibilidad obviamente sí es única, eso de que se quede trepado,
As we often try to do with
pero de ahí en fuera las habilidades, todas las demás se me hacen muy similares, la verdad, a cosas que ya hay en el juego. Pero bueno, este las tiene todas, ¿no? O sea,
So for the first one, we're leaning into the fire modes and the primary weapon. So it essentially adds a different elemental
Wow.
effect, further distinguishing
déjenme
the different modes.
les muestro eso rápido.
Burst mode that you
Pero
start in
básicamente
is
dice
electric,
que
and it reveals enemies
su
and deals
arma
AoE
de
damage.
Heavy SMG
Mag dump
tiene tres efectos elementales. El fuego te hace daño overtime, o sea, ya saben, como cuando te envenenan, una cosa así. La de electricidad te revela y hace daño de área. Y el de hielo te alenta. Esto fíjense que lo acaban de sacar justo en el Pokémon Unite con un personaje que se llama Dragonite. Esto está interesante, la verdad. Muy interesante, o sea, daño sobre tiempo para los invisibles, o sea, la electricidad que te revela y es daño de área. Y el hielo que te alenta. Interesante, la verdad, el talento ese. Nada más alcancé a leer ese, chicos, lamentablemente. Es la ulti. La ulti tiene efectos distintos a lo que entendí. O sea, ese es el de fuego.
Yeah. It is very cool. And as you can see here,
wow.
we went for the second
eso
talent,
ya se ve más
Overcharge. They're all really
interesante.
good talents, but this one is cool because it almost feels like you could have made this
Digo,
into
no sé
another
si es la de
ult, but
fuego o
this
la de hielo, la
we're essentially
verdad.
giving
Pero
now
creo
a
que es la de
laser
fuego
to
esta.
7, and you have to hold it over, and it builds up, it does some tick damage, and then it pops. So it's this idea, again, you just like the regular ult, you want to still sit there and watch them for a little bit to build up, but then it will explode, dealing damage, and you have to wait for it. So that's, again, that idea that Fish was saying, like, you need to... You want to trade out that ult to deal a little more damage, deal a little more burst. That's the one you're going to go with, and it just looks awesome too.
Yeah, it seems like something really good for like if you want to
Tipo
help
como
out
ahora
the
el
tanks
mismo.
more. Definitely seems good for that. And then
could do.
I was gonna say, does the for that strength, are you trading out like you're more vulnerable? I assume.
No, mira,
with how
creo
fragile
que,
your health is as
o sea, en uno la ulti es de
seems
fuego.
like you
A
might
los-
be more vulnerable,
la pistola es
while you're in
eléctrica
that
ahora.
ultimate, to
Yes.
be,
O le está haciendo ahí todos los efectos, chicos. Ya no entendí, la verdad. Ahí lo está quemando, ¿no? Ah, según sus disparos,
Yeah, I
miren.
think it is
Ahí
one of
la
those
de
things when
hielo.
you're- yeah,
Pero no
when
sé
you're
por qué la
ulting
ulti
as this
también
champ,
cambió. Eso es lo
you
que
know,
ya
you
no
can't
entendí.
use your other abilities, so you want to either be in a
O creo
really
que
good
era otro
position,
talento, pero como
make
no
sure
has
that you're
tenido uno
perched up on a
bloqueado,
wall that people are
uno
gonna have trouble
desbloqueado,
shooting you, but
perdón,
you want
me
to be somewhere
confundí,
because
chicos,
once
no,
you
y
commit
nomás
to that
alcancé a
ult,
leer uno.
unless you cancel it,
Creo
you're
que la
going to
ulti
be,
era otra
you know, you
cosa,
gotta
esa
stand
del
there and
rayo.
take it and
Era
hope
otro
that you have the
talento,
right
perdón.
positioning, 'cause you can't move
Y
once
esto
you're
es
in
lo
it.
que
You
les
gotta-
leí
you
yo
can
hace
walk,
rato,
but
esto
you
que
can't
está
use your
mostrando
abilities,
ahorita.
so, yeah,
Lo
you
del
are
está
vulnerable.
interesantísimo, eso del arma, la verdad. O sea,
I have definitely died during my ult as 7.
que la electricidad revele, haga daño
one
de área,
thing
que el
that I
fuego
will
te
say
queme
that I think
overtime
is
y que el
really
hielo
cool
te
and we're about to get
ralentice
into
está
is
Está muy interesante,
Seven
honestamente.
technically has 7 skins if you include.
Y creo que otro talento era el de la ulti.
So,
Que en lugar de asustar, pues va a hacer daño como con una especie de rayo láser, chicos, a lo que vi. Y el otro talento ya no creo que no lo caché.
Yeah, that was.
Y tiene 50% de recarga de ulti, ok.
I think.
Ya está, Fernando.
It's just a shame that we didn't name this champ like 20 or something like that and really just destroyed the art team.
Sí, o sea, es que nada más alcancé a leer uno y explicarles uno, ¿vale? O sea, pero me los quedaba muy pronto. A ver si
our first one is going to be the one that's that we're going to show is Please Save QA.
Don't look at that. Don't look at that.
It's going to be our
I'm
one
gonna
that's
stop making my jokes for a second and let's hear him talk.
2022. So, yeah. I am excited though. We're going to get into showing these folks. Again, as I was just saying, as we transition
Las skins
here,
creo que las van a mostrar. No sé si las van a mostrar in game. Estaría bien.
Called Deadly Pallor, I believe, if I'm saying that right.
Pallor, yes.
Pallor.
Skin,
Pallor,
yeah.
Ok, el otro talento de los C4, ya. Muchas gracias, Yoshin. Yo la verdad no alcancé a leer.
Season Pass 2022, and the skin will become unobtainable after the Season Pass.
La skin esta está súper buena.
And I think this is probably his most unique of the 7 different colors that are available, just because they changed the mask too.
That's a highly contested spot, but it's a super like morbid take on him, like an aesthetic of like absolutely about his lethality, and I really like where it ended up.
Yeah, I think the colors here are what stand out. That contrast is so high, but I believe every skin actually has a somewhat unique mask. This one is just, as Fish said, it's very intense.
It looks like somebody ripped like the flesh off of somebody's face.
It does.
Maybe that's what happened.
It's a little morbid.
Is that what's under the mask all the time?
Esta skin, pues básicamente parece Red Skull, ¿no,
Again,
chicos?
That's your Season Pass skin. And our direct purchase skin that can also be obtained in the Season Pass is
Esta también
Crimson
está
Guard
muy padre la skin.
mask as well.
Yeah, and what we're not seeing here, but you can tell that these are like great skins. There's obviously all the detailing and recoloring, plus the cool mask and the weapon, but all of the capes actually have different icons on them, iconography. So look for that when you're in game. All of the capes for these skins are a little different. So that was such
Dice
a
que
good
también
detail.
las capas tienen diseños distintos.
And with that being said, our next skin, Ivy Sentinel, is going to be obtainable through gold chests, direct purchase. There's also going to be a PlayStation Plus pack.
Parece que todas las skins, chicos, van a tener van a estar detrás de ciertas cosas,
I love it.
Estoy escuchando, o sea, no van a ser para comprarlas con oro. A lo que entiendo, O sea, van a venir en cofres. Dijo Romanova que la pasada en un paquete de PC Plus. La primera no escuché bien. O sea, no va a ser como las de las...
Which will be able to be
o sea, no los vamos a poder comprar con 60,000 de oro.
Trials of the Realm.
Esta va a salir en las pruebas del reino. La primera, la roja, dijo algo así que al final de temporada iba a salir algún evento, una cosa así.
We almost went with prickly plum.
Esta parece que va a salir en pruebas del reino.
A little bit more his mood.
Yeah, a little bit mood, right? And our next one is Biting Wind, and this will be available as the Event Pass exclusive in our Bounty store. Definitely get
Esta va a ser la de que si compras el pase de batalla, la vas a poder comprar en la Bounty Store. Parecida a la que está ahorita de Ayo, de Sal, ya saben, o la que salió de Dredge, o la de Torval, creo que fue la otra.
Yes.
O sea, esta va a ser
this is a food champion.
exclusiva de la Bounty Store y comprando el pase de batalla, chicos.
And
o el pase de evento, perdón.
Released, they do come with a mastery skin that you can obtain by reaching level 50 mastery with them, and with 7,
esta es la dorada, obviamente, que pues
obviously already has
llegando al
mask,
nivel
but
50,
there is
¿vale?
a lot more gold with this one.
Is that a golden gun? Yes. I see as well.
And a golden gun. Yeah, so you want to get to level 50.
O sea, no las vamos a poder obtener tan fácil las skins, chicos, a lo que entendí. Las de Seven todas van a estar como detrás de algo. De cofre, de pruebas, de cosas.
I feel it's a design that at the beginning it you know, seeing him develop into what he became is just fantastic. You know, it's a champion that ended really strong with its delivery.
Yeah.
So, you know,
Agreed.
everyone, design, art, and, you know, QA for all the hours and hours and hours in the testing.
Me imagino que cuando dijo de PlayStation, tal vez todas las consolas van a sacar algún paquete, chicos, en el que te van a dar esa skin, ¿vale? O sea, es lo que quiero creer. La más complicada va a ser la de la Bounty Store, chicos. Yo creo que esa va a ser la más rara. Ya ven que esas luego las hacen limitadas, pues, que si no la compraste, pues ya te amolaste, ¿no? Entonces esa es la que va a estar complicada de obtener, en lo que entendí.
Literally just gonna be swinging wall to wall. You know, to avoid
it's so much fun.
Legality. I'm not gonna say, you know, who you might be mimicking.
A little superhero fantasy, maybe.
Yeah, just living out your best superhero fantasy with 7, even though you're kind of like an antagonist, right?
Because he has a cape, obviously. That's the connection.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, absolutely. It's definitely the cape. But yeah, we're winding down here, folks. Any final words from my two lovely designers, Entmoot and Fish?
I'm just so excited. Like a new year, a new season of Paladins. We really, we hope we have some things in store to wow.
Ya nomás van a seguir los Crystal Awards, chicos. O sea, creo que ya van a cerrar este bloque. Y siguen los Crystal Awards. Hay algunos personajes de Latinoamérica nominados. Por si se quieren quedar, yo sí lo voy a ver. Digo, ya para concluir. Hacemos conclusiones y eso. Nada más que estoy urgentemente al baño y por agua, ¿vale? Ahorita voy a ir corriendo.
So as you're playing 7, let me know what you think. Hit us up. Provide feedback. I'm just really, really excited to see what everyone does. And with all of the content in this patch, I want to see it. I want to see what you all can do. So please get out there, destroy.
Yeah, and with that being said, folks, I'm just going to say, you know, keep being great, keep giving us your feedback, and, you know, we're looking forward to a whole new year of Paladins 2022. So thank you for joining us, and we hope you will join us when this update goes live and have the most fun with 7 and our new event pass and all the other content coming.
De las cartas no han mostrado nada, Yoshi, en esas hasta que salga el juego, ¿vale? O sea... Déjenme ver si todavía sigue lo de los Crystal Awards. Según la programación decía que sí. Aquí parece que no. A ver, sí. Voy y vuelvo, chicos. Ahorita echamos nuestras conclusiones finales, ¿vale? Ah, perdón. Ojalá y nos permiten con Champs este año y se enfoquen en balance y mapas. Pues a ver. A ver en qué termina Yoshi. No habrá nuevo mapa. Ya no ha mostrado nada, Jordi, como les dije. Lo del no. Qué raro que no mostraron otra vez lo de los mapas. Habrá mejoras para 2 mapas. Y el nuevo mapa, les digo, está en fase beta. Yo creo que va a salir a mediados, finales de año, ¿vale?
Well, hey there, champions, and welcome to the Crystals, of course, the award show that we have been doing at least the last couple of years to reward everyone out there in the community for all their hard work, talent, and of course everything they put into making this community what it is. Things, you know, where we get to see all of the streamers, your video creators, anybody and everybody out there as voted on by you at home. So you get to recognize and acknowledge all of your favorite streamers and, again, video creators, all the fun stuff that you get to see out there. So we can go ahead and start looking at the categories that you voted on, and of course, who are the winners of these categories.
No,
So the
pues
first
ya pasó
category
todo lo bueno,
that we have is
bromas.
Video Creator of the Year. Now, your nominees
Ya nada más
are
vamos a
going to
ver
be
los
these
Crystal
four.
Awards.
And your winner is none other than Creepers. Creepers, who won quite a few awards last year, I'm sure is happy to hear that. In fact, we'll just go ahead and hear
Ganador.
from Creepers now.
Thank you so much to everyone who voted for me. You guys are fantastic. And if it wasn't for you guys, I
Ganador
wouldn't be here
de video del año,
winning
no
this
tengo ni idea de
award.
cuál fue,
So,
pero bueno, ganó
thank you
Creepers.
so much for your trust and for your votes. You guys are fantastic. And also, just a quick shout out to Mrs. Curly Styles. She did this background you're
¿En
seeing
qué
behind
mapas
me
es? Ahorita a ver
as
si
a
buscamos
joke.
los
She
trailers. Ya
never
están en
would
el
have even
canal,
imagined
Cabeza
whether or
Chorlito.
not
Ahorita
I
los
won
vemos.
anything,
Es
but
en
it ended up being
el
actually
que tiene los
helpful. So
cristales
thank you
estos
so
gigantes
much.
que
And again,
flotas.
I wish
Que
nothing but the
saltas y
best
te das
for
como
everybody.
flotando,
Thank you
una
for your
cosa
trust.
así.
Thank you for your votes.
No
I'll
sé
see
cómo
you
se llama.
guys next time.
¿Sabe qué del bosque? Es
Now,
uno
we're
del
always happy to see
bosque.
Creepers come around, of course. Very, very well.
Y otro
awarded
del de duelo
for
por
Video Creator of
equipos.
the Year. And in fact, if I remember correctly, first off, let's hold on, pick a note here. You won a couple last year. I know that you had that background ready for a good reason. Oh well, always fun to see Creepers, and I'm sure that we'll at least see their name a little bit later on. We'll see if they're able to scoop up as many as they did last year. The next category, though, is for Video of the Year. Now, of course, this one will be attributed to your favorite video that was produced by any of these four people that you're about
Video
to see
del
on the screen
año,
for these nominees.
Alive,
And of course, the videos themselves that they made.
Creepers,
And the video, or the
Basta
winner
Here y
of this
Raven
one
Trick.
is Raven Trick. What 4,000 hours of Paladins does to you. A fantastic video. Of course, a lot of fun.
Obviamente
time
la
to go out there. So
comunidad
congratulations
de,
to you, Raven Trick. And of course, I hope you are happy with your crystal and your win. And congratulations on
La comunidad
the
de
video
Latinoamérica
of
la
the
tiene
year.
muy difícil
Now, the next
porque
category that we
Estados
have coming up
Unidos y
for you
Brasil
is
son
the
comunidades mucho
International
más grandes en
Video
Paladins.
Creator of the Year. So, Creepers won Video Creator of the Year. This are going to be your nominees
Internacional,
for the
a ver.
International Video Creator of the Year.
Aimera, Renix, Tarden y Skeleton
winner
Kid.
Is going to be Skeleton Kid gameplay for International
Pues se
Video
lo merece.
Creator
Creo que
of
es el
the
que les
Year.
dije yo
And
que
this one was
votaran.
pretty close. There were a couple people hot on their heels, but Skeleton Kid, you are the winner. So congratulations on your victory here, and of course.
No tengo
keep on
idea, cabronix, si ya está el PTS.
Truly appreciate
Déjenme
for
checo
what
en
you do
Twitter.
and what you provide for the community. Now we're going to start moving from videos into the streaming section of the awards, and we're going to kick it off with Streamer of the Year. Now, there, again, are tons and tons of fantastic Paladin streamers out there, but here are the four that made it to the
Streamers
final
del
voting
año,
portion.
Creepers, Vanity, Deja Vu y
And of
Andrew
course, here
Chicken.
is who you voted for. Creepers, once
Otra vez
again,
ganó Creepers.
coming in, absolutely knocking it out of the park. Let's go ahead and see what Creepers had to say.
Thank you so much for voting for me and allowing me to win this award. You guys are fantastic. Like, I can't thank you enough. I want to do a quick shout out with this video just to all the people who didn't make it into the Crystal Awards. You guys are fantastic, and I really, really wish that I could have seen some of the people that I love a lot in the Crystal Awards. Didn't happen this year, may happen next year, hopefully. And, well, I wish nothing but the best to you guys. Bye-bye.
Well, Creepers puts in a ton of hours. Not surprising to see them on this list, and of course, even less surprising to then see them win. Congratulations, Creepers, once again. And that's now 2 that you've been able to rack up. We're going to keep counting.
Yo casi no, tampoco los conozco, Cabeza Chorlito,
honestamente. Of these rewards. That's Streamer of the Year. Now we're going to move forward to International Streamer of the Year. Of course, if you've been watching Paladins a lot, you'll recognize that there's
Streamer Internacional del Año, los nominados, Alive, Glossy, Tarde, y Antbees.
The winner, there can only be one, is NTBs, of course, a former coach, now one of the best streamers I think that we have out there. Really fun to watch.
Pues ha ganado nomás Creepers de Brasil. No, creo que es hasta de Portugal el tipo. Entonces de Latinoamérica no ganó nadie.
And this thing came, and I have to make a video now. Nug says hi. Nug believed in me. Most people didn't. I guess they're stupid though. Thank you for voting for me. Bye. That was okay, right?
Yeah.
That was natural?
Yes, baby. Perfect.
I'm not used to
I absolutely love bees. Here's a fun fact. That man has a law degree. Do with that information what you will. Always fun to watch. And again, congratulations, Bees, on the victory. I hope you enjoy your trophy. And you know what? That was clean. Yeah, it felt good on camera. The final portion of the streaming category is going to be Clip of the Year. Now, there's a lot of fun clips that can come out throughout the year. Of course, a lot of fun things that can happen in the game. But here are the final 4 nominees that came through. And here, of course, is your winner. Once again, it's going to be Creepers with the insane Drogo's play, being able to take this one away. That's 3 for 3 so far that he's been able to scoop up.
Wow.
Creepers, what do you have to say about this one?
I want to take this opportunity to thank everyone that
allowed. No, el pobre sí van a estar que se revuelca. Hace poco hizo un directo y se está quejando así gacho de Creepers y de no sé quién más. Decía, yo estoy aquí streameando dando mi cara y me está ganando un maldito gato.
I'm just really happy.
El
Thank
pobre
you so much. And I wish nothing but the best to everybody. Have a good time. And
you know, Creepers absolutely deserves to be on this list as many times. You know how beloved
ya no lo apoya
High Res, they show up in 4 categories, they win 3 of those 4 categories. Absolutely knocking it out of the park. Congratulations once again on that win. And that is going to seal the deal for the streaming portion of this. Now we get to move.
La verdad es que el apoyo, si Siwan se queja, yo nomás los de Latinoamérica porque no se organizan, pero para mí no hay nada de apoyo para Latinoamérica. O sea,
second community member of the year.
Ah, no, Skeleton Kid sí ganó algo, ¿no? Sí, Skeleton Kid, él es de Perú, una cosa así, o sea, Bolivia, no sé de dónde, o sea, ganó Skeleton algo, pero pues...
Chimera's Play for Community Member of the Year. Congratulations, that's a huge deal to be able to pick it up. So let's go ahead and see what you had to say about it.
Solo hay que deciros que muchísimas gracias por darme este maravilloso premio, que de verdad le aprecio un montón.
Community Member of the Year, supuestamente ganó Jaimeras.
Literalmente por apoyarme en cada vídeo, en cada directo que hago, porque se hace un montonazo. Así que ese premio literalmente no es para mí, sino creo que este premio simboliza más la comunidad o mi comunidad.
No sé qué idioma habla este carnal, la verdad.
¿Sabes? Así que muchas gracias de verdad.
No, Irving, nosotros ya nos vamos.
Well, congratulations on the win. Again, yeah, do exactly what it said at the very end of the video. Go subscribe, go follow him on Twitch, do all that fun stuff. You can see the Paladins decoration, of course, to get something like Community Member of the Year. You are deserving of that. So congratulations once again, and I hope you enjoy your crystal trophy that you were able to get. Now, that's only part 1, though. We have 2 more that are going to be coming up in Community Contributor. The next one, of course, this is one of my favorites, the Fan Artist of the Year.
Skeleton es de Argentina, sí, es de Argentina.
You'll see a lot of amazing fan art, but here are the 4 nominees that managed to stand out above the rest. And of course, only one of them, again, can win. And you all voted for Miss Wolfie as Fan Artist of the Year. Again, fantastic, fantastic contributions throughout the year. Let's go ahead and see what they had to say.
No estoy seguro de quién son estos, la verdad. Ah, estoy tapando ahí su mensaje.
Now, I can say this as someone who
Pues
is
está
really
más
bad at
decente
art.
que otros, la
That
verdad.
video is so beyond just my skill set that in and of itself was impressive, let alone the work that they've put out throughout this year. So again, congratulations on your win as Fan Artist of the Year, and I hope you enjoy your reward as you get that. Now, the last segment we have for it, though, of course, we want to be able to recognize not just the people who are already at the top, but people who are also rising up to that. And that's why we have this one, the Rising Star.
Rising Star, a ver quiénes son los nominados.
That have made it here for you to vote on. And this one was pretty
Pyler
close.
es Rising Star, o sea, un ex pro player es Pyler Star. Ok.
As Rising Star, so make
Wow.
sure that you go find them, follow them, and keep your
Ridículo
eye
el
out
premio.
for not only them but the rest of the nominees in this category as well. Rising Stars.
Ridículo, o sea, dice que está nominado a los pequeños, que no sé qué, a los que apenas están creciendo. Y Pyler es un ex pro player que tiene un montón de gente
To all the
siguiéndolo.
winners. Make sure you go check out not just them, but everyone who was nominated. Everyone here that you saw the names today have done fantastic work. And even if you go back a little bit to the people who were voted to get nominated to this point, they're all doing fantastic work. Of course, we always love to see what the community is able to provide. We want to thank you for tuning in. Of course, thank you for
Whatever.
voting.
Ahí están los
And once
premios,
again,
chicos.
say
Creo que ahora sí ya se
congratulations to everyone.
acabó
That's going to do it for myself. That's going to do it for the Crystals. We'll see you next time.
toda la presentación, chicos. Entonces, pues hasta aquí llegamos. Digo, vamos a ver cañón. ¿Qué sigue? No sé qué siga, pero déjenme les muestro lo de los nuevos mapas, a ver si ya los subieron. A ver. Paladins, Valence by Evil Moyo, Rambo, Stone Keep Map Reward, no lo han subido. Aquí va a estar, fíjense, lo podemos buscar aquí. Para los que no lo vieron. Map Reworks. Sí. Miren, justo le di.
Now that you've had your first look at 7, let's talk about maps.
Justo le di a la parte de los mapas para los que no lo vieron.
Environment team is hard at work reimagining and reworking legacy maps like Timber Mill, Stone Keep, and Jaguar Falls.
Now, in 2022, we'll be reworking 2 additional maps.
Miren, este es el mapa que les decía, no me acuerdo cómo se llama. Warder's Gate, en inglés se llama Warder's Gate. Ya no va a estar los cristales, a lo que veo de rápido, digo. Ahorita los volvemos a ver más. Este es uno de los de duelo por equipos, chicos. No sé si se acuerdan, aquí estas tomas que están pasando casi no se distinguen, pero este, miren. Ese es Trade District, o sea.
After 2 years, and from the support and suggestions of the Paladins community, we'll be releasing an all-new map.
Creo que es lo más interesante.
It'll be our first new map since 2019.
Y este es el nuevo mapa, pero como les digo, nomás hay una imagen o sea, nomás hay esta imagen del nuevo mapa y esto pues no nos dice absolutamente nada, digo, solamente que este símbolo es el del arma de Asa, ¿no? O sea, es lo único que reconozco. De ahí en fuera, pues no.
Joe! They got
welcome back
Last
to the
year we
studio.
introduced Event Pass.
No hay nada.
A new system built from the ground up.
Pero bueno, vamos a ver
Now that
los
you've had
mapas
your
de
first
nuevo.
look at 7, let's talk about maps.
So in 2021, the Evil Mojo Environment team is hard at work reimagining and reworking legacy maps like Timber Mill, Stone Keep, and Jaguar Falls.
Now, in 2022, we'll be reworking.
El que mejor se ve es este, miren, o sea, esta es la parte del respawn. Pues está igual, ¿no? O sea, las mismas escaleras, si no me equivoco. Digo, ya que hay como unos pilares en lugar de las cajas.
That we got to see. I don't know if I'm more excited personally for Slash, mainly because look, this is gonna demonize me a little bit, but Siege was one of my favorite game modes, so I'm really
Esto ya va a ser de Smite, chicos, ya le voy a cerrar.
Shiva reveal along with the way.
Ya se acabó todo lo de Paladins. Aquí pues la parte donde sales, donde se empuja el carrito. Muy igual, o sea, aquí cambian la piedra por este detalle, las escaleras están igual, el pasillo acá está igual. El puente de aquí está igual. Aquí también esta parte, la parte de atrás, simplemente... No, está igual. También tiene arbustos la otra, ¿no? Esta es la más importante, o sea, le están quitando el cristal ese en el que a veces te caías, no sé por qué, y ya es un puente nomás. Acá se ve igual. Aquí también en la parte de abajo.
Landscape, expanding the forest and
Y esta parte de aquí no la reconozco, chicos. Esta parte de aquí no sé si es del otro lado o qué, o sea.
natural environment and enhance
O este es otro mapa. ¿Cuál mapa es este, chicos? Ayúdenme. Aquí, ¿qué está pasando?
textures and materials throughout.
Trade District will also receive a
Esa
visual
parte
review
no la entendí.
with improved materials and all new surroundings to flesh out the world around the map. Along with our previous Stonekeep and Magistrate's Archives reworks, the updates to Trade District will
Y esta es la única toma del de Trade District.
firmly plant the map in
Aquí es
Magistrate.
donde apareces cuando juegas este modo. O sea,
But
es la
that's
única
not all.
toma que hay.
After 2 years, and from the support and suggestions
Y pues ya, creo que es todo, chicos. Vamos a ver. Aquí las notas de el parche. A ver si hay algo nuevo, a ver si. En Twitter fue muy bueno el tipo. El fondo también lo cambiaron. Como quisiera que pudieran perder una empresa de juego de esa parte. Es la otra de la base. Es el otro spawn. Pero ¿por qué no tiene sentido que esté diferente o sí? Los mapas siempre han sido iguales de tu lado y del lado de los enemigos, ¿no? Siempre están ruinas. ¿En el mapa actual ya es así? La verdad no, creo que nunca me he dado cuenta. O sea, el mapa actual ya es diferente. No me carga, chicos, no me carga la maldita página de estar subiendo apenas las notas o no sé, para... Más que nada quería verlo las skins de Seven, chicos. Ya ven que se van a obtener de distintas formas, pues. Quería ver si podía encontrar la información aquí. Pero no me carga la página. Uf. De hecho, creo que ya no me va a cargar nada. Ya ven que les dije que el internet estaba fallando, entonces... Ah, no, este. A ver, Paladín... ¿Dónde está? Ah, miren, me gané calaveras. Déjenme la reclamo. Ah, y también me dieron el marco y la cosa esta de furia. Y eso que ni siquiera volví a linkear mis cuentas, no sé por qué. Pero bueno, whatever. Paladinos. Vamos a ver si... No, pero sí, según yo, no, este no. Este es Z-Visu. What the fuck, ¿dónde está? What the fuck? ¿Dónde está el canal de Paladin, chicos? ¿Ya se acabó la transmisión o qué? Hace ya. No, pues ya fue todo, chicos. Supongo que aquí lo voy a dejar, chicos, en directo. Digo, muchísimas gracias a todos los que se pasaron hoy por acá. Ya les dije lo que se viene para el canal. Básicamente ya nomás es el PvP contra los suscriptores. Quien me gane se va a llevar un cofrecito. Voy a ver ya el mero día si doy cofre chico, cofre mediano. No se está actualizando. Estoy ahorita viendo el PTS para ver si está actualizando y no hay actualización, chicos. Así es que no creo que se pueda jugar. Y nada, chicos, y creo que voy a hacer nomás un video de despedida, digo. Y ya fue todo, ¿vale? De mi parte va a ser todo. Digo, este es de los últimos directos, pero bueno. Nada, chicos, los veo en estos días. Voy a avisar ahí por algún post de la comunidad, una cosa así. Las fechas y las horas y todo eso para que pues todos participen, ¿vale? O sea, va a estar bueno. Y ese pues oficialmente va a ser el último directo de Paladins, así es que para que no se lo pierdan. Y nada, chicos, pues ya nos vemos en la que sigue, ¿vale? Que tengan un bonito día. Digo, la actualización, digo, mis conclusiones finales también de la actualización. Se ve bien. O sea, el campeón se ve bien, pero Yo ya les he dicho varias veces, para mí es más de lo mismo, o sea, la fórmula ya está gastada, campeones nuevos, skins para los de siempre. No sé, no veo nada muy novedoso, el nuevo modo de juego ya lo probé, está horrible, es que... Nada chicos, la veo flojito, sobre todo para arrancar el año, ¿vale? Pero bueno. Bye bye chicos, muchísimas gracias a todos. Muchas gracias por la sub, Luix. No, perdón, Luix. Liux, fine. Vale, chicos. A ver. Ah, cañón. Ah, sí está el PTS, chicos. A ver, nada más déjenme ver si está. No, no está. No está Seven, lamentablemente. Es lo que más me hubiese gustado mostrar, pero no está. A ver si lo actualizan, chicos, ¿vale? Pero no está, no creo que haya ni gente jugando ni nada. Ya hice algún directo de PTS para quien lo quiera ver. Digo, ahí lo buscan en mis directos. Ya mostré todas las skins, todo, ¿vale? Y ya nomás me falta por mostrar Seven. Pero bueno, chicos, no está Seven. Ahora sí, los veo a la que sigue.
Chase.